pitch. All we need is for somebody to score a big half century. So let's see what's going to be happening. Will it be pace again, or will it be a batsman-friendly day? Vernon Springer signing out here for 360. Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day 3 of the bilateral Cricket West Indies Under-15 Championship. The Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands will be going head-to-head in this third important game, with the Windward Islands leading so far 2-0. We're just about getting ready for the toss, and we have the Windward Islands captain, Joshua Joseph, and the home team, the Leeward Islands, Caris Farrell. We'll get a chance. Our match referee today is Mr. Jahari Edwards, former Leeward Islands under-19 player and Antigua and Barbuda player, now match referee. And we now ask the home team captain, Mr. Caris Farrell, along with Mr. Joseph, to step out and flick the coin. Jahari Edwards just giving the final blues. It's a tail, and we're going to speak into Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell, good morning. You've won the toss. What's your position?
Good morning. We're gonna bowl first today.
All right. Any changes?
Yes, one change. Elijah Miller out and Dante Odlum in.
All right. All the best, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We're going to speak into Jeshan. Jeshan, you looking forward for that?
Yeah, very much so.
Any changes?
Yeah, just a few.
How's the tournament been going so far for you? Picked up a man of the match award last game. How was it?
I think the tournament's been going good. I think got a lot more things I could work on.
Okay. All the best today, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So the Leeward Islands will be bowling first, and as you know, it is a very important game. Windward Island leads in 2-0. It's time for the Leeward Islands to maybe register a victory. This is Vernon Springer here live at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for 360. So the Leeward Islands winning the toss and deciding in this third match that they will be bowling first. Teams for today for the Leeward Islands: Caris Farrell wearing the number 10, captain. Andre Peters, number 5. Then we have Isaiah Harris wearing the number 8. Deshaun James wearing number 11. Aidan Williams, number 16. Kamari France, number 22. Adoni Ali, number 14. Ryan Marcham wearing the number 6. Dante Odlum, he gets his first opportunity today wearing the number 15. Elijah Miller missed out today, the fast bowler. Damari Prentice, number 27. And Nicholas Hero continues to be in the lineup. For the Windward Islands, Jeshan Joseph, the captain, wearing number 20. Dervin Lewis, who's going to be the opening batsman, will be walking out anytime soon. Alex Armstrong, number 21. Aaron St. Clair, number 9. Amir Lavia, number 12. Neon Davis, number 18. Javin Benjamin, number 64. Then we have Ahmad Williams, number 29. Dylan John, number 7. Caleb Chaz, number 4. And Evan Gillip, the fast bowler, coming in. That's the team for the Windward Islands. As the opening batsman for the Windward Islands walking out, we have Derwin Lewis and Alex Armstrong, while the Leeward Islands will be rolling out. So far, a total of some 499 runs have been scored to date from all the teams. 138.4 overs bowled, 40 wickets have fallen. And so far in this game for the Windward Islands, you have Alex Armstrong. Dylan John has got the top score so far, 37 not out and 21 not out. He's got 21. He's got the most runs, I think. Alex Armstrong has got 32. Derwin Lewis, 28. Jeshan Joseph, 27. Ahmad Williams, 26. Lavia, 23. For the Leewards, Aidan Williams, 33. Deshaun James, 29. Isaiah Harris, 23. Andre Peters got 15. So, a lot to play for here. And like I said, It's been not batting friendly, but we'll see in terms of what happens today. Umpires in place today. Marissa Laurie. Mr. Ogis. Leeward starting with 2 slips. Kenya France, who will start from the CIU road end. He was just stopped by the umpire. Kamari France. Young, bright prospect fast bowler. He's up for the fight. And he bongs away to bowl the first delivery of the 3rd day. Lois just shoulders arm. Good leave, good carry to the keeper. I think Farrell is going to have to pay attention to his positioning of where his first slip fielder is and his second slip fielder. Looks rather close there in terms of where he picked that ball. In fact, where he's starting from behind the first slip to go and maybe try and collect the ball. Ball pitched between middle and leg, missed out by Lewis to be able to just work it into the onside. Another dot ball here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. So good morning to the entire world, to all the folks all over who are listening to us in St. Kitts, in Nevis, in Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, the USA, Canada, United Kingdom, Guyana, Barbados. Good length delivery there from France. And Lewis driving. Really didn't lead with his head on his shoulders. Missed out on a half volley. Another dot ball. And most young batsmen tend to like the bat onto the ball. France into Lewis down the inside. Just about middle and leg. Using the depth of the crease there, Lewis, to be able to just work that. Something he's going to have to work on as a young player. So good morning to Trevor Shillingford, the Director of Sports in Dominica, my longtime friend for life. Thomas Kentish. Milton Small in Barbados. Adrian Donovan. France to Lewis. Lewis is back and forcing this down to the wide 3rd man. And he's off the mark. And so too is the Windward Islands. So Lewis is one. It brings the right-hander Armstrong on strike. Leeward Islands carries Farrell, winning the toss and deciding they're going to bowl first and not bat. Sort of strange decision in the context. No spectators journeying in as yet.
Come here, Mari.
One without loss. France.
Catch him, boys. Catch him,
He has been impressive. So too has been Miller. And Ali. Williams. But it's France Day. Turned away. Down the onside. Ali coming around. Won't get there. Into the boundary for 4. First runs, first boundary. Alex Armstrong off the mark with a badly lined delivery. And at the end of over number 1, the Windward Islands are 5 without loss. So just straining length there. And Armstrong, who's been in good touch so far, made no mistake. 53rd edition of the, as you look back at the replay there, just let the ball come to him. Like his approach here so far. Armstrong. Ali, who originally in his first 2 games started from the CIU road end in Antigua and Barbuda. Will now bowl from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It started with a 1 slip. And he's coming around the wicket straight away and not over to the left-hander Lewis. Ali from St. Kitts. On the money straight away. As Harris coming around in that catching short extra cover position. So good morning to Cleve Joseph. I have to call him Sir Cleve sometimes. Flashing again. Nowhere close to the line of the ball. Now he's talking to himself, Lewis, and saying, maybe just left that. No need for me to be chasing at that. Two deliveries bowled here so far by young Ali. Driving, can't beat the fielder at cover. I think it's Damari Prentice knocking down that one in that position. Interesting times ahead for cricket in the Caribbean. Seeing a statement come out today from the Prime Minister of the Republic. In fact, Prentice is coming off the field. So, don't know if that ball might have jammed his finger, but he ran off very quickly. So the Cricket West Indies physio will have to deal with him. Ian Jeremiah comes on as the replacement emergency fielder. Got a slip. Backward point to cover. Short extra cover. Mid on, mid off. Third man. Short mid wicket. Lone fielder down on the fine leg. Ali strays down the leg side. Call wide by umpire Melissa Laurie. Just trying to push that one down the onside. As I was saying earlier, Barbados not receiving any international games. They'll get to the schedule in a while. Drive in loosely, no second slip, down to the third man fielder. That's why I was wondering why did Farrell not start with 2 slips for Ali. Started with 2 slips for France, but 1 slip for Ali. That would have gone straight down second slip's throat. Farrell has got other ideas. West Indies on their 2026 home series, 4 test matches, 12 white ball matches. We have touring Sri Lanka, New Zealand, Pakistan. Get back to that schedule. Armstrong in strike. Just works this one down the onside. Farrell is after it. Can't stop the single. Good positive running leg by signal by the umpire. Good match awareness by Armstrong and Lewis. Seems like a long over so far. If you're wondering what's happening, it's the Cricket West Indies bilateral series. In Jamaica, you have Trinidad and Tobago taking on Jamaica. In Guyana, Barbados. In Antigua and Barbuda, you have the Leewards and Windwards. Don Lewis, 14 years of age, just pulled out. Wasn't quite ready because what happened is that Ali is... Where was Ali going? Ali looked like he forgot where he was going to bowl. So Lewis just stopped him. Now he's back around the wicket. Down the onside, more wide again. It's gone past Farrell. 4 wides. It's all happening here. The wheels are falling off by Ali in this over. Just seems to be confused whether he wants to bowl around or over. Just needs to get that non-bowling arm into position. He swings the ball and swings it very late. He just has to concentrate on landing the ball in the right area. Almost like a repeatable action. He has to complete his action. Don't try anything. No. That's where he should have been starting first.
Switch now coming at you, right arm, over.
Over the wicket. The ball tucked up.
Over.
Lewis. So finally, his second over comes to an end. And at the end of 2 overs, the Windward Islands are 13 without loss after being inserted by the Leeward Islands. Dylan Armstrong, who goes to school in Barbados, born in Dominica. France will start from the CI road end. No doubt Windward Island fans will be expecting a big score today from Lewis and Armstrong. Good leave there by Armstrong. Just has to be careful when he's coming forward that he doesn't overstride. Just thought that he stride was just too big there. But he will tell me, Mr. Springer, you're in the chair, I'm out in the middle. "13 without loss, over number 2 as France starts. He's bounding away now. On his bike, in out the bowl to Armstrong, who's driving down to mid-on. Mid-on, a bit deep. Would be advised maybe to pay attention, don't get caught onto his heels.
Red ball, Mary, red ball, Mary, red ball, Mary, red ball, Mary. Red ball, Mary.
13 without loss. It's going to be cricket and more cricket around the region being played. Armstrong looking for a single. Lewis is not interested. Talking now about the home series tour. 12 white ball matches, 4 test matches against Sri Lanka. June 3rd, 6th, 8th. 3 ODIs at Sabina Park. And then you have 3 T20s also at Sabina Park, 11th, 13th and 14th of June. We'll come back to that. Armstrong driving can't beat Isaiah. And then you have a warm-up game at the Coolidge Cricket Ground against Sri Lanka. It might be the academy or it might be a select team. And then the first test at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium June 18th, no sorry, June 25th to the 29th, the first test. West Indies versus Sri Lanka, and the second test, June 3rd to the 7th. Here is Armstrong just leaning into this one and just hitting this down the ground, can't score. And then we get ready for the white ball series against Guyana, in Guyana versus New Zealand, June 11th, 13th, 15th. They start with the ODIs, and then you have the T20s, 18th, 19th, 21st, the T20s. And then we'll have Pakistan. Break for a while. Armstrong on driving. This time the field is a lot more alert, so he can't get that run. So maiden over by Kamari France. This impressive young man who continues to look good. The end of 2. Knocked for 5 for him. Then we got Pakistan, who will be in the Caribbean. Warm-up game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Brian Lara visiting Guyana. Made a presentation last evening to the president of one of his cricket bats. And he broke the record at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And then we'll have the first test at Queen's Park Oval, July 25th to the 29th. And the second test in August at the Brian Lara Academy, August 2nd to the 6th. And then right after that, you know, we get ready for the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League. Got 7 teams that will be competing in the championship. Here goes Williams. Change being made. Appeal for a caught behind. Every now and again, Derwin Lewis plays a naughty shot. I think the reason for that is that his left foot is, he's not moving his left foot across so he could be able to pick up the line of the ball. I think he has to get into position very early. That's a lot better, more compact. He was just playing it out to backward point that time. He made the adjustment and waited on the delivery. There's been high talk for Derwin Lewis. Good morning to Tyrone Theophile, a good friend of mine. Somebody who also contributed to the Pickett Cricket Club development in Antigua and Barbuda, Windward Islands as well. Dead ball signal by the umpire, Melissa Laurie. Leewards, they look and sound flat. You have to get some energy. Something has to happen. Pitched up on drive by Lewis. Didn't really hit the right part of the bat there, simply because I don't think that he leaned into it. Ali at mid-on, rubbing away. 13 without loss. Into over number 4. Short, back of the length, and Lewis is just defending. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. And this weekend is going to be a cracker, especially in the Spice Isle of Grenada. Well over 750 athletes going to be competing in the 53rd edition of the Carifta Games. The games that continue to produce heroes at the Karani James Stadium in Grenada. So many outstanding male and female athletes have come out of the Carifta Games. The likes of Kim Collins, Julian Alfred, Usain Bolt, back on the cross and defending nicely. Over comes to an end. Maiden over by Williams. So we've had 2 maidens on the trot. First by France, now by Williams. It ends over number 4. Windward Islands with a cautious start. They are 13 without loss.
Come, Mary, come, Mary, come, Mary, come, Mary.
Utter bowling out of Trinidad and Tobago. The list is so long. Shelley and Fraser, everybody. It's the biggest track and field junior event in the world, the Carifta Games. It takes place on the Easter weekend. It's going to be a thriller. Armstrong gets a hard length delivery. Could do nothing else but just defend. So no fireworks yet. Only one boundary have been hit so far for the morning. I think the Windward Islands have come in with a purpose plan. And they maybe want to take their time. Their management team, Dalton, Polders, James and company, would have maybe indicated, and Coach Casimir, to maybe just back the entire 50 overs. Here is Armstrong steering this one down to the third man area. And he goes up to 5, 14 without loss. Lewis, the left-hander, comes in to strike. I want to say kudos to my team here in Antigua and Barbuda, camera crew. Another tucked up delivery. One thing about France is bowling a very hard length. He's always charging, he's always coming through. One of the things I think I would like to see happening, we've strayed away from it, is that we really need to establish a fast bowling camp, especially at this level, and a batting camp as well, where we identify the best talents. I'll come back to that. Back of Lincoln steering it. I just think that too many times there's just too much talk, a lot of flutter, and no action. You have to get the right personnel in place and be able to identify. Saw the appointment of Otis Gibson as a fast bowling coach. I'd love to see Otis Gibson down at this level, working with these potentially young fast bowlers, so he can teach them about the game. Back of a length again and defending nicely. Sometimes when you look at the folks who are with the senior team, and then they're maybe not with their territorial team, kind of begins to ask yourself, how are we using our resources? Got somebody like a Ravi Rampal. Why is he not around the Trinidad and Tobago setup? Pitched up, driven, sweetly took cover for 4. And France knows that that was a poor delivery, half volley. And the half volley got its treatment. Leaned into it, Deshaun Lewis. Just look at it. Good head position. And he finished it. There's always a flair about a left-hander. And Lewis would enjoy that. 5 overs bowl, 18 without loss. Two boundaries have been hit so far. Extras have been 7. The Leewards searching for some sort of success. Short ball, very poorly lined delivery again by Aidan Williams. Attempt to create a run out. Melissa Rowie has her 2 long hands trotting around, indicating that it's a wide.
Right hand, right, left hand.
Score goes up to 19 without loss. Williams starting with a wide. In the number 16, he's going to bowl to the left hander now, pitched up. And just losing his shape there is Lewis. Score remains on 19 without loss. We're into over number 5. It's a lovely sunny day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Youngsters can't ask for anything else better. short ball again down the onside. Poorly line delivery again by Williams. Lucky to get away with it. Again, no pace, lack of pace there. And Lewis likes the ball coming onto him. Aiden Williams just bowling more cutters at him. $20 without loss. Another duck delivery by Williams. Here goes Williams. Bungs away. Short, and he hoists this one up in the air. Is it a chance? No. It's gone for 4. Just for a moment, Williams thought that he was in the game, but he wasn't to be. A boundary instead goes to Lewis, who now goes to 10. Looks like Marsham down on the boundary there. Might have maybe had a bigger effort in that one. Miscued. Driven. True cover.
Dead ball. Dead ball.
Into the boundary for 4. Back-to-back boundaries to Lewis. I think the ball would have skidded off of the practice areas and kind of hit the feeler in his head. I think it might have been, just checking just to see, Nicholas Hero. I think he might be. The physio has come out very quickly to maybe just see if he's okay. I think he might be fine. But for precautionary reasons, she would have to check. But there was a bit of concern because even the batsman and all sort of raised him. So he's going through the necessary checks. Please lift your left leg. Can you tell me your name? Your mommy's name? Gonna check the eyes. Yeah. So just a slight hold up in play. Concussion. Ooh, just going through those paces. She's satisfied. And he's maybe gonna get a drink of water. And anytime soon play will resume. Umpire's just standing by and waiting for the procedure to take place. But in the meantime, here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 6 overs bowled, Windward Islands 28 without loss. Run rate is 4.67. I think this is one of the best opening stands that we've had so far in the series. Toss won by the Leeward Islands. I think she's just maybe just giving the umpires her final report. And physio feels very satisfied that everything is okay. And the players maybe will be so glad to get some Dasani water break. Let's find out see if everybody's okay. And we're good to go. So after that 3 minutes treatment, Hero is okay. And we'll be off and running again. So 28 without loss. Lois is 14 from 26. Armstrong is 5 from 10. And these two look like they're, as in cricketing plants in the Caribbean you would hear, they're up for a long day. Good conditions here. And who wouldn't want to cash in and be able to register their name? Williams is going to come around the wicket now
Coming at you, right
to
arm,
the
go wrong. 5 balls.
left-hander, Derwin Lewis. Goes past the umpire Laurie into Lewis short and stands up straight and spanks that. But can't beat Isaiah Harris. Puts his body on the line. Over comes to an end. And like I said, at the end of over number 6, 28 without loss. Lewis is 14, Armstrong is 5.
I don't know.
Mid-wicket, don't do mid-wicket.
Right after this, Cricket West Indies bilateral under 15 series in Antigua and Barbuda. We'll have Guyana, Windward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands starting in the 4-day revised series here in Antigua and Barbuda. France bungs away. Cool and collectively calm as Armstrong. He's in no hurry. Comes quietly forward. His dad is here, always supporting him. Dad would have played for Barbados a very long time ago in the then Northern Telecom Under-19 Championship. France into Armstrong, who's just stabbing at it. With a very positive straight bat. The score remains on 28. It's over number 7. Don't know if Philo Wallace will be following the under 15 cricket. If he is, good morning, Philo. Armstrong just working this one around. Coming around is Aiden Williams. And he hurls the throw to Farrell. Almost right on top of the stump. Talking point is the Caribbean. This weekend is going to be Bahamas of the elections coming up on May 12th. And over the next couple of days, we'll wait to see what the election date would be in Antigua and Barbuda as well. Short delivery pulled away to the onside. Odlum just feeling for a while, but gets it back in very quickly.
Step full, Mari, step full, Mari, step full, Mari.
Rotation of the strike. Score goes up to 30. Now brings Armstrong, the right-hander, into strike. He's 6 from 13. Lewis is 15 from 27. Talking about birthdays. Anyone celebrating their birthday today? Happy birthday. And to the men, happy Earth Day. Happy Earth Day to Mr. Mention. Down the onside. Missed out there was Armstrong. New Vibe Sugar Band. So good morning to the folks in Montserrat. All of the Basils. Basil Morgan, Basil Chambers, Davon Williams. Short ball can be considered a wide. France just trying something extra. No need to try anything. Just keep it simple. Also good morning to Chanel Burns in Montserrat. Dino Baker. Don't know if he's in Montserrat or he's gone back up to England. Again, good leave, good effort. Good effort ball. Over comes to an end. The end of over number 7. 31 without loss. Lewis is 15. Armstrong is 6. The run rate being consistent, 4.43.
Over now.
Batter the ball coming at you right.
Williams will start again. Playing around a straight delivery there is Derwin Lewis. Be advised to just turn his hips and look to undrive the ball down the ground. You know, once we get into April, after April, you know, it's going to be festival time in the Caribbean. And so you have the St. Lucia Jazz Festival coming up. Short delivery again.
Right out.
It's going to be from Thursday 30th April to Tuesday 5th May 2026. And some real international stars coming to St. Lucia. You also have the St. Kitts Music Festival coming up, and then you'll have a string of carnivals banding through. Williams is now taking the slip out. So there's no slip, which means that Farrell will have to go wider. He does that quietly. So make sure you get your tickets early. Go buy your tickets. Whether it is St. Kitts Music Festival, the Jazz Festival, you name it. Get yourself organized. Another delivery, another dot ball in the process. .31 without loss. Quiet. No wickets lost so far. Leewards will have to get a buzz back and across. Really slow delivery. You could tell Devon Lewis is not enjoying this, but it's going to be a mental approach for him. He has to make that adjustment. He likes the ball coming onto his bat, so he has to make that adjustment. Maybe he might just have to just bat, just off his squeeze, just make that, you know, just take a step forward.
Wide.
Williams trying something again, giving away a wide. Gotta keep it simple. Every now and again they get so excited, impatient. Cricket is a patient game. You gotta bowl in pairs. Dot ball, dot ball, dot ball. Muscle memory on the money every day. Again, full the length. Without that wide, over comes to an end. 8 overs bowled, 32 without loss. One thing that you have to understand, and these young players will have to, both in bowling, batting, fielding, is that you have to understand, and then you have to adjust differently, different conditions. Find sometimes that our coaches, the way they coach, they don't coach patience, they don't coach adjustments. And you have to teach them. You have to teach them the game. Sometimes you go to a ground and there's a lot of grass. Doesn't mean that the wicket is fast, you know. But mentally, sometimes a cricketer gets broken down by seeing that and says, "Wow, this wicket is going to be fast." So France is pulled out of the attack. Ali comes in now. Here is a sweetly timed cover drive for 4. Full toss. And Isaiah, based on his standards, would feel very disappointed that he didn't stop that Isaiah Harris. And so another boundary to Armstrong in the process. The 5th of the Windward Island innings. Kamari France, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wickets today. Aiden Williams, 3-1-7 not. And Adani Ali starting his second over, his first. Cost 7 from the media center, and he's now changed to the CIA road end. Comes in out the ball to Armstrong. Armstrong just waits on it and steers it down to third man. And they get a very comfortable single in the end, and the score goes up to 38.
Think you should go with the slip still?
Today, as we consider it to be, would be Holy Thursday. Lois gets a delivery and just makes the adjustment, leaves it alone. It's Holy Week all around. All of the teams heading out to Carifta. It's going to be a buzz of action, both for the Carifta Swimming Championship and also for the Athletic Championship. Ali. Beautiful delivery. That's the line. That's where he has to be bowling, Ali. Has to get into that rhythm. Just look at beautiful line. Again, now and again, Lois not getting that right foot out to the pitch of the ball. There goes Ali. Just trying to work that into the onside. I think it might be a leg by. Didn't get bat onto that. Just simply because he's got to get more nimble on his feet. Derwin Lewis.
Stay, Harris, do mid-wicket.
So good morning to Terry Adams in Anguilla. Lanville Harrigan, Wayne and Eustace Proctor, Roy Gums, Joe Gums. Short delivery here is good line delivery there. Ali just looks like he doesn't have the rhythm. Over number 9 comes to an end, and at the end of 9, 34 without loss. I'm wondering if the scoreboard is playing tricks with me.
But the returning ball, do right arm over.
12 extras so far. .34 without loss. France is now turned around to the media center end. Are we saying that France can't bowl again? I find that very strange. Yeah, but he bowled 4 overs. He should be able to bowl. Why would he not be able to bowl? I can't get that worked out. He should be able to bowl.
Hi. Hello.
I find that strange. So, Kamari France started and he bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wickets. Farrell decided to switch him around to the media center end. The umpires intervened, Melissa Laurie. She had a word, and it's been clear that he can't bowl again until the break. Find that strange. Listen. 34 without loss, 9 overs. Just to let you know if you just tuned in, Leeward Islands won the toss and decided that they're going to bowl first. I maybe might have had a crack at this by batting first. But they maybe don't feel that confident.
Right arm over.
So Williams will continue, and he will start his 4th over. Farrell just making some adjustments in the field. Here goes Williams. Short ball and pulled away behind square for 4. Fielder should have done a lot better with that by knocking down that delivery, Martian. And Williams just lost his way there. Short ball, no need for that. Just got to be patient. Got to bowl the ball at a fuller length. Match referee Joe Edwards just brought some recommendations out of the playing conditions. Because France would have bowled 4 overs from the CIU road end, he'll now, then they took him off, he'll now have to rest for 30 minutes. In fact, he's told me 40 minutes. Pulled away. 4 more. Poorly line delivery. Just really load management. These playing conditions. So another badly lined delivery from Aiden Williams, who's just maybe just lost the plot. Lewis goes up to 19, score goes up to 42 without loss. Williams defends as Lewis. He's 19 from 39, Deshaun Lewis. This one dying in front of Farrell. Farrell will have to maybe make the adjustments. Williams is not as quick as maybe a France or a Miller, so he can make that adjustment and step up some more. And in fact, Aiden Williams sometimes now and again tend to bowl a lot more cutters. So he's got to be on his feet, on the money again, straight away. After 2 poorly line deliveries, end of 10. And Windward Islands are 42 without loss. Lewis is 19, Armstrong is 11.
Just give me.
Good morning to Elaine Turner. Her mom, bowling figures, France 4-1, 13 naught, Ali 2 naught, 12 naught, and Williams 4-1, 15 naught. 12 extras so far, 10 of us have been bowled. And the Windward Islands really lining up a big approach this morning, 42 without loss. Ali will continue from the CIU road end. Here goes Ali, bounding away. The ball to the right-handed Armstrong. Armstrong is back and across and steering it out to the fielder at backward point, gully area. The score remains on 42 without loss. Sun is belting down here in Antigua and Barbuda. This Easter weekend, Ali into bowl to Armstrong. Armstrong is compact as ever, solid young man. He's got good defense, feet moving, good head position. Just played this right down to mid-on. The nice straight bat, high elbow. Armstrong is 11. Ali to Armstrong. Again, he's working this into the short mid-wicket area. Can't score. Fielder looks like Prentice. He's due for some big runs. He's got the potential. Just needs to believe in himself. Everything is in the mind. Mindset. Got to start working on the young players' minds. We have to start teaching them the game. Ali. Delivery. Stroked into the offside. Didn't try to overhit it. Just leaned into it. And just caressed it. Ali Armstrong looks like he wants to bat for a very long time today. He wants a big one. Sometimes you have to repay the investment, all of the hours that your dad would have put in with you, your coaches, your friends. You have to pay them back with something. Get a big 100 for a 3 without loss. Lewis. Left-hander. Clipped away. Magnificent save there. Putting his body on the line is Isaiah Harris. He's taking a beating today so far. Dante Odlum down in the fine leg boundary. He might be called in to execute some medium pace bowling as well. Down the onside, turned away. He comes into action straight away. Fires a return right back to the keeper. Over number 11 is completed. And at the end of it, Lewis is 20, Armstrong is 12. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Windward Islands batting first. They are 44 without loss. Ali completes history. He's got 0 for 14. Spin time. Oh, yes. Prentice.
Right arm over. New bowler.
Given an opportunity to bowl today. So if Prentice is just come on, why do we have long on and long off back on the boundary? You're automatically giving away a single. Stroked out into the offside. This is the first over. We got a sweep on the offside, sweep on the leg side. Long on and long off back on the boundary, and the score is 45 without loss. Don't quite understand those tactics. Armstrong into strike. Off spinner. Armstrong comes quietly forward. Tick Farrell has to also understand that he's on top. He has to keep attacking. Can't just give away runs. Got to make the Windward Islands work for their runs. Another dot delivery. 45 without loss.
Not out.
Here is Armstrong missing out on the delivery. He's trying to go square. Being advised to be able to turn his hips and hit that ball down the ground. That's an easy single. Just meet it on the full and hit it down the ground. The nice straight bat. Back and just works it into the onside. Isaiah not quick enough and they got an easy single. He was in two minds. He was thinking which end to go to. In the end, they got a very comfortable single in the process. Armstrong goes to 13. Lewis is on 21. Score 46 without loss. Left-hander comes in to strike. And Derwin Lewis just casually didn't meet out to that. He needed to lean into that. Over comes to an end. The first by Prentice. It's cost him 2 runs. And the score at the end of 12. The Windward Islands are 46 without loss. Lewis is 21 and Armstrong is 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's check to find out
Come on, you some.
if anything is happening.
Harris, do me
Match start delayed
Do me that.
in Ghana. And I'll find out what's happening in Jamaica in a while. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and will bat first, so we'll have some action coming out of Jamaica. So that's good news for the under-15 cricketers.
Nick, you back.
It's also good news here because there's more spin. Andre Peters from the CIA Road end to Armstrong, who comes quietly forward. Technically, I like the approach of Alex Armstrong. Really looks composed. Good delivery there by Peters. Good take by Farrell. It's got a slip. Short third man, backward point, sweep on the offside, cover, mid off, long on, short mid wicket, deep backward square. Again another delivery outside the line of the off stump. And Armstrong is not interested. Peters. Good start so far. Short. But got away with it. Sort of cramp Armstrong for room. 4 good deliveries so far. Run rate has dropped to 3.63. Lovely delivery. Spun past Armstrong, who's playing inside the line. 46 without loss. Again, just looking for an expansive drive there. Armstrong. Dot ball in the end. Another maiden by the Leeward Islands bowling attack. So Peters starts with a maiden, and at the end of 13, the Windward Islands, you could tell that they're on a mission. They're 46 without loss. They've been maybe chastised to bat the entire 50 overs. It's been a complete clinical display so far. Prentice to Derwin Lewis. Lewis doesn't seem comfortable, and I think that what he has to do, you have to lead with your head and your shoulders. The ball is going to come down. That's one of the things that you have to learn. And he comes quietly forward. It's almost the same thing as when you're going to be driving. You turn some of those deliveries into a full toss. Prentice. to Lewis. Just gonna jack down on that. Just lobbed over the first slip. And just picked up a single in the process. So with the pace off to the Windward Island batsman, once you don't get into the right position, then you sort of get frustrated. You maybe can just gift your wicket away. Prentice to Armstrong, easy single. You just stroke that down the ground. Somebody has to tell Prentice he has to get across and stop that. You're the bowler, so once you bowl, you have to know where you want the batsman to hit the ball. So you slide across like a Roger Harper, or Noel Gishard, and you run that man out. Quicker, faster. It's a sort of modern thing which we've seen in the game. The young bowlers don't seem to want to be able to stop the ball.
No.
If the over comes to an end, 2 runs coming out of the over, and the score goes up to 48 without loss. If they played in an era with people like Sir Clive and Viv Richards and company, those guys would be taking one of those deliveries and hitting it back straight at you to find out how good you are and if you can catch. And also damaging your hand in the process, especially your bowling hand. 14 overs bowled, 48 without loss. Armstrong is 14, Lewis is 22. The start of over number 15. Peters will continue.
No single line still though. Fast enough.
Peters. Short, and Armstrong is back and trying to pace the offside. Good piece of fielding there by Prentice. I think Prentice needs to give himself some room. They're just too close. Gotta pay attention to the angles in the game. Here is a delivery which almost yorked Armstrong. He'll be advised to look to hit the ball down the ground. No need to try and get fancy. Armstrong is 14, waits for Peters. Peters to Armstrong. Flatter, faster, outside the line of the off stump. Somebody please ask Caris Farrell to stay down in his stance. Has to stay down, especially when you have the spinner on. Can't be halfway. Good delivery there. Maybe could have been a single if Lewis was backing up. Peters getting through his over very quickly. 48 without loss.
Yeah.
Peters. Again, another good delivery. It's gone past Alex Armstrong. Armstrong looks bemused, as if like, what is happening here? He's going to have to make that adjustment. He does. He just allows the ball to come to him. Second maiden, so Peters has started well. On the money. Yeah? 2 maidens on a trot. And the score remains on 48 without loss at the end of over number 15. Lewis 22 from 52 balls and Armstrong 14 from 40. Some 6 boundaries have been hit so far in the Windward Islands innings. Extras have been 12. And it's going to be a long day. Leewards have used 5 bowlers so far. France 4-1, 13 naught. Ali 3 naught, 14 naught. Williams 4-1, 15 naught. Prentice, who starts his third over, stayed away. There almost was hesitation there to get the single. Armstrong was ambling through. The score goes up to 49. Prentice with a blue turban on his head to match the tropical wave of his number 27 jersey, which also has in some blue. Gonna bowl to the right-handed Armstrong. Armstrong is back. And, oh, the first slip being alert. He might have caught that. 50 comes up for the Windward Islands. They can get 2. That certainly was a chance there. You've got to be alert at slip. You've got to be looking to catch everything. 50 comes up for the Windward Islands. 51 without loss. And Armstrong goes to 16.
What? Yeah.
In this game called cricket, you have to be expecting every ball to come to you. Full toss. Armstrong drive in and knocked down by Prentice. Should have done a lot better with that, Armstrong. That was a full toss. Down the onside, sweeping at it. Farrell doesn't take. Bye signal in the process. Has to stay down. Wicket keeping is hard. You have to get fit. Got to put in those drills. You got to put in those leg works. Got to run. Your core has to be strong. 52 without loss. Back again and punching, can't score. Isaiah Harris comes across in the cover area. Lewis, 23. Comes down the wicket and tugs this one down to Williams at long on. It's a quite comfortable single. Over number 16 comes to an end. And at the end of 16, the Windward Islands, who were asserted by the Leeward Islands, are 53 without loss. 53 without loss. I will ring in the changes. Peters has started well. He started with 2 maidens so far. We want to continue in that process.
Yeah.
The Windward Islands, they've got a good start. They can only just build on that. 53 without loss. Darwin Lewis, he's due for a big one. He's 24, the left-hander. He waits for Peters. Clipped it in the onside. He's thinking about 2. France comes in, but he slips on the non-striker's end. Is Lewis. And so he only gets 1 run. Brings the right-hander, Alex Armstrong, into strike. Armstrong. Just looking around at the field as Farrell continues to pace the offside. Again, Farrell coming up too early. Buys again signal. Has to stay down. Once you keep into the spin, you can't be halfway. You can't be halfway and then you're up and then trying to get back down. Have to stay down long enough. Here is Darwin Lewis driving again. Another single, so rotation of the strike has been excellent in this over. So they seem to have just picked up their momentum. Peters starting with 2 overs. They've been able to get 3 singles in the process. Over in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, batting against Jamaica. Quicker, faster, flatter by Peters. Left alone by Armstrong. Armstrong 17. Compact in defense again is Alex Armstrong. And what I like about him is his composure. Very, very, very solid in defense. Alex Armstrong. Short. Goes back and cracks that, but can't beat the fielder. Backward point. Good feeling there by Prentice. Over comes to an end. Over number 17. And the Windward Islands have had a good start so far. 56 without loss. Lewis is 26. Armstrong is 16. As I say, good morning once again to my colleague and Dominica Trevor Shillingford. Cardigan Connor, now the sports minister in Anguilla. Minister of Tourism and Sports. What about Kern Saunders? He might be teaching at this time. Don Farrell in St. Martin. Scorn past him with a drifter, the apprentice. No, Ron Daniel in Nevis will be glued to his television along with his boys. Tyler Martin. Folks in the Brownhill area. Here is Lewis just chipping this golf style like a Tiger Woods. Getting in a very easy single in the process. Odlum coming off of the boundary very quickly. Score goes up to 57 without loss. Lewis goes to 27. Prentice to Armstrong. Armstrong defends quietly. Preparation is always key. You could tell that these two young batsmen are very well prepared. Short and wide, spanked out into the offside. They both apply their craft in Barbados. Score goes up to 58. Armstrong goes to 17. Lewis goes to 27. The run rate is now 3.28. Prentice, just for a moment, deciding to get naughty there was Derwin Lewis. Missed it completely. A juggle from Farrell. But everything good. Slip, I just think, is just too close. On drive by Derwin Lewis. So, the first break of the morning, 18 overs bowled by the Leeward Islands. And at the end of the first break, 59 without loss. Armstrong is 17, Lewis is 28. The run rate is 3.28. If I can just maybe just get the bowling stats as we have our first water break here with Tropical Wave Leeward Islands. They maybe can't wait for this Dasani water break. Bowling figures: France 4 overs 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wickets. Ali 3 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. Williams 4 overs 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wickets. Prentice, first time in the series, 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. And Peters, who started with 2 maidens, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs, no wicket. Extras 14. And the Windward Islands, they're off to a solid start, 59 without loss. We'll take a Dasani water break, and we'll be back in 3 minutes' time. So after the first water break of the morning session, 59 overs have been scored. And we just say good morning to the champions in the Nevis in fact, primary school golf championship held at the athletic facility, Charlestown Primary, winning out 7 straight times. Joycelyn Libert Primary School finishing second, and all the schools and the organizers who participated in that track and field championship. We're back with the action. Cricket action. Peters starts his 4th over. So the break, 18 overs bowled, first break. Here is Lois, easy on the eyes. Just that came off his bat so sweet. He just steered that out into the offside. Now takes Lewis up to 29. Brings Armstrong, the right-hander, into strike. He's on-driving down the ground, gets an easy single. So I think that Farrell has to make that adjustment. Peters is bowling with good control. You can afford to bring that fielder inside the 30-yard circle and force Armstrong to go over the top if he wants. But just don't give away singles. Lewis driving square out to the sweeper. Marchand. They get another single again. The boundaries here, square and straight, are 65 meters. So even if you have Marsham out on the boundary, you can afford to maybe just bring Marsham in some more. Lovely delivery. Armstrong not comfortable to Peters. You could see that. It's worrying him, but he's there still. Armstrong is fighting. He's 18 from 50. He's not going to give his wicket away. First game swept away. Lovely shot. That's a beautiful cricket shot by young Alex Armstrong. Offline and put it away very quickly. Score in the process goes up to 66 without loss at the end of over number 19. Over in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago under 15 at the end of 3. They are 10 without loss. So 66 without loss. Armstrong goes to 22 and Lewis is on 30. 30 from 63 with Prentice starting from the media center in here. Prentice to Lewis. Lewis just clips this one into the onside. Picks up a very easy single. Language guys growing in confidence now. Maybe he's been told by his coach Dalton Polius, listen, it's time to push on. Remember our targets. We've got a good start. The field is widespread, so you have to start to work the ball around, turn ones into twos, twos into threes. Here is Armstrong coming forward to a lovely flighted delivery. Nice straight bat. Prentice, the number 27 to Armstrong. Cramps him for room, more or less. Could have maybe just gone back and across, stood up and punched that. He's now looking to pull that expansively. It's gone all the way over wide long, the wide middle area for 6. That is a good cricket shot by the young man. He got deep into his crease, short, length, and he put it away ferociously by young Armstrong, and it's gone all the way for the Sani Maximum. He was lightning quick onto his feet there, Alex Armstrong, and dispatched the short ball from Prentice for 6. Armstrong goes to 28. Stands up straight, punches it, can't beat the fielder cover. He looks prepared, he looks like a batsman. Lost his shape there, he was looking to go for that shot again. Missed out in the process. So at the end of 7:20, Windward Islands now looking to pile the pressure on. 73 without loss. Lewis 31 from 65 deliveries. Armstrong 28 from 57 in the process. Extras of 14, 73 without loss. Andrea Peters. Start, stop. Have to make that readjustment. Here goes Peters to Lewis, who comes languidly forward. He's got long levers, Lewis. He's sweeping down to Odlum. Comes onto the practice strip areas. Does a nice piece of work. Sure not on target, but backed up by Ali on the onside. Today is going to be another busy day at the VC Bird International Airport. Ooh, beaten all ends up. Have the Bullets Sports Club, they're heading out to a wind ball competition in Barbados. Again, nice flighted delivery by Peters, luring Armstrong, who's just stylishly playing it up to cover. Peters short, and he goes back and cracks that past the backward point. Prentice sweeper comes around to get 1 run. Fires a powerful return to Farrell. Armstrong goes up to 29, brings Lewis. It's not Lewis Armstrong, it's a Lewis Armstrong combination. It is Lewis and strike. Stands up straight to flatter and faster delivery. Defends. At the end of over number 21, the Windward Islands are 75 without loss. 75 without loss in the process. And just to let you know, it's going to be an exciting home series for the men in maroon. Talking about 12 white ball matches and 4 test matches spread across. We have Sri Lanka first, New Zealand, and then Pakistan. Prentice to Armstrong. That kept low. Where did that go? How did that not hit the stump? And they come back quite easily. Will this be buys? Buys. So it missed Armstrong, missed the stumps, and missed Farrell as well. 2 more buys in the process. The score goes up to 77 without loss. Here's Armstrong again, pulling this one out to the mid-wicket fielder. Short. And Armstrong is a big boy. He's got some power. He's already shown his strength already. He's hit 1 over mid-wicket for 6. maybe. The boundary here is 65 meters, and it went 5 meters past that area. Here is Lewis punching, knocked down by Prentice. Lewis 32, Armstrong 30. So there's going to be a race on now to get to 50. Comes quietly forward to a nice flighted delivery. Prentice getting through his overs. This is his 6th over, not for 19. So he's done his job. Advancing is Lewis. And when he gets there, he makes the adjustment. Plays with nice soft hands. Good batting. Real good batting. I like this. I like this approach. And sometimes it's not all about winning. It's about the development of the youngsters, of what you see. Armstrong leaving alone. Good delivery there. And Prentice was like, how did that not bowl him? Well, Prentice, it was not to be, because Armstrong is still there on 30 and Lewis is on 33. 22 overs bowl, 79 without loss. Lots of action taking place in Antigua and Barbuda. Bound for the Carifta Games, the 53rd edition. We've also got female lawn tennis team. Corder Williams taking a female all-girls team to Barbados for a championship in the lawn tennis area. Trying to strengthen the women's tennis. Here is Lewis squeezing this one past Prentice, who looked like he forgot about the game, took his eyes off the ball, and then when he realized what happened, that he had to chase, gave away, I would say, 2 runs there by not keeping his eyes on the ball. Goes up to 81, the wicketkeeper, the captain, he's down injured, and so we will have a Dasani water break in the process. The physio comes on. Leeward Islands management team, head coach Jay Taylor, mentor coach Stuart Williams, and the manager Johnny Frederick from Antigua and Barbuda. And for the Windward Islands, Dalton Polius, head coach, assistant coach Raymond Casimir, and the manager Kevin James. Wasn't a bad player, James. Dalton Polius, he also represented the Leewards, came and played for us. Oh, seems like a long time ago. Not a bad cricketer, played some cricket in England as well. Here is Lewis, driving through the offside, long run for Marcham. Diving around there, did he get there? He did. And I think he just might have saved 2 runs there. Lewis feels like he got a boundary there, but Marsham, I think, put his body on the line there to stop that one. Marsham. So they picked up 5 wickets, but he's done a lot of work today in the outfield. Lewis 37 comes quietly forward. Like I said, he's got long levers. Is Lewis. Derwin Lewis. 14 years old. He's back, hustled him more or less at Peter's delivery. The Leewards, they have to stay in the game. You just need one becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. Ali knocks that down at short extra cover. Every now and again you see glimpses of the talent of the 14-year-old Derwin Lewis. He wants to unleash, but he's going to have to keep batting. Driving, gone past the first slip, racing away into the boundary for 4. That went past the first slip. Deshaun James, a boundary to Lewis. He goes up to 41, and at the end of 23, the Windward Islands are 87 without loss. Armstrong 30, Lewis 41. Must be a little daunting for the Leeward Islands to have not picked up any wickets. There have been some close shaves here. They've been in a position to pick up one or two. Nothing has stuck yet, but they have to stay in the moment. Prentice cramping Armstrong. It's going to have to be very, very, very careful. Armstrong, like a change of pace. One could maybe just go through your defense. Almost fooled for a while. He was coming there for that one. But the lack of pace there, pace taken off of that delivery, had to make that adjustment. Did that well. Stands up straight and punches it into the offside. Gets a very comfortable single. This is good cricket all around by young Alex Armstrong. Like his approach. Really like his attitude here. He's hungry for runs. He's hungry for batting. Derwin Lewis, he wants to tee off. Comes quietly forward. Here goes Prentice. Over the wicket, the ball to the left-hander. And for a moment, as he dropped him, the body language from Prentice indicates that Farrell might have maybe spilled that one, just rising too early. Gotta stay down for a longer period. Stands up and defends that again quite easily. Over comes to an end, and at the end of 24, the Windward Islands are 88 without loss. Lewis 41, Armstrong is 31. That's the latest score here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. It's outside of the Vissy Bird International Airport. It's the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 15 bilateral series for 2026. Farrell still continuing with the slip for Peters. Peters has bowled well. Started with 2 maidens. Another delivery gone past the bat of Armstrong. .88 without loss. We have a all-female manual scoreboard operators today. Stands up straight, punches that to the offside. The Leewards, they got to come up with something spectacular. And they get the chances, they have to take them. Peters on the money. Ripping through his overs very quickly. 88 without loss. Nice flighted delivery then by Peters. You could tell that Armstrong is really not comfortable to Peters. But he's still there. Doesn't matter. The scoreboard won't show that. It will show that he's not out. Squeezed away into the offside for an easy single. This is good batting. Left and right combination being demonstrated. This is what you want to see for young players. The development, you could see them learning. These two have been very, very, very well organized in terms of their preparation. It brings Lewis back into the conversation. Full toss, and he just chips it over the infield. Marshall comes around And they get, that has to be 2 runs. Why is Armstrong ball watching? Lewis is saying, come on. That should have been 2 runs quite easily. So over comes to an end. The Turners are in the house. 25 overs bowled. Windward Islands are 90 without loss. Lewis 42. Armstrong is 32. Prentice, not for 21 from his 7 so far. Short delivery, and he goes big all the way for 6. That is a splendid shot by Derwin Lewis. It was asked to be hit, and he demonstrated those long levers and hit it over mid-wicket. It's a good thing it didn't go into the pool here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Well, that's a big man shot. Goes to 48. .96 without loss. They can't find the ball. And they finally found it. So we've seen a 5-wicket haul. We've seen the seamers dominate. And now it looks as if we're going to see a batsman get in a half-century. Let's hope that I don't jinx the situation. But I don't feel so. Lewis is on his way. Derwin Lewis, batting all rounder from Dominica. Steered past first slip. 49. And he come back hard for his 50. 50 to Derwin Lewis. What a knock. He receives an applause and he says, you got to check out my number on the back. Number 5. 50 of 82 deliveries. What a knock by the young man. This has been a controlled innings. Stands up and just works this into the onside. Can't score. Impressive so far. And he's maybe got more in the tank. He has to now think big. 5 4s and 1 6. He's batted for some 99 minutes. Again, excitement taking place with Prentice. Prentice, he's anxious. He wants a wicket. Short, he goes back and cracks that into the offside. France comes off the boundary. They're only going to relax themselves for 1 run. 100 comes up for the Windward Islands. No, in fact, it's 99. I'm going ahead of myself there. Sorry about that, guys. Prentice into bowl to Armstrong. Now the 100 comes up. Punched easily into the offside by Armstrong. So a good positive start. And at the end of 26, the Windward Islands are 100 without loss. Armstrong is 33 from 71 deliveries, and Lewis is 51 from 85.
Watch you out there, watch you out there.
Harris, here, continue. Here, continue. Harris, come by.
Look around and we see Peters now look to start his 8th over. He's not been able to pick up any wickets yet, but 7 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, no wicket. Gone past Armstrong again, who I think was overstriding. Every now and again, I think sometimes he wants to get forward, but he loses his balance. Something that he'll have to work on. Young Alex Armstrong. The Commonwealth of Dominica. Peters short and slapped away. Odlum is after this. They'll come back for a second run. Will he get there? No, he doesn't. 4 runs. Leewards are having a torrid time here. Armstrong, in the meantime, he quickly rushes up to 37, so he's got 4 boundaries and a 6 as well.
60 minutes I've got is the 8 and ball.
104 without loss. Here goes Peters into Armstrong. Armstrong comes compactly and solidly forward. $104 without loss. Peters to Armstrong, punches, can't beat. Williams at cover. Into the over number 27. Kamari France 5-1, 21 naught. Ali 3 naught, 14 naught. Williams 3-1, 7 naught. Prentice is bowled well so far, 8 naught, 31 naught, and Peters into his 8th over. Squeezed away into the offside. Isaiah Harris comes around like a live wire but can't stop the single. And the Windward Islands piling the pressure on, 105 without loss. Just give my colleague Denmo Roberts a chance to just get a Dasani water break. Here goes Peters into bowl to the left-hander, short and just helped away, down, badly lined delivery. Racing away, hits the boundary ropes now, 4 more. The Leewards losing their way here over number 27 bowled. Badly lined delivery there by Peters, just dragged that down. And all Lewis had to do was get bat onto it. And he did. He got a boundary and the score. In the meantime, at the end of 27, 109 without loss. Lewis 55, Armstrong 38. Good morning, Denmore.
Good morning to you, Spring, and good morning to all of our listeners. Lewis been sent in this morning, and like I've been saying for the entire bilateral series, I thought that he's a much better player than his runs suggested. Happy to see that he's at a half century at this stage. I hope that he continues and look to try and get a big one. Try to see if in the next 23 overs or so, if he can push on and get to 100 and get his team to an unassailable total, a very big total. And the Windwards look very good after being put into bat.
50 came off, 82 deliveries, 5-4s, 1-6. Williams starts with a delivery down the onside.
The body language of the Leeward Islands does not suggest positivity. They almost as if they're just waiting for something to happen. You would love to see Captain Caris Farrell at least try something to see if he can force one of these Windward Islands batters to make a mistake.
And he's pulled Prentice out. He's brought back Williams down the onside again. No, you just come then more, but Prentice bowled very well. 8 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Some off spin. There have been some close shaves. Nothing has stuck yet, then more.
Nothing has stuck yet, but it's good to see that when given an opportunity, like Prentice was today, that he took the opportunity to try and get in some good overs.
Williams into bowl to Armstrong. Armstrong's coming forward and can't score, can't beat Ali, who's very close there at the short mid-wicket area.
What the Leeward Islands have to do is recognize that even though the Windward Islands have gotten off to a good start, they're 109 without loss, they have not done so in a race-away fashion. They've taken the better part of almost 28 overs to get to the 109. So if they continue to bowl well and put them under pressure, later on when the Windward Islands would feel that they need a little push on to get a bigger score, there could be opportunities to get wickets. Just stay in the game, be patient.
Your family's playing today, Denmore. Dante Odlum is not bowled yet.
Yes, my nephew, my sister's son, happy for him. He's really wanted this opportunity for a very long time. Somebody that is into cricket. He's one of those guys that we call soup for cricket. And I'm happy that he's given the opportunity. And I'm hoping that he probably gets an opportunity to bowl as well so that we can see what he brings to the table.
The trials, he batted very well, Denmore, based on what I would have seen.
Ball just slipping from the grasp of Williams there on that occasion. Rolled down the pitch. Signal dead ball by umpire Melissa Laurie, but that was strange.
I think Williams was not amused because what happened is that Armstrong just sort of patted it back. Just friendly pat in the process. Short ball pulled away ferociously for 4.
That's what happens when you're in. You're in like Armstrong is. He's been there now for the better part of 28 overs. He's seen it all. You can't pull down something like that with no pace, bad line on the line of his leg stump. He's always going to get on top of that one. And he did very well, just finding the gap in the square leg region for us.
Yeah. The march is on now, Denmore. The Windward Islands, they're looking to put more pressure on the Leeward Islands, who just wilting away, waiting for something to happen. Armstrong goes to 42 from 81. Lewis 55 from 86. Williams into bowl to Armstrong. He just punches it up to Isaiah Harris. Cover. Good change of pace there. Over. Number 28 comes to an end. And the Windward Islands are 113 without loss. And strange enough, Denmore, you won't hear earlier this morning, Farrell won the toss and decided to bowl again.
I was just saying to someone on my way in that I think that the Leeward Islands have not shown any trust at all in their batting ability. I think that they needed to get an opportunity where they bat first and look to set a score and see what it is. I think more than anything, this is a learning experience, a learning opportunity for the Leeward Islands players. And I would love to see them in different situations. See what happens when they set the runs and see how the Windward Islands respond if they have to chase. See how our batters operate if they have to bat first. But again, the Leeward Islands have taken probably a decision that they are not trusting their batting, and so they're willing to chase.
Well, they're trusting a new bowler in Marshall, who picked up 5 wickets in the first inning. So he comes on for the first spell. Andre Peters, 8-2, 13 naught. Prentice, 8 naught, 31 naught. More spin. Here is Lewis. Almost lost his shape there. His head going up into the air. But I think he's shown some inclination that he wants to take on the spinners. He's got long levers, Denmore.
And I think this is an opportunity for the Leeward Islands. With him already on 50 and he thinking that he wants to go ahead, this could be an opportunity to dismiss him.
Gets the delivery, stands up straight, spanks it out into the offside, into the sweeper position.
I would love to see, though, that the Windward Islands dressing room say to Lewis, don't just give it away because you've gotten to a half century. Look to push on. Be positive, turn the strike over, but look also to get yourself 100.
It's got the platform here. This has been a good cricket wicket here so far, Denmore. Before this game, 499 runs were scored by both teams, Denmore. 40 wickets fell, and we didn't have a half century. So I called for a half century. Lewis has answered me, and Armstrong is also looking to answer me. Maybe you might want 100 here.
Yeah, I would love for one of these two set batters to look to push on to get up to 100.
Here was a delivery.
And also see if we can get the first score over 200 in terms of an innings. Just try to up the game, up your performance. Look to build on what you've done so far, even though it appears as if the Windward Islands are a lot better in terms of a team than the Windward Islands. They have to now find themselves new targets.
Round the wicket is Marcham. Here is Lewis going for an extravagant sweep. Missed completely. Good take by Farrell.
Good ball as well. That one was outside the line of the off stump. I don't think it was there for the sweep shot.
He would feel that way, Lewis. He steps out and just hits this down to the long on fielder. Gets a very comfortable, quiet single in the process.
I think that's the same way he should have played delivery before. Just punch it up to that man at mid at long off and get a single. Instead of going for that extravagant slug sweep, trying to get it somewhere over the mid-wicket region. I think at this stage, it's still 21 overs to go. He has to think, yes, we want to push on the score. Yes, we want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But I want 100 for myself. And I think he can get there without taking too many risks. So he has to think about it in that way.
So the Leewards have used so far 6 bowlers. France 5-1 21 naught, Ali 3 naught 14 naught, Williams starts his 5th 4-1 11 naught, Prentice 8 naught 31 naught, Peters 8-2 30 naught, and Martian who just bowled his lone over for 3. William bounds away. The ball to the tall left-hander Lewis. Wide delivery. Signal wide also by umpire Melissa Laurie. And Williams has just been too inconsistent in terms of his lengths.
He has to settle down, has to think about what he's doing and look to put the balls in the right area. Still opportunity for him to get a wicket, I think, but he has to get the balls consistent in the right areas.
Picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. There's also top scored as well. Now he's back on the money.
Because I think that the mood that Lewis is in, if Lewis gets an over where he has to play defensively like he did that last delivery, he would feel that he's not scoring and then start to play some loose shots, which then would give the Leeward Islands an opportunity to dismiss him. So Aiden Williams has to think that way, that I'm going to bowl him a good, consistent over and let him make the mistake.
Here is Lewis driving straight down the ground. Won't get a boundary. Prentice is after it. Not Prentice, in fact. No, it's James. And they only get 1 run.
Not good cricket, I thought, by the Windward Islands. Lewis stood there watching the ball drop before he decided to go for a single. Didn't time it at all, and this is what I'm talking about. If you bowl him consistent for 4 or 5 deliveries, you're going to see shots like that, and shots like that give you, even if it's just a glimmer of hope, that you can get his wicket.
Williams to Armstrong. Squeezed away down to third man. Armstrong, I hope he's not thinking about a half century. He has to kind of look at the options now. Still got try and get as much runs as possible. Every run is important.
I think that might be in his mind there.
That fielder is very deep.
Very deep himself,
yeah.
And Lewis have to start to try and look as if they want the single. Lewis is leaning on his bat, almost uninterested.
Armstrong down the onside. Umpire Melissa Laurie will signal another wide. So every now and again, Williams looking to push the ball. Wrist not firm enough behind the line of the ball. Just has to come and just put it on the. He's a swing bowler. No need for him to be trying for pace.
Left and right hand combination. Still causing a struggle here for Aiden Williams.
This is the 3rd game. By now he should be accustomed 190 without loss. Punch in the air. Didn't carry. Didn't carry to the fielder there, the number 15. Dante Adlam. That's what I was talking about. You fold in the mid-on and mid-off area. Can't be on your heels. Got to narrow down that and come up with a catch there.
They should have done a lot better with that one. I thought that one carried enough.
Ken, short and wide. Missed out there by Armstrong.
I think Dante misjudged the flight of that one. He didn't think it was going to come, but the ball was hit pretty well by Armstrong, and Dante Adlam should have been looking to take maybe 2 or 3 steps forward, and that would have been an easy catch. Has to stay into the game. Has to stay in.
Armstrong 43 gets a beautiful delivery there. Change of pace there from Williams. A touchdown in the right area. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 30 with 20 overs to go. 119 without loss. Lewis 58 from 92. Armstrong 43 from 88. In fact, 43 from 89. Lewis 58 from 94. 119 without loss. Some 11 boundaries have been hit and 2 majestic Dasani maximums. And the pressure continues here on the Leeward Islands. Then more.
Yeah, the pressure continues on the Leeward Islands, but they have to stay into the game as well. They can't zoom out and focus out. Delivery is driven up on the offside by Lewis. He gets a single almost again, carrying to that man out at that long off position. So just a little bit, maybe a little bit losing their concentration slightly, the Windward Islands. And this should be an opportunity for Captain Caris Farrell to think that the Leewards could get a wicket anytime soon. This is a delivery that is angled in by Martian, played defensively on the onside. Armstrong remains on 43. He too would be thinking half century, wanting to get his first half century at the under 15 level, playing for the Windward Islands. He's going to get a ball that he's sweeping beautifully down to the square leg region for 4. That was a good shot. It was angled into him, heading towards the leg side, and he got down and he swept it all along the ground, and it raced over the outfield, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot for him. He moves to 47, and the total on to 124 without loss.
And over in Jamaica, Denmore, Trinidad and Tobago batting first. They're 33 for 4 inside 10 overs against Jamaica. Also in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 15 championship. So that's an update. Nothing in Guyana as yet for the day.
We watch as Martian is going to continue. He's bowling to Armstrong, and Armstrong gets a delivery that turns the other way, almost a leg spin type delivery. You could see it coming from the action of Martian that he was trying something different. That one turned away from the right-handed Armstrong. Here is he in again, and Armstrong is trying to tuck this one into the mid-wicket region. Calls through, and he's going to be run out. Yes, he is, because he's ended up in the same crease as Lewis, and Armstrong is run out. There was a slight misfield by the fielder in that mid-wicket position, Ali. And Armstrong took off down the track. Lewis was never interested, raised his hand, sent him back, and Armstrong looks totally disappointed, totally dejected. He falls 3 runs short of his half century, run out tragically, and now the Windward Islands are 124 for 1. What a way to go.
I think he ran himself out then more. You never run on a misfield. You're always told that, and there's no hurry. It's got all day to get a half century. All day then more, all day. No need for that. He did all the hard work, Armstrong. Faced 92 balls, 69 dot balls, 6 fours, 1 6, and in the end, ran himself out.
Yes, ran himself out. Doing the cardinal sin, running on a misfield. The ball didn't go too far from Ali, just went behind of him. Even when Ali picked it up, Ali didn't recognize that Armstrong had gone out of his crease, but then he had the throw back to wicketkeeper Farrell, the easiest of runouts, and Armstrong yet to exit the field. He's looking really dejected, walking back to the pavilion, and the Windward Islands losing their first wicket in a tragic way, probably the only way that the Leeward Islands were going to get a wicket in this type of circumstance. And Armstrong falling 3 runs short of his half century. We'll have to think about it once again. He goes back for 47, 124 for 1, brings in the left-handed Lavier. So it is a double left-hand combination in the wicket. And this could be an opportunity for the Leeward Islands to probably try and get some overs in and look to put the Windwards under some pressure. Martian flights to Lavier. Lavier comes forward, plays defensively into the offside field, and there's no run. The reason why I say that is that because what we've seen from Lavier so far in the 2 previous matches before, he's not one that's very aggressive. He just nudges the ball around and soaks up quite a bit of deliveries. And this is an opportunity, I think, for the Leeward Islands with Lavia coming into the wicket.
Yeah, so finally you brought some luck then, Mo. You brought some luck for the Leewards.
Interesting. And we're seeing another change at
France.
this end. France is coming back, and I think this is probably a good move from Captain Farrell to bring France back, especially with a new batter in at the crease, and with Lewis probably thinking now that I'm going to have to be the aggressor with Lavia coming in, because Lavia is not going to be very aggressive in terms of run scoring. This could be another opportunity for Will Leeward to get a second wicket. France's first delivery is driven over the top of the extra cover region, is running close to the boundary, wouldn't get there. The fielder on that deep cover boundary Williams makes good ground around to his left and has a strong throw over the top of France, and the batters are able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total.
I think we're going to see Lewis moving into overdrive then, Mo.
I think you are correct. That's what's going to happen, and I think this is an opportunity for the Leeward Islands to probably try and dismiss him. France goes in again. He's in right up to Lewis, and Lewis is driving this time up on the onside out to the long on fielder, who comes in off the boundary with the number 11. That's James, and they get a single.
I think what needs to happen then, Mo, is that they need to close down Lavia now. They have to pressure Lavia, have more balls being bowled to Lavia.
Certainly, and we see Farrell trying to get some of the fielders to just come a little closer, come off of the circle. We saw him brought up the man from mid-on off of the 30-yard circle.
I might have even brought up the third man then, Mo.
And he's called in literally all the fielders on the offside to come a little shorter. Here is France to Lavia, and Lavia gets one on the line of the body, plays it defensively. France feels his own bowling, no run. So you want to, I think this should be the option. Try to bowl as many deliveries as possible.
Just starve Lewis of the strike.
Starve Lewis, and that would probably cause him to start to think that overs are running out. We're not scoring heavily, and he could possibly make a mistake at that stage. France once more, he's in, and this delivery is badly lined down the leg side. Flicking at it was Lavia not making contact into the gloves of Caris Farrell. And there is no run. So Leeward Islands this morning making a change. Elijah Miller, the right arm fast bowler, is left out, as well as Akes France and Ian Jeremiah. And in came Dante Odlum. Here we watch as a delivery on the line of the stumps, played defensively. Harris is quickly in that short mid-wicket position, no run.
Lavia, 14 years old, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Attends the Georgetown Secondary School in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So his fans, his family, his mom, dad would be glued to the West Indies YouTube channel looking at him.
We say good morning to them, and here is he bowled. Lavia was caught on the back foot, and that one probably just chopped it onto his middle stump. But Lavia goes back without scoring. Leeward Islands getting their second wickets. The Windwards are now 127 for 2. Lavia was bowled off the bowling of France. He actually didn't touch it from the replay. One that just cut back at him, knocked the leg stump back, and that's the end of Lavia. And the Leeward Islands would feel a little better about themselves. The Windwards are now 127 for 2. Lavia came and went in a very short time.
In comes Nian Davis.
And Davis, I think, is a good player. I think he's
a batting all-rounder.
Yep, I think he's also an aggressive player. So let's see what his approach will be this morning. Again, the beauty about the situation is that even though 32 overs have been bowled, the Windwards have not gotten away to have that run away in terms of runs. So the Leeward Islands can still think that they're in this game. A couple more wickets quickly, and it could be a different type of situation.
Remember, opening stand of 124. And in the previous game before, the Windward scored 167 or 35.5 overs. So they got 127 for 2 or 32 overs. But they've come with a plan today, Denmore. They've come with a purpose to bat 50 overs.
And I think that should be the purpose all the time. We've been saying that they've left a lot of deliveries unplayed in the first 2 games. Lewis is driving in the air over the extra cover region. Did it carry all the way? Yes, it did. 6 runs. It was up to him from the spinner, and he just leaned into that one and hammered it. Didn't try to keep it down. Got good bat onto it, and it carried all the way over extra cover for 6. That's a good shot. It's a great shot indeed.
And he posed for the cameras, Denmore. It's something maybe that he's been practicing for a long time in terms of his preparation, and the execution was excellent.
He's on to 68, and Martian will have to try something else against Lewis, because Lewis is in a no-nonsense mood. Martian is flighting, and he's driving again in the air, same direction. This time the fielder drops him out on that extra cover boundary, on that cover boundary. It went closer to the fielder. This time he got around, got both hands to it.
Andre Peters putting down a sitter.
Put it down. That was a sitter, should have been taken, and Lewis gets away with that one. As we look at it, went straight through his hands to ground, and Lewis gets another run. They score 134 for 2. He gets his 69th run, and that will definitely go down as a chance. Martian, who will have to just pick himself up. Here is he bowling and looking to pull, and ball hitting him in the pad was Nian Davis. No run. Martian just asked the umpire a question there in terms of how is that. Here is Martian just walking in, right arm over, a delivery that again goes the other way. Lewis, Nian Davis was standing up looking to try and play that one on the onside probably. That one just turning and going the other way from Martian. So he's trying things here, trying to mix up his bowling. Here is he coming in again. Flighted delivery that is in the air. Catch should be taken and is. So Nian Davis goes, and it looks as if it's the number 11 in James that takes that catch, and he goes without scoring. And within 10 runs, the Windward Islands, they've lost 3 wickets. They're now 134 for 3.
Could have been 4 then more.
Could have been 4, but the danger man in Lewis is still there. But the Leeward Islands would feel a lot better about themselves right now. 3 quick wickets. First wicket was Armstrong, ran himself out, ended up in the same crease as Lewis. Then we saw Lavia missing one that cut back at him, knocked his leg stump out. And then Davis, just guilty of not getting to the pitch of that one, just reaching out, playing it in the air. Easy catch for James, and he goes back into the pavilion without scoring, the same as Lavia. And the Windward Islands are now 134 for 3, and things not going as they might want it to be or how they had planned it.
The captain comes out then more.
Captain, and he was man of the match in the last game, scored a quick fire 27 it was.
Yes, he did.
And got 2 wickets. And got the man of the match in that one. And he's out, and no doubt he himself and Lewis would be hoping to continue on to bat a few overs. We're still in the 33rd over, and we are yet to see the Windward Islands really bat their full 50 over. I think that was the plan this morning. Not gone all the way, at least at this stage. Here is the ball! He's getting one that he's driving. I thought that he might have played that one on, but he got it off the inner portion of the bat. There was a little bit of excitement there. We saw the wicketkeeper going up the ball, coming off the inner portion of the bat and going out to that mid-on region, and he gets his first run. So he's off the mark. First delivery, Joseph. And Lewis is on 69 of 97, 135 for 3. Got a little bit excited ahead of myself there just now, Springer, because just of the excitement of the wicketkeeper, I thought that he might have played it on.
So 17 overs to go. And with the Leeward Islands picking up wickets, they're now going to have to be consistent then more. They can't they take away the boundary balls away. They got to be able to now maybe just starve Derwin Lewis for a while. He's batted to 69 from 97 deliveries. And they got to be sharp in the field. They got to take all their catches then more to be in this contest.
Really need to do that. Kamari France continues outside the line of the off stump, beating Lewis, who is playing at that one outside the line of the off stump. No run. And you don't think that Lewis is going to come. He's not one that is going to come and hang around, soaking up deliveries. So again, the fielders of the Leeward Islands have to be sharp and up for it, just to make sure that they keep the Windwards honest. France is in. And again, this one is driven out on the offside, but straight to that fielder standing at point. No run. Prentice is standing there.
And he's really due for some runs. Potential doesn't get you across the line then more.
Has to settle in, has to bat, and has to do like what Lewis has done today. Get in, stay in, get a good score. Lewis is on 69, Joseph is on 1. Here is Kamari France in, outside the line of the off stump one that is cut away down to the cover. There is a sweep on the boundary. They're coming back for the second run and they get it in the end. Good running on the part of the Windward Islands, realizing that deep cover boundary is far away. It's well back, and just thinking that the fielder down there looks to be Andre Peters. His stroke couldn't run them out, and they got back pretty easily. In the end, 2 more runs to the Windward Islands.
So you're convinced that it is 65 meters today then more?
I am convinced that it that is far. Here is a Yorker length delivery. Dug out by Lewis, played out into the offside field, and there is no run. And it just looks very big for under 15, but opportunity here for the players to play on good-sized outfield, and it's well manicured, well taken care of.
Always, these guys do. They come up with an excellent game plan in terms of their preparation.
Lewis is driving again, this time quickly down to the fielder on that deep cover boundary. Just for a single, the ball traveled very quickly down to Peters on that cover.
That one was Joseph Denmore.
Joseph, correction, yes, Joseph, the right-hander, driving and getting another single. So Joseph goes on to 469 is Lewis, who comes in to strike. You're in over number 34, the final delivery of the over to come. Kamari France in, and Lewis is caught on the crease on his back foot, playing one that cut back at him. Played it successfully into the offside field. Can't score. End of over number 34. At the end of it, Lewis is on 69, Joseph is on 4, 138 for 3. And they're going at a rate of 4.06. They would want to get that rate up, Springer. Maybe up to over 5 runs per over.
Well, 16 overs. And in the context of you cricket then more, and cricket in general, if you have 16 overs to go, you can afford to now make an adjustment. And Lewis has to be thinking about a big 100 here. I can't see him falling short by not getting 100 here. He's got the platform. In fact, he should be able to walk 100.
Should be able to, can get there, but does he have the, is his mindset the same like what we're thinking here in the commentary position? Martian is going to continue with his off-spin bowling and driving. Up on the onside is Lewis reaching forward for that one and playing it out into the onside field for another run. Is Lewis the other one that is living in Barbados that plays for the Windward Islands, the captain?
Yeah, I'll give you an update just now, Denmore, on that.
Seems to be a decent player, Lewis. He's registered as a fast bowler, but here is Lewis coming down and throwing the bat at one. It comes down to a third man position. They're gonna get a run. He didn't know where that one would have gone, and it took the outer edge. And this is what I'm talking about. Lewis just jumping down, not watching the ball, just raising his head and swinging the bat, and was lucky to only have gotten an inside edge and getting a single.
Yes, Denmore. Just Joseph goes to Harrison College in Barbados. From the Commonwealth of Dominica, is 15 years of age. So you could tell the maturity of the young man. Just
driving through the legs of the fielder at cover
sweetly.
and into the boundary for 4.
Wow.
So it went quickly to that fielder standing at the extra cover position right through his legs, and it raced into that extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
So the pressure continues here. Leewards, they have to stay in the moment. They got to be sharp. They got to put their bodies on the lines. Can't give away anything.
France was that fielder at the extra cover position. The captain just switching him with James.
Wonder why we had a fast bowler in that position then more in the first instance.
So we watch as this is Martian in, one that is pulled down to the right-handed Joseph. He's going to get some runs here, turns it down to the fine leg region and runs back for 2. So good cricket by Joseph, recognizing where the space is located and just giving Ali some work to do in that, moving from square leg into that fine leg position. Martian, so far, he's in his 4th over, 2 wickets for 24 runs. Lewis gets one that keeps a bit low, and he's just playing it defensively to end the over. End of it, Lewis is on 7. Correction, Joseph played that one defensively. Joseph is on 11. Windward Islands, 146 for 3 after 35, 15 overs to go.
Yeah. Set up nicely. Marsham 4-0, 24-1. Peters 8-2, 13-0. Prentice 8-0, 31-0. Williams 6-1, 22-0. Ali 3-0, 14-0. And France has been impressive so far. Denmore 6-1, 19-1. 146 for 3.
So France is going to continue. Start his 7th over. Still no sight of any overs from Dante Adlam. First delivery. Short of a length. Lewis again was looking to pull it through the inside. Not timing it, not making good contact. The ball rolling back along the pitch. No run.
Guess if we can get our cameraman to just switch into the stand there. I think I just saw Joel Andrew. A couple of spectators who have come in to look at the game. I know Aiden Williams' mom is also here as well supporting, and some other parents from
this one is
Antigua
driven
Barbuda.
sweetly past that man at mid-off, and good diving stop by Odlum down at that, moving from long on across behind and doing good work, saving some runs there for the Leeward Islands, and he's getting the applaud from Harris. Good hard work staying in the game there from Dante Odlum. That one was driven sweetly by Lewis. He's on to 72, 148 for 3.
Saved 2 runs there, Odlum.
Definitely did.
This is turning out to be a good contest.
France to Lewis. Lewis is hammering this one over mid-wicket, 6 runs. That's a maximum. It was short, stood up for him, and he really gave that one the hammering. It sailed into the region where our fans,
the Turners.
Yep, where they're normally located.
Elaine Turner and her mother.
Yep, they're there. And 6 runs, that's a maximum. That's a good shot there.
That was ferociously hit, Denmore.
It was.
Look at it.
short, and he just pivoted. And really, Desmond Haynes-esque or even Gordon Greenwich-esque, lifting one leg and hammering that one over the mid-wicket region and picking up a boundary.
Lewis is 78.
He's driving through the offside, can't beat the inner field.
Ali in the way.
Ali seems to be a good fielder as well.
So too is Isaiah Harris.
Isaiah Harris, and coaches would tell you that you put your better fielders in key positions, and we saw Ali and Isaiah Harris short on either side of the wicket, one at short extra cover, the other one at short straightish mid wicket. Here is France in and looking to go at that one again was Lewis, looking to hit that one somewhere over the top of the extra cover region, can't score. He remains in 78 of 104 deliveries, 154 for 3, so the 150 is up for the Windward Islands. 154 for 3. Here is a good delivery from France.
Over.
This time, short of a length, right up, short of a length to Lewis, just having him come across and playing it into the offside field defensively for no run. End of over number 36. 78 is Lewis. Joseph is on 11. Windward Islands being inserted by the Leeward Islands this morning. The 154 for 3. What type of target would the Windward Islands be looking at right now, Springer? What's in their mind?
I think they can get up to 240 based on what's happening. Then more, you still got Dylan, John and company to come. You're going to have to be disciplined. And Lewis is looking like he wants to tee off here. Not quite as yet.
And of course, we've seen Joseph, especially with that drive, when he gets the ball in his region to drive on the offside, he plays some exquisite shots. Ali's back outside the line of the off stump, and this one is cut away, but there is cover on that deep cover boundary. There's a sweeper there, man just picking the ball up, having a strong throwback. 1-1 to the right-handed Joseph, brings the left-handed Lewis onto strike.
Really would like to see Lewis go on and get a big one here. I also would like to see the Leewards, how they deal with their composure and their emotions, because that is going to be critical. 14 overs to go.
This is Ali, and this one is in the air, but it's going to fall safely in the mid-on region. The fielder is back at that long-on position. Lewis was coming down hard on that one, left the bat in the air, but fell safely in mid-on region, and he just trots through for a single. Still beautiful conditions here at Coolidge Cricket Ground.
It's a lovely sunny day.
Sunny day, just a gentle
Slight breeze.
yes, blowing across the field. Not the typical Easter breeze where we normally get stronger winds. Here is he edging past the wicket keeper, and he's going to run down to third man for 4. So a thick, meaty edge as he threw the bat at that one outside the line of the off stump did Joseph. And the ball going past where maybe second slip would have been, and running down to the vacant third man boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Wouldn't mind that too much, Denmore, from Ali. Could have got an inside edge onto his stumps. These two now looking to be able to up the ante. I think we're coming up to a break as well soon after this over.
You see the third umpire in shackles standing by. Here we watch as it's Ali in, and Lewis is punching that one off the back foot. He's going to get a single as the fielder at that point position was deep, didn't gather it cleanly. And
Dante in the hotline again, Denmore. Adlam. The ball has been following him.
yes, the ball has been following him, and he's just switching over as the left hand right hand combination get into the point position on the other side of the wicket for the left-handed Lewis. Here is Ali in. And a Yorker length delivery. An appeal from the Leeward Islands as Lewis was looking to play that one on the leg side. Not out, says umpire Felix Ogist. No damage done in the end.
He's got to keep batting, Lewis. Got to keep batting.
161 for 3 with one over to come. One delivery to come in over number 37.
He can walk 100 here then. What, 21 singles. He doesn't need to do anything reckless.
Lewis faces as he gets a delivery right up to him once more. He's playing it out into the onside field and walks through for a run. Brings up the end of over number 37. 13 overs to go. Lewis moves to 80. He's 20 short of 100. Joseph is on 17 or 14. Windward Islands 162 for 3 and looking to up the ante and probably looking to put the Leeward Islands under more pressure. We're going to have a water break, a refreshment break. All of the players, umpires, and of course the grounds team, they are rushing onto the field probably to just refresh the crease and all the other stuff. And it gives us an opportunity, Springer, maybe to just look back at the Windward Islands innings so far and what has taken place in this match.
Well, just for the folks who maybe might have tuned in, we have Alex Armstrong, who ran himself out for 47 of 92 balls. 6 fours, 1 6. Amir Lavia, he was bowled by France without scoring. And Nian Davis was not his day today. Caught James, bowled Marsham without scoring. Joshua Joseph has come in. He's got 17 already, or 14 balls with 2 fours. And Derwin Lewis is not out on 80 with 6 fours and 3 sixes. 108 balls he has faced so far. Bowling figures for the Leeward Islands. Kamari France, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Adonai Ali, 4 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. Aiden Williams, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, no wickets. Damari Prentice, 8 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Andre Peters, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. And Ryan Marcham, 4 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. So at the second break, Denmore, 162 for 3, extras are 18. In terms of Williams, we come back there to that. 162 for 3.
So the players are refreshed and they're back out there looking to go, getting ready to have the final 13 overs or so in this Windward Islands innings. They're 162 for 3. Lewis would be thinking, I can get 100 here today. Joseph, the captain, is with him on 17. Also be hoping that they can continue the partnership. But what we've seen in recent times, especially after the break, we normally end up in a situation where we see wickets fall, but it looks as if it's going to be Harris who is going to come into the attack here for the Leeward Islands. Still no Dante Odlum. It's kind of strange that he's listed as a bowler in this game and has not been given any bowling so far, and we see the part-time bowler in Isaiah Harris being brought on for the Leeward Islands. Sort of a strange decision by the Leeward Islands, bringing on the part-time bowler in Isaiah Harris. Not sure if they're probably trying to make up the time in terms of staying on top of the over rate. We'll see what happens. Here is Harris though. First delivery after the break is driven hard back past him out to the boundary. Dante Odlum can't stop it. The ball hits his hand and then still hits the boundary down here at the long on region, and it's the 84th run for Lewis. He was just driving that one, went straight back almost to Harris, but Odlum coming across got a hand to it, but the ball was struck very hard and he couldn't keep it out of the boundary, and they got 4. So here we see Harris is in a flighted delivery on the line of the leg stump. Lewis leaning forward and playing it defensively back along the pitch. Harris feels his own ball in, and there's no run. So they've switched Aiden Williams and Dante Odlum. Aiden Williams is now down on the long on boundary. This one is played quietly into the offside field. Harris is across, feels his own ball in, no run. Here we watch as Lewis is down and using his feet and driving out to the fielder on that long off boundary. That looks to be James, and comes through for his 85th run. So he's on to 85. 17 is Joseph, 167 for 3 over number 38, being bowled by Isaiah Harris. Flighted delivery, and Lewis is pulling this one into the mid-wicket region. Didn't time it well. Gets one and comes back for a second run. Throw away from the stumps, pulling the wicket keeper away from the stumps, and they're easily back for 2 more runs. 169 for 3 with 1 delivery to come in over number 38. The run rate has inched on. It's now at 4.47, and the Windward Islands would be hoping to get it over 5 by the end of their innings. Here's the right-handed Joseph facing one that is pulled down by Harris, and he misses out. It almost died on him. He was looking to get it in that square leg region, and the ball pretty much died on him. Got slight baton to it. It just trickled into the onside field to end the over. The end of over number 38, 169 for 3. Lewis is on 85 off of 112 deliveries, and Joseph is on 19 of 16. Windward Islands, they're 169 for 3, and thinking well in excess of 200 today against the Leeward Islands. And just based on what we've seen from the Leeward Islands batting so far, that might be a heavy task for them. But again, it's cricket, and you know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Ali is going to continue from the far end. As we look at it, the northern end, the end where the road into the VC Bird International Airport is located. This is Adonai Ali. Comes over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis, and Lewis gets one that he's just punching up on the onside. Can't beat the fielder at that straightish mid-wicket position, who moves into a mid-on position. No run. So he has a short third man, a man at backward point. Cover is on the boundary, a short extra cover, long off, long on, a straightish mid-wicket, a man at deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a man at short fine leg. Here is Adonai Ali. He's in, and this delivery is driven up on the onside, gets a single out to the long on fielder. So Lewis takes his personal tally on to 86, score on to 170 for 3 in over number 39. Remember, Leeward Islands won the toss this morning, and they inserted the Windward Islands. So for the 3rd straight match of this 5-match bilateral series, we're seeing the Windward Islands bat first. I would love, like I said earlier, for the Leeward Islands to show a little bit of confidence in their batting and probably use the opportunity to set a target here. We watch as this delivery is short and he's pulling it away, not timing it well, but gets enough bat onto it to get it over the head of Isaiah Harris in that short straight mid-wicket position, and they're able to run back for 2 runs as the fielder out on that long on boundary, having to do quite a bit of work to get around to that one, and they're back for 2 runs. So Nicholas Hero out on that long on region. Adonai Ali, none for 25 so far. He's in his 5th over. He's bowling and just misses his run as he was looking to bowl to the right-handed Joseph, the captain of the Windward Islands. And Joseph, man of the match in the 2nd encounter for the Windward Islands. Joshawn Joseph, listed as a fast bowler with the number 20 on his back. Ali with the number 14 on his back begins to move in now. He's in again, just not in finding his rhythm. Just lost his stride as he was just approaching the crease there. 2nd time in a row we've seen that from Ali. So we're at the CCG. It's the CWI Rising Star on the 50 overs bilateral series played between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. Delivery that is right up to the right-handed Joshawn Joseph. He's driving straight back to the bowler, no run. So in bright sunshine, no threat of rain anywhere close by. So again, we should have a full match here again today. Over in Jamaica, that game is still ongoing.
59 for 5.
59 for 5. Trinidad batting first. And have we had any change in Guyana? Still no play?
Well, I think Jason alerted me that I think they had a game yesterday. Don't know if it was part of the tournament or what, but I think that Barbados were bowled out for 61.
I know. I heard that they were going to be changing venues to try and find a venue that.
Yeah, well, they did find a venue
is
yesterday.
More conducive. So we'll figure out if that was a part of the bilateral series that was played.
Yes, certainly, I think it was based on the release that I was have seen. So we'll wait and see what happens today.
Leewards, though, playing against the Windward Islands, and this is Ali outside the line of the off stump. A delivery that is cut away quickly. It goes down to that fielder on that cover boundary, and they rush back for a 2nd one, recognizing that the square boundary is pretty deep, pretty big. And the fielder would have had an excellent arm to run Joseph out. They didn't do so, and Joseph was back for his 23rd run. 174 for 3 at the end of over number 35. Lewis is on 86. Joseph is on 23. The Windward Islands going at a rate of 4.46.
So Trinidad and Tobago are 62 for 8 Denmore in 20.1 overs. Extras is top scores of, no, in fact, no. Extras is 2nd top. No, in fact, hold on. Cahill Thomas scored 15 for Trinidad so far. Boodoo has got 12 and Extras is 14. So that looks like it could be an early day. And that game is being played in Jamaica, the bilateral series.
Harris starts a new over. His first delivery is struck away by the left-handed Lewis, Derwin Lewis. And Lewis is from St. Vincent or Dominica? You look at your stats
Dominica.
quickly. And we say good morning to the folks over there in Dominique, in Roseau, in Portsmouth, in Marigot, and many other areas in Dominica. A very beautiful place that I've traveled to on several occasions, and I've enjoyed myself there every time. Here is a delivery that is striking him on the pad, the right-handed Joseph. Question asked, not out, says umpire. Melissa Lowry, no run.
Jamaican fast bowler Denmore Raheem Livingston has so far picked up 4 for 17, searching for a fifer in that game, 5.1 overs.
Here is Harris searching for a wicket here at CCG. This delivery is played away into the offside field quietly, no run.
63 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago.
Last year in the under 15 tournament, the Jamaican fast bowlers as well
Did look good.
did look good.
In fact, all of the teams then more. I mean, in fairness, even Ghana had a couple of fast bowlers as well. Clobbered.
Delivery that's clobbered over the head of the bowler, but it just hit the turf and almost just stood up there, and so they just get a single. Joseph was hoping for more. He'd hit it well over the top of Harris. But once the ball hit the turf, it almost just slowed up, almost came to a stop. Just one more to Joseph. Here was Lewis with one that he's giving himself room and hitting it over the wide long on region, and Aiden Williams literally ran past it. The ball spun back to his right, couldn't stop it. It goes into the boundary for 4. Lewis is into the 90s.
Looking excellent so far here, Lewis. He's like a man on a mission to try and get 100.
So he's looking to get 100. He's on 91 of 116 deliveries. So his strike rate is a lot better now. Here we watch as he's getting one that he's jumping down the track and hitting it hard. The fielder in Isaiah Harris the bowler was diving to his right to try and pull off the spectacular. The ball got past him, came down to James on the long off boundary, and they just come through for another single. He gets his 92nd runs. 40 overs have been bowled, 10 overs to go. The Windward Islands 181 for 3. The run rate continues to climb, 4.53. Lewis not out on 92 of 119. Armstrong made 47 and needlessly, I thought, ran himself out. Lavier and Davis didn't score, and Joseph putting on a good partnership now with Lewis. He's quickly on to 24 of 23 deliveries. Windward Islands looking good with 18 extras coming from the Leeward Islands so far after 40 overs, 181 for 3. The bowling for the Leeward Islands has been a struggle for wickets as they continue to battle out in the outfield.
Yeah. Look at the lineup so far today. Peters is back.
First delivery is a wide outside the line of the leg stump. And one more to the total, 182 for 3. 8 overs for 30 runs so far, Peters. A flighted delivery that the left-handed Lewis is just driving, gets his 93rd run out to the long on region. Lewis maybe would be thinking now, get to that 100 and then maybe look to explode thereafter. But he has 9 overs after this to come. He's batting with Lewis. With Joseph, correction, his captain. Here's Joseph getting one past the fielder at that backward point region. Just a slightly lazy effort coming in there.
Aiden Williams.
From the number 16 in
Williams.
Williams. Just looking maybe a little bit fatigued.
Now it comes down to fitness then more. You've got to prepare for this competition. 50 overs completely different to 20 overs at 30 overs.
Lewis is getting one into the onside field of Andre Peters is bowling. Harris knocks it down, can't score. Harris continues to stay in the game. He's one of those fielders that's pretty good in the outfield and has remained that way. This delivery again. Just a little bit of an awkward situation there with Williams. He was almost overran it once more, misreading the spin of that delivery, had to just tumble back to his left. Made the stop eventually and effectively. Peters to the right-handed Joseph, and Joseph is trying to pace the infield. Hits it straight to the fielder standing at extra cover, no run. So there's a short third man. There is a man at point. Cover is on the boundary. Short extra cover. Mid, long off and long on. Straightish mid wicket. Man backward square in a deep. Man on the mid wicket boundary. He's coming into play now as this one from Joseph is played away on the onside. Gets it past Harris and down to the fielder on the mid wicket boundary. Gets one more run. So Dante Odlam down there on that mid-wicket region probably would still be thinking, will I get an opportunity to bowl in this game?
Don't think he doesn't look, not by the look of things then more. Looks like he's not in the conversation.
Doesn't seem that way in terms of Caris Farrell's thinking.
But stranger things have happened, so you just never know.
So looks as if it's going to be Prentice, who's removed his cap, gives it to umpire Melissa Lowry.
And Prentice, before this, then more the ball. 8 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Would have been pretty unlucky. In fact, I took a note then more because Peters did drop a catch of Lewis at 69. Yeah, from Prentice himself there. So that might maybe come back to haunt them. You never know.
Yeah, when we hammered one over the mid-wicket region. Should have been taken by Andre Peters. Carried, got both hands to it. Spilled it, put it down. Lewis is now on 93. Facing Prentice, and he comes forward, plays it quietly back along the pitch. The bowler faces his own ball in, no run.
He's certainly thinking about 100 then more.
Gets a short delivery and is hammering this one into the mid-wicket region, but it goes straight to the fielder on the boundary.
I think he missed out there then.
Yes, that one here. He really wanted to get that one timed a lot better. He was a little bit rushed, well, excited, I would say. When he saw that one pull down, here is Joseph getting a delivery that goes through him outside the line of the off stump. Lewis was just trying to force that one away. Joseph, correction, was trying to force that one away. Here was him getting a delivery from Prentice that brings Joseph forward, plays defensively to the offside field, no run.
Yeah. So massive score here then more. 188 for 3.
188 for 3, played quietly back along the pitch for Prentice to field his own bowling. Brings up the end of his over.
His ninth.
His ninth. Just 2 runs coming from the over, and at the end of it, the Windward Islands, they've moved on to 188 for 3. Lewis is on 94, Joseph is on 28, and Lewis thinking about getting to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, certainly he's got his eyes set on that. I think then we'll be able to see if he gets to that 100, he'll be able to unleash that power. But Joseph has certainly, the captain, has demonstrated in no mean way that he understands batting. He's quietly gone about his innings quietly. 28 from 33.
As Andre Peters is going to come back into to bowl. His final over. Here is this delivery that is played away by Lewis. Correction, it's a wide delivery called. Thought he might have gotten something onto that one wide. Got past the wicket keeper. So 190 for 3.
It sort of bemused me then. We'll never understand why, spinners, you bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. Stop trying to hide the ball, really. Just take your time and have your variations.
Peters with a delivery that is driven into the offside field for a single down to that man on the deep cover boundary. Sweeper, they call him. He has a right-handed throw back. 1 more to the total.
France.
191 for 3 in over number 43. Peters is into Lewis, and Lewis gets a delivery. That is wicket to wicket, plays it back along the pitch. Peters feeds his own ball in, no run. And I think now that Lewis is thinking about the 100, this is when you want to be bowling wicket to him. Because he would be a little bit nervous. Here is he playing one in the air, and coming through for the run in the end. They got home safely, I thought.
Yeah.
And
Joseph had to get out the long levers.
And again, that one left the bat in the ear, the nervous 90s, you call it. And Lewis showing it there on that occasion. Just a little bit of a nervous stroke.
Yeah, just a little casual there. Trying to get fancy. No need to get fancy. Just got to keep it as simple as possible.
He's on 95. 29 is his captain in Joshawn Joseph.
He can walk 100 here, Denmore. Walk 100. He can go walk to dominate and get 100.
His delivery squeezed away into the offside field by Joseph. No run. As you say, 5 singles. That's all he needs right now.
More or less. You should be thinking about that in the process. Peters will be looking to try and sort of finish strong in the context.
That's all of 38 deliveries to get those 5 singles. Here is Joseph driven and out caught at that extra cover region. So a poor shot by Joseph. It was a delivery that just almost stood up from Andre Peters, and he just on the back foot and was just looking to force that one away. Hit it straight to the man standing at that extra cover region. Catch taken. Joseph goes for 29, and the Windward Islands losing their 4th wicket. It's now 192 for 4.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed in that shot. It was there. It sort of stopped on him. He's in such good touch and got a good bat. And he'd be very upset with himself in terms of the way he got out. He comes back and he knows that I caught James again. James in the hot seat there, Denmore, taking that catch.
Yes, James, and seems to be a good fielder. James takes those catches. That one was hit straight to him. Seemed regulation, and he made it regulation. He just took it pretty easily at that short extra cover position that he was standing, or that extra cover position that he was standing. And
this Benjamin who's come out?
yes, Benjamin,
or Hilaire.
Or Saint Hilaire. It says, let us check.
Yeah.
What number?
What number you have?
Yes, Saint Hilaire with the number 9 on his back.
Right, so he's playing his first game for the season.
Yep.
Saint Hilaire.
So he gets an opportunity. As his first delivery, he was just playing it quietly to end the spell of Andre Peters. 1 for 39 of 10, his spell would read. Andre Peters.
Yeah, so he'll be the first bowler for the Leeward Islands to complete his 10 overs. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket.
I think this might be his first wicket in the tournament as well.
It certainly is.
So he would have broken that spell of bowling without wickets. Prentice starts his final over, his first delivery is played away by Peters. Lewis, correction, by Lewis, who is on 95. Lewis, and there was no run. So Lewis and Saint Hilaire in. Lewis is looking to pace the infield, and he does. Gets it down to the man on that deep extra cover boundary.
Brings Hilaire. Batting all-rounder from Grenada. Spice Isle. Getting ready for the 53rd edition of the Carifta Games, Denmore.
Yes, starts on Saturday over there in the Spice Isle Grenada, and I know that the folks over there are looking forward to it.
Well over 750 athletes, Denmore. So the last time Grenada held the games, they've gone past that.
Certainly a big operation to come.
Tell me about it, Denmore.
And
you know, I know too well about that.
yes.
Had the privilege of being part of the Carifta Games, the 2 Carifta Games in St. Kitts and Nevis at the Kim Collins Stadium. You know, I was going through the names today of sports people, Denmore. We got Karani James Stadium in Grenada that will be hosting the games this weekend. And, you know, we talk about how great Sir Clive was. But Sir Clive seems not to be able to find his name on the Providence Stadium in Guyana.
I keep out of Guyanese politics.
It's not politics, Denmore. It's just the reality.
Played
Overcomes to an
quietly,
end.
yes, played quietly by Hilaire, and brings up the end of Prentice's spell as well. 10 overs for 34 runs. He didn't get a wicket, but he bowled pretty well for his in the 10 overs.
It's just amazing, Denmore. Really amazing sometimes, you know.
Say good morning to the folks who probably listening to us in Guyana, and those folks who are applying for. I was looking at Gordon Mosley's post yesterday, and he was making fun of the application process for the cash grant, 100,000 cash grant. By the end of the day of him applying, he had a brace around his neck.
Wow.
He said it's going to take you that long and that tedious to fill the application form. So I hope that the folks there have probably made it a lot easier. Hello to all my friends in Guyana, the folks that know me from around the footballing circles, the football referee circles over there in Guyana.
When we were talking also about names and more, someone like a Joseph Red Sparrow, who have made such a huge contribution, when he can't find his name at the Providence Stadium, maybe even on the media center area, you know, it sort of raises questions.
This delivery struck away by the left-handed Lewis, was looking to pierce the infield, but hit it straight to Ali at backward point, no run. Maybe the Guyanese are thinking that they have a lot of folks to choose between.
Yeah, but there were some exceptional
But there were
cricketers.
some exceptional, and
Yeah,
I would agree with you that Red Pereira was one of the exceptional ones.
So Clive stands out. Don't care what anybody else tell me then more.
Lewis gets his 100 in a magnificent way, swinging this one over the mid-wicket region for 6. He's on to 102 of 125 deliveries. Windward Islands 199 for 4. Lewis gets 100. Well played, young man.
8 fours and 4 Dasani maximums. Derwin Lewis scores the first 100 of this bilateral series. James comes up to congratulate him. What a knock by the young man. Exquisite.
Absolutely brilliant knock by Lewis. Getting to that 100 of 125 deliveries. And from the first day when I saw him shape up Springer, I did say to you that I think that Lewis has the type of potential to be a very good batter. I like the way that he looked. He looked positive. His runs didn't suggest what I saw, but today he has really made it count.
I think he's going to move into overdrive now, Denmore. He's maybe given the license now there.
Swinging at that delivery from France.
Just looking at that bat and saying, boy, this has got a sweet spot. Really? Magnificent 100 by the young man. He deserves that.
He does. Faces France, who looks a little bit jaded, a little bit tired. He's trying to run in, and Lewis is bold. Was coming down the track and looking to push things forward, and just missed one that's on the line of the middle stump. Middle stump knocked back, and Lewis goes after getting to his century and probably just looking to push forward. We see him just back away there and leaving his stumps available, missing that one, gets 100, and he's been congratulated by the Leeward Islands. I feel some of the Leeward Islands fielders as he leaves the field, and really well played for Lewis. Bowled by France for 102 of 127 deliveries. Well played, young man.
And the team spirit between the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands has been excellent, Denmore. In fact, for the last 3 years before, with the exception of this year, the Windward Islands would have come to Antigua and Barbuda and played a series of matches against the Leeward Islands under 15. So they've grown accustomed to know each other on a level of respect. What I like about the sportsmanship today was at least most of the players did come up and recognize that it was a wonderful knock.
Yes, it was a wonderful knock. And cricket still remains a gentleman's game.
In some areas. Except when India and Pakistan is playing, when people don't shake their hands, then we move away from the spirit of the game, which I really feel is sad.
You know that happens when politics, as I would say, politics comes into involved in sports, and that's why I like FIFA when they say keep politics far away from the sport itself. let the sport be. But France will continue. He's hoping for another wicket. Here is he bowling, and this delivery is driven hard
200
by
up.
the new batter to bring the 200 up for the Windward Islands. 200 for 5.
I think the new batsman might be Williams. Then more.
Yes, with the number 29 on his back.
Yeah, 200 has come up.
So Williams off the mark with his first delivery. France 2 for 34 so far. He's in his 8th over.
He's bowled well. He's bowled with real effort as well too.
This delivery is turned away into the onside field. Maybe just taking him on the pad as it goes into that. Yes, signal now leg by umpire Auguste at that far end. One more to the Windward Islands. Total 201 for 5 at the end of 45 overs. And I think with 2 new batters at the crease, this could be an opportunity maybe to give Dante a little run. What do you think?
Nah, he's
No,
not in.
he's
He's
not
not.
going-
He's
he's
not
not
in.
going to.
He's not in the conversation.
Not in the conversation today.
Not in the conversation.
So we will wait and see who is it going to be. Looks as if it's going to be Aiden Williams, who is going to continue from this end, as Prentice would have completed his spell. So Prentice and Peters would have done their 10 overs with an economy weight of 3.40 and 3.90. So this is Aiden Williams, who
Turning bowler come
is back.
down.
Harris just trying to make sure that Carice Farrell, the captain, has his fielders in the right location. Here is Aiden Williams. I like the way that he sprints in every time. Here we see ball him. Played right on is the left-handed Saint-Hilaire. Got one outside the line of the off stump and he just chopped it onto his stumps. Wicket for Aiden Williams, and the Windward Islands, they're losing wickets at regular intervals. It's now 201 now for the loss of their 7th wicket. So 201 for 6, it says. And I think they're gonna. Is that the 7th wicket that has just gone down?
Batter here.
Could be wrong.
No, 201 for 6.
6?
Yeah,
For
I think,
6.
Yeah.
So 201 for 6. Williams.
I know you brought some luck then more for the Leewards, but
Not so much as I'm thinking. John with the number 7 on his back has come out to take strike for the Windward Islands.
still on target to get 240. Then more.
Yes.
I did say 240.
Dylan or Dylan John, his parents will tell me what the pronunciation is.
Well, I don't think there'll be two mine. Dylan, I think it would be.
Right
Dylan John.
Dylan John. Dominica again.
Yes.
And he's shown that he's got some ability then more because
Yes.
he scored 21 not out and 37 not out. So the Leewards have not got him out as yet.
And he's come in and changed the way that the scorecard has looked at the end of the innings. Almost like the finisher. First delivery, he struck it away over the long on region, 6 runs. So he's come and he has started the way that he had left off by being aggressive. First delivery right up to him by Aiden Williams and just came down on that one. Didn't try to keep it down, trusted his arms and got 6 runs over the long on region.
And he hit it straight.
Straight back over the top of the bowler and the umpire. It sailed into the boundary here. 6 runs. Here is he getting one that he is out caught in that straightish mid-wicket position. So he was looking to force it away and he hit it straight to the fielder standing.
Look like
at
Peters.
that straightish mid-wicket position.
I think it is Peters who caught that.
And it looks as it's Peters who took a smart catch. And so after hitting his first delivery for 6, he was out of the second delivery. He didn't come to hang around. He came to play shot and fell. First time the Leeward Islands able to dismiss him, but he's now gone 207 for 7 in over number 46.
Like I said to you, Denmo, you really brought you really brought some luck there in the process.
Didn't bring any for my nephew in terms of him getting an opportunity to bowl, but there will be other days, other times when probably his bowling is needed.
But I think in the context of this team, I think he's being selected as when I say selected, I could see him having to do some batting today. Yes. And he's quite capable.
Leeward Islands.
So I'm in the trials, like I was saying to you earlier, Denmore, and he hits the ball very straight. He understands the game and he runs well between the wickets.
Williams sprints in to the new batter in Charles. Gets one that is angled towards the leg side. Was looking to help it away in the mid-wicket region. No run.
This might be Caleb Charles in this team.
Into his pads. Caleb Charles. Caleb with a K, as you would say, Springer.
Yeah. Two for 28, Aidan Williams.
Williams is swinging and missing. Charles is swinging and missing at a short of a length delivery from Williams. It seemed to have been a slower delivery too.
A slow bumper.
Yep.
Tried to bowl, so lucky to get away with it. He's exhibiting some of his bowling tricks. No need to experiment at this time.
Charles and Williams at the crease. This one is driven into the offside field. Where Harris is posted, no run. 46 overs have been completed at the end of over number 46. 4 overs to go. Windward Islands there 207 for 7. Leeward Islands winning the toss this morning and inserting the Windward Islands. And Windward Islands 207 coming behind that wonderful 102 made by Derwin Lewis, the left-handed opening batter for the Windward Islands. As we just take a look at the
tower?
Control tower over at the CWI Bird International Airport.
It's going to be, as usual, today's Thursday busy. Denmore, and it's always a busy time. Still France charging in. Think realistically, don't think they'll get to 240 now, Denmore. Maybe more like 220, 225. Might maybe
France
even
is
get
in.
bowled out.
And this delivery is an appeal by the Leeward Islands. The ball crashed into the pads of the right-handed Ahmad Williams.
So we asked for everything, Denmore. Yesterday we were asking for somebody to get past 150. We got 200 today. Nobody got a half century. We got 100 today.
We're now just asking for one of the teams to get to 50 overs.
One of the teams have to bat their 50 overs. So we'll get our wish today.
This one is swinging and missing is Ahmad Williams outside the line of the off stump at a delivery from France.
This is good bowling here. Good bowling here by France.
I think that's what France and Leeward Islands need to do. Just continue to bowl that off stump line, especially to these tail enders. Don't get carried away. Don't.
Be careful, Denmore. Folks, like, if you look on the sheets, you'll see that we have batting all rounders. There are no tail enders. Williams not looking at the ball.
When we look at the sheet, it says batting all rounders. But when we look at the field, we know differently. As this, that Williams is in some sort of mood. He's just looking to throw the bat at it rather than continue to play normal cricket.
Charles has called him down and says, remember our objective. We have been told that we have to bat 50
overs. Don't just give it away. Coming over number 47. So 21 deliveries to come. Here is he getting a loose full toss outside line of the off stump, and he's able to hit it into that the backward point boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, France, they're just trying something. The ball slipped out of his hand.
Just what I said. Don't try anything. Just continue to bowl those deliveries. And there we saw France trying something and getting
Almost
it
like a
totally wrong.
Almost like a back of the arm slow ball, then more. And missed out. Really high full toss. And all Williams had to do was just get back onto it.
Don't need to try anything, I believe, at this stage of the innings. Just bowl it. Here is Williams driving beautifully over the top of extra cover for 4. That one was up to him, and he really leaned into that one, got full back onto it. It flew over the top of Harris, and that man out at the long off position only went around to retrieve 4 runs to Williams. Good shot.
Good cricket shot. At that point in time, then more, he kept his eyes on the ball, looked at the ball for a long time. You can't hit the ball if you don't watch it.
Maybe that's what Caleb Charles said to him. Here is he getting one that he's striking it out to the fielder at the long on region. Takes a smart catch. I think that's Hero who is out there on that long on position. Williams was just trying to go over the top once more. This time holds out to the fielder at that long on region. He goes back into the pavilion, and the Windward Islands losing another wicket. It's now, we'll tell you the score in just a second.
206. In fact,
215
for
8
8.
at the end of over number 47. So 18 deliveries to go for the Windward Islands to bat their 50 overs. The Leeward Islands would be thinking, get these last 2 wickets quickly and see what we can do in terms of the chase here today. 215 for 8, and it is Williams back in the pavilion quickly. He made 9.
Young Benjamin, wicketkeeper, comes out.
He's at the non-strikers end, as we're going to see Aiden Williams start over number 48. He's just wanting to make sure that his fielders are in the positions that he wants them. Here is Aiden Williams, still sprinting in, and this delivery is struck away in the air, but it's going to fall safely out into the long off region.
Prentice, the
able
fielder,
to come through for one. Prentice. See, he just has a throw right over the top of everyone, but
Yeah, that's the middle.
well backed up in the inside by Caris
The
Farrell,
bowler
the
coming at you.
Leeward
Right arm
Islands
over.
wicketkeeper batter.
One ball.
Do you bring Caris Farrell to open today? Springer, would you
Well, I would have gone for Isaiah Harris at the top of the order, then more. That has been my thought process. I think Farrell needs to bat at 4, so he can be able to have a look at game. It's a pressure sort of situation, especially he's keeping 50 overs today, and then have to go and bat 50 overs. I don't think his level of fitness is up to that level, then more.
outside the off stump from Aiden Williams to the left-handed Benjamin. Doesn't offer a stroke, no run. The run rate is 4.56 by the Windward Islands.
I think Farrell also can bring up the long on and the long off for Benjamin. Benjamin is more or less a grafter. He can maybe put some pressure on him and squeeze him.
Benjamin coming right down today, coming in at number 10 for the Windward Islands. He had batted a lot earlier in the 2 previous matches, but maybe with the mindset of the Windward Islands trying to push on today. He's found himself right at the end. Gets a wide delivery though from Aiden Williams.
Real wide.
217 for 8. Here is he getting
Bowled
the
it.
delivery,
Bowled him.
and he's bowled. thought that he just missed that one. Was looking to play across the line of that delivery from Aiden Williams, and he missed it completely. And the ball just took him on the pad and went on to hit the stumps. And he's bowled, and the Windward Islands losing their 9th wicket and in danger of not batting all the 50 overs. Once again, they are now in over number 48, 217 for 9, and probably just not achieving that target that they had hoped for at the start of batting all 50 overs.
So not even a Dukana then more? So that you'll be betting that they'll bat 50 overs?
It's Easter, and I'm wondering if I bet a Dukana if it will have raisins or not, because that's always the argument of the folks at the Easter time, whether the Dukana, as we call them here, should have raisins or not. And I heard recently somebody indicating that some folks put carrots in them. For some folks, it doesn't matter how they come in any form and they disappear the same speed.
That's the leg. That's the ball. At you right arm over 3 bowled.
We watch as Aiden Williams, so far 3 wickets for 30 runs. He's in his 8th over. And he would be hoping that he can wrap things up. Gilbert is the final batter here for the Windward Islands today. Gets one outside the line of the off stump, leans at it. Ball goes past the outer edge into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, no run. So Evan Gilbert. And today, so Nick and Justin, Ron Charles, and Dylan Joseph are the 3 players left out for the Windward Islands. Here is Aiden Williams in, and Gilbert tries to defend, just defends this one out into the offside field. No run. 217 for 9. Just one delivery to go in over number 48. This is Aiden Williams with it, and Gilbert is just playing it. Scraped the wicket on the offside, can't beat that fielder standing at point, and there is no run. The end of over number 48 has come up 217 for 9. So 12 deliveries to go for the Windward Islands to have batted the complete 50 overs. And Charles, who's there, Caleb Charles, and Evan Gilbert, the 2 players at the crease. And no doubt France is going to continue from that far end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Caleb Charles for the Windward Islands. Here is France in, and Charles is hitting this one out in the air. The fielder gets under it and takes a smart catch down at that long on position. That's the end of the Windward Islands innings. They have been bowled out in the 49th over. I think the catch looks to be taken by Hero again out on that boundary. Charles just hitting one in the air, simple catch down to that long on position. France gets his 4th wicket, and the Windward Islands have been bowled out for 217 in over number 49. They've left some 11 deliveries in the 50 overs. Again, just going pretty meekly at the end there. Charles, a very simple catch, just hitting one down to the long on region, and brings to an end the Windward Islands innings. Lewis, 102 of 130 at the top, 47 from Armstrong, 29 from Joseph, but then the other players, Lavier, Davis, they didn't score. No, so too did not Hilaire. 9 from Williams. John got 6, Charles 1, and at the end, Benjamin and Gilbert also did not score. So the Windward Islands all out for 217. France in his 10th over, 9.1 overs, 1 maiden, 42 runs, 4 wickets. He would be the pick of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands in terms of wickets. No wickets for Adonai Ali. He had 5 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. Williams 8 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 3 wickets. Prentice is 10 overs for 34 runs. Peters 10 overs, 2 maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. Got his first wicket of the tournament. Martians 4 overs for 24 runs. And Isaiah Harris had 2 consolation overs, I would say, for 14 runs. 23 extras and 48.1 overs bowled by the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands winning the toss this morning and inserting the Windward Islands with 23 extras they conceded as well. Leewards would need 218 of their 50 overs if they are going to overhaul this total by the Windward Islands. It's all to play for. It might be a tough task for the Leeward Islands, but we will see when we come back after the luncheon interval. So on behalf of all of us here in CCG in Antigua, we're going to take a short break, refresh ourselves, and then we'll be back in about 25 minutes or so for the Leeward Islands reply. 218 all out, 217 all out correction, the Windward Islands in their 50 overs. Goodbye. Welcome back to CWI
That's the center.
Cricket Grounds here at Coolidge.
Right time over.
As we're about to have the reply of the Leeward Islands to the Windward Islands first innings total of 217 in after 48.1 overs batted by the Windward Islands. And the Leeward Islands are about to get their innings on the way. We see James and Farrell out in the middle. And it's going to be Captain Joseph to start for the Windward Islands, Joshawn Joseph. He has 2 slips in place. A lot more runs to work with today than he did in the last encounter, or the first 2 encounters. We're about to start. Here is the Windward Islands' first delivery of the Leeward Islands reply. Delivery that is shaping away outside line of the off stump. James looks at it, allows it to go by into the gloves of Benjamin. No run. So Windward Islands between the 217. Derwin Lewis at 100. 102 he got. Here is Joseph. And edge found. Ball bouncing down into the slip region. Gain no run. He's bang on target to start is Joseph. Nice smooth run up as he goes in, and that one was just shaping away. He's getting the ball to shape as well. So Joseph, we're looking for early success here for the Windward Islands. He himself got 29 runs when he batted. Another shaping delivery to the opening batter there for the Leeward Islands. No run. So it's James and Caris Farrell opening the batting for the Leeward Islands. Deshaun James and Caris Farrell, the Leeward Islands captain. Wide outside the line of the off stump. Flirting with that wide area is Joseph. Pitch doesn't seem to have as much carry as it did in the first two encounters. This is the third time we're using this pitch. James is going to get off the mark as he's playing this one square of the wicket. Not feeling cleanly. It was deep enough and the ball went behind him for the Leewards to squeeze the first run. James is on one. Leewards off the mark. One without loss.
Ball coming at you right arm over 5 balls.
Alex Armstrong too got 47 in the Windward Islands innings. Just 3 players getting to double figures. One of the 3 got to triple figures in Lewis, got 102. Alex Armstrong got 47. And 124 they put on for the first wicket for the Windward Islands. And then 29 from Joseph. None of the other batters got into double figures as the first over of the Leeward Islands reply comes to an end. 2 without loss, both openers on 1. Caris Farrell just facing the one delivery at the end of the over there, getting off the mark with his very first ball, and James, who faced 5 deliveries, is on 1. Leewards are going to need a much improved performance if they're going to get anywhere close to these runs made by the Windward Islands. John is going to bowl the second over. Delivery that was wide of the off stump's first stop. No run. Still bright sunshine, still just a gentle breeze, says John. Caris Farrell just trying to get in. Hasn't gotten, I think, the type of score that Leeward Islands would want from their captain at the top of the innings. And today, with 50 overs available, the Windwards having made 217, someone like him would have to put their hand up if the Leeward Islands are going to get anywhere close to that run. Again, just playing defensively. Early days yet in the Leeward Islands. This is reply. Just the one slip in for John. You just wait as Caris Farrell just trying to fix his glove, make sure that he's comfortable. He's ready now. Gets one that is coming across his stumps, missing it as it goes by down the leg side, but he was right across his stumps. Probably trying to work that one away on the leg side, not making any contact, so no run. Caris Farrell, the wicket-keeper, batsman and captain of the Leeward Islands on the 15 team. Gets another delivery from John. He's just leaning forward and playing it back along the pitch. Again, no run. And John today got 6 runs. It was 2 deliveries. The first delivery struck it for 6. The second delivery was out caught. The Windward Islands fell away towards the end. Farrell is going to get a run here as John just trying to attack the stumps. Leg by, signal, so the ball taking him on the pad. End of over number 2 has come up 3 without loss. The end of over number 2. Remember the target today is 218. The Windward Islands haven't gotten to 217. And I was saying that the Windward Islands tail end today is 0.9610. So they didn't need necessarily contribute. Majority of the runs coming from Derwin Lewis and Alex Armstrong, and to a lesser extent Jashawn Joseph with his 29. Delivery that is punched away through the offside field here by the batter is going to run pretty close to the boundary. They come back for 2 runs. So 2 runs to Caris Farrell. He goes on to 3. And the total on to 5 without loss. That was a good looking shot by Caris Farrell. He got on top of a short of a length delivery. Punched it through the offside for a couple of runs. He would need a lot more like that one. Jashawn Joseph, who has other ideas, he's in. And Farrell again squeezes it through the offside field between point and cover. This time just a single. As running back is that 2 fielders converge on the ball. So 1 more to Caris Farrell. He's on to 4. James is on 1, 6 without loss. We're in the 3rd over of the Leeward Islands' reply. James continues to just be quiet, try to get in. Let's try to see what Joseph is offering today in terms of his bowling. Pitch doesn't seem to be as quick as it might have played in the first 2 encounters. So maybe a little bit more work for the fast bowlers today. One that was hammered into the pitch by Joseph, not necessarily me. Here is a delivery that is driven beautifully by James through extra cover for 4. That was a good shot. It was right up to him and he leaned on it and drove it all along the ground through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot indeed. Just look at how balanced he was in playing that stroke. Absolutely balanced, textbook type. 10 without loss. James gets his first boundary. He's on to 5. Windward Islands captain sending the man back on the cover boundary after that stroke. He's brought up the fine leg. Outside the off stump, James doesn't have to offer a stroke. End of over number 3. 7 runs coming from that over 10 without loss.
Come on, fellas. Come on, boy.
Two openers today having an opportunity. What seems to be a placid pitch for this encounter. One that looks as if it's going to be hard work for the fast bowlers if they're going to achieve anything today. Opportunity for Farrell and for James. And here is Farrell bowled. Played right over one that was Yorker length. Just coming forward and missing it on the line of the stumps. And his stumps are knocked back. Caris Farrell goes bowled by John. Again, just a half stride. His feet not really moving, not getting to the pitch of that one. Caris Farrell, a lazy movement by him and playing right over the top of that one. He walks back to the pavilion and he's gone. And the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket. They're 10 for 1. So Prentice comes in at number 3 to join James as early breakthrough here for the Windward Islands. It's not the same when the Windward's batting. Windward's opening partnership took them up to 124 between Lewis and Armstrong. Timori Prentice, the new batter. Here we watch as Prentice's first delivery just worked away down into the square leg region for a single. So he's off the mark right away. James is still there on 5. 11 for 1. Captain Caris Farrell back in the pavilion, and maybe the suggestion by co-commentator Vernon Springer to bring him a little later in the innings might need to be taken into consideration by the Leeward Islands. It's not had a good time at the top of the order for the Leeward Islands. Here we watch. This is John, short of a length, edged and caught behind. And that's the end of James. That one looked to have just cut back at him. Edge found, catch taken. Leeward Islands losing their second wicket. James goes. They are now 11 for 2. You could see that he knew that he nicked it. He looked back right away. And good catch taken by Benjamin behind the stumps. And James knew that he was in trouble from the time he nicked that one. Umpire Ogie sends him on his way. That's the end of James. And Leeward Islands in early trouble. They're 11 for 2. Both openers back in the pavilion. Aidan Williams, number 16, the new batter, out for the Leeward Islands. So Aidan Williams and Demore Prentice, 2 new batters at the crease for the Leeward Islands. Prentice just facing that single delivery so far in his innings. And Williams coming in, and we're in the 4th over. And John already 2 wickets for 1 run so far in his spell. He's into Aidan Williams and he's getting a delivery that he's working into the mid-wicket region. He's going to get more runs here, as probably that fielder for the Windward Islands might have just injured himself as that one ran into the boundary for 4. But whatever happened there with that fielder, they just seemed to have probably injured himself in trying to stop that one. Stepped a little badly and might have just injured himself. His players are out there with him. I think he's saying that it's his knee that's hurting him. Maybe the player should just allow the physio from WICB to get to him. They're surrounding him at this stage. We're just trying to identify who that player is that's on the ground. The physio is there now. So too the umpires have gone across just to make sure. And he's back on his feet. Looks to be Joseph, who that player was. We just waiting to see. Looks to be Joseph. Yep, the captain, Joshawn Joseph, who probably just twisted his knee there as he was trying to stop that one, the ball going into the boundary. Looks as if he's going to be okay. His physio is heading back off the field and she's back off. So all is well that ends well. Just still favoring that knee out there. Is Joseph just slouching over with the number 20 on his back. He's at mid-on. John is in. Aiden Williams is punching one off the back foot, no run. So Leeward Islands in early trouble, 15 for 2 in over number 4. One delivery to come in the fourth over. Williams on 4 of 2 deliveries. Prentice is on 1. And Williams just taking out the Yorker let delivery again by John, attacking the stumps to end the over. End of a successful over by John. 2 wickets and 5 runs in it. 2 for 5 his score, his bowling card reads. For Leeward Islands 15 for 2 at the end of over number 4. Still to come for the Leeward Islands: Harris, Peters, Hero, Ali, France, Marshall and Odlum. Joseph will soldier on. Starts a new over. Worked away into the onside by Prentice. Gets another run. Delivery that was angled into him, just worked it away past that field at short fine leg. Knocked it down slightly, so just a single. Joseph to Williams. Again, these bowlers have been pretty decent over the 3 matches so far. Faster bowlers, they've been showing pretty good control of their bowling. Joseph in long sleeves is driven by Aiden Williams. And Aiden Williams, the son of the Leeward Islands mentor in Stuart Williams, who is here and on the bench for the Leeward Islands. He's listed as the mentor in the on the sheet. Jake Taylor is listed as the coach of the head coach. And Johnny Frederick, the manager. Johnny Frederick is locally the coach of PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, one of the champion teams here in Antigua and Barbuda. Thrown this year by CMW New Wintrops in the local 2-day competition. Flashing and missing is Williams. His eyes lit up there as that one was right up to him outside the line of the off stump. Would have wanted to probably look to put that one away. One seemed to have been about half volley length. Didn't make contact though. Maybe just trying to play it a little bit too hard. playing one down and comes through for a quick single. Thought the single was always on. And in the end, Prentice responded and they're able to get through pretty easily. 5 overs have gone. Williams is on 5, Prentice is on 2. Leeward Islands needing 218 for victory. They're 17 for 2. James and Farrell back in the pavilion, 5 and 4, both facing 10 deliveries. And the two batters, Prentice and Williams, would need to do the repair job for the Leeward Islands. 17 for 2 as John is going to continue. This time he's bowling to Williams, who is trying to force this one through the offside field. No run.
Get him. Come boy.
John with a Yorker length delivery, almost defeating Williams on that occasion. Williams was able to get back onto it and squeezed it past the stumps and down into the fine leg region for a single. That was a good Yorker length attempt there by John. 2 wickets for him so far, 6 runs. He's in his 3rd over. Prentice gets a single again off the edge of the bat. Running down to the 3rd man region. Just one more to the total. Demore Prentice is on 3. Prentice gets another good delivery from John that he has to play defensively. Correction, Williams. John is in. And again, a Yorker length delivery that almost takes Williams off of his feet. Able to get it down into the fine leg region once more. He was looking to get his toes out of the way, and John trying to swing that, get that ball to swing into the right-handed batters. 20 for 2 in over number 6. This one is dropped away on the offside. They're coming through for a quick single and they get it in the end. The ball was on the hips of the batter there and he just dropped it on the offside field. They had Prentice and sprinted through for a run to end over number 6. At the end of it, 21 for 2. 21 for 2. Vernon Springer is back alongside me. Vernon Springer, how was lunch?
Yeah, lunch was work. Thank you.
You're always on the go, always working.
Had to get to the bank and deal with a couple of things and get back up to give you support. Then more. See in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago dismissed for 86 runs. 86. And let's see if our good friend Livingston finished with 4 for 25. And McGee, who we saw last year, then more. Raji McGee,
Yes.
3 for 21. Turner 2 for 14 and Thomas 1 for 20.
Good bowling performance that by the Jamaicans.
But Jamaica is struggling as we speak. Then more, they're 22 for 2. So
Trinidad fighting back in that encounter. So it's not all over. Small score, but seems to be battle of the bowlers. Here, Windwards making a decent score, 217.
Should have got.
Thought that they wanted.
Should have got more than
Yeah,
one.
they wanted some more, but only the top order, only 3 players got into double figures. One of the 3 got into triple figures. That was Lewis at the top.
Lost your first wicket at 124.
124.
Yeah, fell away. And again, the Cardinals in Denmark. They got bowled out under the 50 overs.
Very much so. Beaten outside the line of the off. That's a good delivery from Joseph. Touchdown shaped away from the right-handed Prentice and into the gloves of Benjamin. Good delivery that. I think the batters that came after the opening pair did not necessarily, apart from Joseph, didn't necessarily understand the task at hand.
Didn't apply themselves either.
Certainly did not.
We saw some, when we look at the scorecard, you know, we saw a couple of guys just got rolled over. The balls were on the stump and they were bowled.
Yep.
Quite comprehensively.
So Lavia and Saint Hilaire getting bowled. Javi and Benjamin as well. This is Joseph, scored 29 in that innings. This delivery again, right up. This time, the batter was looking to try and force it away.
This is good. Then more good control, swing bowling here by Joseph. He's getting the ball to go in duck and out. And that is really worrying Prentice. Prentice is maybe never seen this sort of swing bowling. And Joseph has got some pace as well too.
This one, again Prentice just looking anxious as that one came off the bat, fell close to the stumps and went down on the onside. The run 21 for 2, so maiden over. Bowled there by Joseph. We've had 7 overs, 21 for 2. Williams remain on 7. Prentice is on 4.
What Prentice is doing then more is just casually walking across the crease. When somebody's swinging the ball, then more, you know, you're automatically going to be looking to bat off your crease and get onto your front foot. So you get your bat in front of your pad. If you're contented to just be snooping around and just walking across the crease, then you're almost looking like you're LBW victim.
LBW candidate, we would say. He was another Yorker length delivery that was bowled by John. He too is trying to get that ball to swing.
But he does swing the ball both ways. He tends to bowl the ball. His real stop ball is his in swinger. And you could tell that the Windward Island bowlers, their lines that they're bowling, they're attacking the stumps. They've got a brand new ball and they're looking to attack the stumps.
John again. Again a little bit of inward movement towards the right-handed batter in
Williams.
Aiden Williams, and he's equal to the task, just playing it quietly into the offside field. No run.
Williams is going to have to be mindful that he's going to have to press to be able to make sure he get that bat in front of his pad.
Delivery turned away down to the fine leg region for another run.
If you're looking on Denmore, the first thing that you'll be thinking about is that, hey, the Windward Islands have maybe got 2 bowlers, John, Joseph. So if we can maybe see off these 2 bowlers, it sort of gives us a chance. And we saw glimpses of that in the second game. What we missed was the intent of the running in the context, because Lee was lost by 30 runs, 30 singles.
Yes, they did. And losing by 30 runs with quite a number of overs still to go. John, again, just trying to keep it swinging. Having Prentice just digging out that Yorker length delivery. No run, 22 for 2. In over number 8. Run rate required is a modest 4.63. Prentice is going to get runs here. He's squeezing this one down into the long leg region. Good work by the fielder down there on the boundary. Was quickly around.
Is it Hillier?
Looks to be. And then fires that one back to the wicketkeeper's end, limiting the batters to just a single. It's actually Lavier who's down there on that boundary.
He's got a strong arm then, Mo. He's getting the ball back in.
Driven by Aiden Williams through the offside. It's not going to have enough legs to go into the boundary, but they're able to come back for 2. Fielder down on that wide-ish third man position. He's left-handed, so you have to run around that one in order to do the fielding and get the throw back in. And so 2 more to Williams, 2 more to the total. 8 overs have gone. 25 for 2. Williams is on 10 off 16 and Prentice is on 5 off 12. But early days yet, still lots of batting to do. So these 2 batters for the Leeward Islands shouldn't be overly concerned. They just need to occupy the crease for a bit and then runs will come.
But then when we were talking about the game, the 2 games before today. I'll come back to that then more.
Helped away on the onside. He's going to get a boundary. Was a poor delivery by Joseph. Angled on the line of the leg stump. And Prentice got good bat onto that one. And just helped it away past the square leg region and into the boundary for 4.
Come back to... I'll give you a little graphic in a little while then more, while you go ahead.
So we watch. Captain is now just taking that man, moving Armstrong from slip, bringing him into a backward square position next to the umpire. Here's Joseph. And one that is played down quietly into the offside field, and there's no run. So it opens up the opportunity that if a meaty edge is found, could be a possibility of some runs. And you would wonder if the captain, Joseph, needs to make that type of change at this stage, having made 217 runs and having seen the caliber of the Leeward Islands batting. Delivery that is getting excited as beating Prentice all ends up again. Prentice feet not moving as quickly as he probably wants them to. But in the end he missed it completely, no run. Joseph is in.
There goes Benjamin, the flying Benjamin.
This time Prentice can't make any contact. You know Benjamin loves when those type of deliveries come where he can tumble over and roll over.
Talking about the pace bowling attack then more. In the first game, the Leewards, Ali France, Miller Williams, they bowled 23.5 overs. 108 runs, 9 wickets shared between them. Come back to that then more.
Delivery short of a length. Prentice just gets on top of it, plays it into the offside field, no run.
Second game, Ali France, Miller Williams, 17.1 overs, 2 maidens, 53 runs, 4 wickets. And today, they've X'd out Miller, so they had Ali France Williams, 22.1 overs, 2 maidens, 99 runs, 7 wickets. So in all then more.
This delivery struck away into the offside field. It's going to get pretty close to the boundary. And it hits the no good bit of feeling by that fielder out there, just flicking it back at that critical moment when I thought it was just going to roll into the boundary. Effort was given out there and certainly saving some runs there for the Windward Islands team. Yep. Looks to be that player there. We're just gonna the number 29, Ahmad Williams, who did a brilliant bit of work out there in the deep and saving 2 runs for the Windward Islands. So
Matching up with Denmore, we come to the Windward Islands. We would have had Joseph John Lavier Charles, 25.3 overs, 2 maidens, 84 runs, 6 wickets. Second innings, Joseph John Lavier Charles again, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 53 runs, 7 wickets. So from the seamers on both sides, Denmore for pace, 26 wickets. And
they've had the majority of the wickets so far, but this is going to be a boundary. So Prentice.
yeah, he went searching there. John was looking for that in swinger, but instead it ended up to be a half volley.
Yeah, just losing his line as well. Yeah, just on or about the leg stump, giving Prentice that opportunity, and he took it well, leaned on that one, got it away. The ball left the bat in the air, but it was always safe. There was no fielder in that region.
And the adjustments made one time. What Joseph has done now is pull the slip out, put Armstrong now at square leg. Recognizing that John is getting the ball to induct
swing,
late.
yes, to swing in late. Here is John leaning forward and playing this one into the offside field. Is the batter there? No one. Williams and Prentice out there. Might have said it was Prentice that got that boundary, but it was Williams. As my trusted binoculars tells me, here is Williams driving out to mid-off just for a single, pulling that mid-off fielder towards his left-hand side, and the batters were through for easy run, 36 for 2 in over number 10.
Is there ever easy run then more?
Always.
Okay. This was checking.
Here we go. See a delivery that is angled back into the right-handed Prentice. And he's down hard on it, playing it out into the mid-on region, and there was no run. Some runs are easier than others. There are some that you can literally walk. It all has to do with placement. Again, just falling over as he's playing that one is Prentice. Another in-swinging delivery from John. So you can see what John is trying to do for his entire spell. Using that little gentle breeze that's blowing across the field from east to west.
He's got a very strong wrist behind the ball, Denmore. He's got a good approach to the wicket as well. Keeps bounding in, he keeps
coming in very lively, and ends another over for him. He's had 5 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets so far for him.
They've always continued to pick up early wickets. Both Joseph 5-1 17 not, John 5-1 18-2. 10 overs bowled, 36 for 2.
36 for 2. And 2 wickets. Deshaun James, LBW John for 5. Caris Farrell was bowled by John. He missed one of the in-swinging ones, played right over it. Got his stumps knocked down.
Skipper looking to try to maybe price out Williams or Prentice. Going to give himself one more over in this opening spell.
Starts his 6th over. This delivery is struck away, gets past the fielder at point and down to Ahmad Williams on the boundary. He has a good strong arm.
Good take there by the wicketkeeper.
Yes,
who sort of misjudged the flight to the ball and had to pedal back.
That one was covering him. Good strong throw from Williams down on the boundary. Just one. So now Prentice is facing Joseph. Bad line. Thought he might have gotten away with that one, but maybe within the lines that we would have seen drawn in the experiment, as they say. Just trying to even things up. Something that I have felt for quite a while has been very harsh on bowlers. That if you stray just that bit, you used to be called wide. Beaten outside the line of the off stump by a good delivery that touched down and held its own.
But you could still be called wide depending on the movement by the batsman within that area. So if it's within that area, it's outside of that area, you're going to be called wide. If you're within that zone on the popping crease.
But it at least gives the bowlers a little bit of hope that I can stray a little bit every now and then and not be penalized. Driving and missing again is Prentice's continue to be beautiful bowling from Joseph.
Again, Prentice, the left foot coming nowhere close to the line of the ball, just the back going. And that's simply because of the outswinger. He's sort of kind of confused. He's just looking to more or less defend. So he's setting him up nicely.
Another delivery that is shaping away from the Murray Prentice. This time he was looking to go at it and then eventually just allowing it to go by into the gloves of Benjamin. No run. Minutes after 2 p.m. here in bright sunny Antigua. We're at the CCG just outside the international airport. And again, Prentice is beaten by good bowling by Joseph. Joseph just folds his arms. Can't believe his luck that he's been able to bowl 6 overs for 18 runs, yet to being able to prize out a wicket. I think that might be him in terms of his bowling spell. He might have to take that rest now according to the rules of the competition. Number of overs, he says 6. Rest period 60 minutes. So for the next hour or so, you won't be able to see Joseph according to the rules.
Pretty alarming there, no? Cricketers really change load management.
And he says pace bowling percentages per innings. He says 40% of the overs must be bowled by pace bowlers. Of the 40%, 50% must be at the start of the innings. In a scheduled 50 over per side match, the bowling side will have to bowl pace bowlers for 40% of 50 overs, 20 overs during the entire innings. And he says this is further broken down of that 40%, 20 overs, 50%, 10 overs must be at the start of the innings. So your first 10 overs at the start of the innings must be by fast bowlers. We're heading into the 12th over of the innings, and all fast bowlers we've had so far. Full toss, and he's out caught in the mid-wicket region. It was a full toss, a slower full toss from John, and Aiden Williams could have hit that one anywhere he wanted. He chose to find the fielder at that mid-wicket position, short mid-wicket, and he's out caught. Very soft way to go. Gets a bad delivery and gives his hand away. Leeward Islands losing their 3rd wicket. That of Aiden Williams, caught in the short mid-wicket region, and he made 16, and the Leeward Islands are 37 for 3 in over number 12. Yes. So the number 8 is the new batter, Isaiah Harris. coming out for the Leeward Islands, and Aiden Williams would be very disappointed with the way he got out. Probably John's worst ball all spell. It was just a slow full toss. So we just have a look at it here.
Sticking it. Sticking it.
It was a slow delivery. Looked to have been a deliberate slow delivery. But it went full to Aiden Williams. He was looking to hammer it away in the leg side and only managing to hit it at that man straight at that short with wicket position. And he's back in the pavilion. And the Leeward Islands, they are in further trouble. They are on 37 for 3. So Scott St. Hilaire, Bowl John, Aiden Williams. Isaiah Harris is facing as John would probably just want another wicket. He has 2 deliveries to go in his spell. In this spell of bowling. Here is Isaiah Harris edging past the wicketkeeper down to the third man boundary for 4, but he was lucky because that one was cutting back at his stumps and he just got battened to it at that last moment and picking up a boundary down to the third man region. Caught on the back foot there, both feet, but just got enough batten to it and it got past wicketkeeper Benjamin quickly and ran down to the third man region pretty fine and picked up 4. He's off the mark with 4, 41 for 3. 1 delivery to go in the 12th over. Been bowled by John, 3 for 22 so far in his 5.5 overs. And Harris comes across a short of a length delivery, looking to turn it into the inside field. And there is no run. End of over number 12, 41 for 3. Isaiah Harris is on 4, Prentice is on 11. The Leeward Islands, remember, they're trying to get to a target of 218 after the Windward Islands were bowled out for 217 in after 48.1 overs. So they left just 11 deliveries they would have needed to make that 50 over mark. Leewards now need 177 runs for victory in 38 overs. 7 wickets in hand. Prentice and Harris out there for the Leeward Islands, and Lavier is going to come on to bowl his medium pacers, as we would call them. Ama Lavier of St. Vincent. He's listed as an all-rounder. First delivery is down the leg side, coming across this stumps and looking to work it away was Prentice, no run. Lavier, not as sharp in terms of pace as we would have seen from either Joseph or his opening bowling partner John. Floating one outside the line of the off stump. Only himself interested in an appeal as Prentice played at that one. Raheem Cornwall and others in attendance today. Some of the Leeward Islands players coming to give support. Looks like Hamilton as well is there. We also saw Joel Andrew earlier in the grounds, played away to the offside field. Always good when the Leeward Islands players can come in and offer some support. down just west of Leeward Islands dressing area. Groundsman Kadeem Phillip is also there. He would have played a game for the Windward Islands as well. Kadeem Phillip at the senior level. Right here at the CCG. This one is outside the line of the off stump. Beaten outside the off stump as Prentice played at that one into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. Kadeem Phillip was a club cricketer and he played for Antigua and Barbuda as well in his younger days. He says he's retired now. Prentice comes across the stumps and just plays one from Lavier, one that was bowled into the pitch. Plays it defensively, no run. Leeward Islands, they come up in the maybe about a week or so against the Trinidad and Tobago team in their bilateral series. But it's the West Indies 4-day tournament, but this year they're going to play it on a bilateral basis. 3 matches against the team here in Antigua and Barbuda. And you understand that Guyana and the Windward Islands will also be in Antigua and Barbuda. The end of another over from Lavier, 41 for 3, so it's a maiden over bowled by Lavier to start his spell. Leeward Islands 41 for 3 in 13 overs. And I had the opportunity, I had a look at the Trinidad and Tobago squad that was selected, and there were some names there. That have been around. Saw Evan Lewis being selected for the 4-day encounter, and a player that I have liked for a while and I've gotten a lot of sticks for here in Antigua and Barbuda. Jason Mohammed still being selected. I must be the only fan in Antigua and Barbuda of Jason Mohammed. Everyone curses me when I throw support behind him, but I felt like last season when he had a very good 4-day competition, thought WICB might have, the selectors might have just given him an opportunity and see what happens in the senior team. Didn't happen. But he's back again to continue to battle on for Trinidad and Tobago in the regional competition. Down the leg side.
Is this the left-hander?
I think this is the left-hander that I saw.
That you saw warming up?
Yeah, Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Yeah, I saw him in the warm-up.
He's got good height as well too.
Has good height, yes.
But the Windward Islands always tend to produce tall, lanky fast bowlers as well too. That more athletic ability. John, I think, would have to be one of the shortest. I don't consider John to be a fast bowler. I consider him to be a swing bowler, more or less.
He is more of a swing bowler. Beaten outside the line of the off stump as Harris is forward and looking to punch that one through the offside, no run.
But if I can get Jason to just show me that rehearsal again there on Harris, then more. No bending of the knee there, just straight up, and the hands just going. And he's already a short guy. Nice approach here. Let's look at Harris then more. See, his foot is already locked there, more or less.
Gets a wide delivery outside line of the off stump. You could almost hear Ogise's brain thinking there. Should I call it? Should I call it? No.
As he walks past Ogise, you could tell that he's a tall guy.
Yeah, we just spotted Rakeem Cornwall and others here under that tree down to the western side of us, watching on as the Leewards on the 15 faces. This one is down the leg side, and unlike some of the other bowlers that we would have seen, Gilbert just straying a little bit, just having a little bit of a struggle with his line, maybe
coming
the
up that
reason
hill.
why we haven't seen him
Only that,
in the
but,
tournament so far.
but this is his first game, Denmore.
Yes.
But yeah, coming up the hill, maybe it's a mindset. You know, how do I get up there? We'll have to get it worked out.
He's in. Better delivery on the line of the off stump. And Harris, again, just on the back foot, looking to force it away, not making contact, no run.
I think
43 for 3.
What was different about that then more is that he was striding. There was a more consistent stride pattern rather than just ambling in, really.
I was just about to say that I would love to see him really run in and have a go. He's on the line of the leg stump. Harris is looking to try and work this one away in the onside field. No run. I believe that if he really gets in with good rhythm, could generate a lot more pace.
Gotta get a sprint coach and more. It's almost like sometimes when I look at O'Shane Thomas, I don't know how we have never worked out Denmore to get a sprint coach to work with O'Shane Thomas. I could never get it figured out at all.
Right up to Harris, worked away into the onside field, and there is no run.
He's broken his bat.
So he's just signaling to the dressing room that he would need a replacement.
I hope he has one.
Bat.
In fact, the umpire maybe should allow him to change the bat before maybe he injures himself.
He's just waiting as he's facing up now. Outside the line of the off stop from Gilbert. Just watching it as it goes into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. I've always wondered that, because umpires tend to put a little bit of pressure on batters sometimes when they need to change the equipment. And I remember last week I was watching the Parish League setup, and twice there were players who signaled to the dressing room for equipment change, and the umpires were saying to wait, and they got out before they were ever able to get their new equipment. And I've always been of the opinion that if a bat is broken or something happens, you have to give the player the opportunity to replace it before play continues. You don't want them to continue with equipment that is not 100%. But that's just us giving our opinion.
Just want to say good afternoon to Terry Laraja and my colleague Mally Richards. Just see Mally slipping into the Elaine Turner dressing room area.
Mally Richards, the son of the great Sir Vivian Alexander Richards, the only living national hero here in Antigua and Barbuda, and someone that all of us love. Marley Richards, his son. At one point, Marley had maybe he still does have the Leeward Islands record.
He's still the record holder.
Remember seeing that innings from Marley was really, really destructive.
And you know, it's amazing because when you look back at this tournament, then more the under 15, and you saw the likes of Mally Richards, you saw Austin Richards, you saw Loy West, you saw Garrett Matthew, Tonito Willett, you know all
quite
those
a number of those players.
Lionel
beaten
Baker,
outside the line of the off stump.
You know, the Lionel Bakers. You also had Omari Banks. All those guys. You had a cadre of guys who came to that level. Then more. They went from under 15 to under 19 to the senior team prospect. You know, if you look at that era between the Mali and the Richards, and most of them would have, you know, Austin went on to play for the West Indies. Lionel Baker became a test player. Even the head coach, Steve Leibard, went on to become Leeward's captain. There was talent all around in that group.
Very much so. This one is played hard into the ground, and there's no run. Myself and Kenny Benjamin, we have a running joke when it comes to Lionel Baker, because I went with Kenny Benjamin down to Montserrat as his cameraman, and I boast that I think it's the camera angles that I took of Lionel Baker that got him into the West Indies team.
You think so? That might have been one of the errors, but I'll say something to you then more, because I was in St. Martin at the time doing commentary when he broke Brian Lara's hand at the Carib Lumber Ground in a first-class game.
Yep.
I think that is what really would have shook up everything there, because as simple as Lionel Baker had looked then more, he had some pace.
Yes, he did. He had good potential. Remember, we were invited down by the Montserrat Cricket Board to come and have Kenny Benjamin to have a look at him. And Kenny Benjamin said he needed the services of his expert cameraman. And he walked with me. I set up the tripod at amazing angles and made sure that I got Lionel Baker from every angle. But I'm just saying that to suggest that right now we need to make sure that the programs come back in the Leeward Islands, that we can have players coming out of Montserrat and coming out of St. Martin and more out of St. Kitts and even from the Virgin Islands.
That is only going to happen then more when we go back to the fundamentals of having primary school cricket and high school cricket. If you don't have any development plan, we're going to find ourselves just executing what we're doing here then more, where we bring 28 and 30 players to Antigua, ask them to have 3, 4, 5 trial games, and then rush them into a tournament and ask them to perform. It's not going to work.
James fails again. So too did Caris Farrell, and I've been saying that you've been calling for Caris Farrell to not be at the top of the innings for the Leeward Islands and move him down the order and see what happens. Opportunity for Prentice and Isaiah Harris now. Gilbert continues. Delivery right up to the right-handed Prentice. That is squeezed away into the offside field. No run. 45 for 3. We've had 15.1 overs bowled so far here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
With the advent of not having any youth tournaments then more, it waters down the standard, and there's no competition to get into a Leeward Island team. That has just been my major problem. So we have a lot of people saying, oh yes, we're playing cricket in our islands. By the time you send them to a camp, they're not fit, they're not cricket ready, and then you're asking them to compete against Barbados, Trinidad, Jamaica, and you're hoping that you're going to create a miracle within about 6-8 days. Doesn't work like that. Does not work like that.
Gilbert is in once more, and this is
going to be a no ball.
Full pitch delivery, probably above the waistline. We
Is it
see
signal?
Umpire O'Geese looking at umpire Laurie.
Wow,
Nothing called.
that's interesting.
We'll just have a look at that one again.
I'm not in the best position, so
We're not. Where we are located, we'll have to trust the judgment of the umpires. Just having a look at it on the screen.
it maybe might be on its way down. It might have been on its way down. It looked high from our vantage point.
Yeah, and Prentice looked to the umpire too, because he thought too that it was a bit high.
Yeah, but he should also keep his eyes on the ball then more,
Gilbert outside the line of the off stump.
because the indication there from the umpires then more is that had the bowler maybe caught that, Prentice maybe might have been on his way back to the pavilion.
So Gilbert, who we're seeing for the first time in this tournament, left arm fast bowler. He's listed Evan Gilbert as a fast bowler, the number 13 on his shirt. 45 for 3. Very wide from Gilbert and gets past the wicketkeeper to him and a run away down to the boundary for 4 wide. So not a very good delivery from Gilbert. That was probably one of the most wayward we've seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah, he's got to keep his composure. Gilbert is lost his radar there. real badly. St. Lucian born, 14 years old Evan Gilbert from the Guazile area, Gujaswa. He's part of the attends this St. Lucia Sports Academy. So
Guazile is just that area where the Darren Sammy Stadium.
Yeah, so I guess maybe he's got some
located.
potential. Like his approach, he's just not getting it right. He's got to forget about the hill, Denmo. He's got to attack the hill. That's what he has to do. No need. He's got to get up the hill there. Joseph is coming across.
If you're wondering what Springer is talking about, the shape of the field, it just gives a little rising coming from that northern end.
That's better. That's a lot better. He was aggressive at that time, Denmo. You could see him just deciding, listen, I'm going to get up the hill. Denmo, I know you came to sink it. So you remember the Bratcher Hill? That's where we used to train, Denmo. You got to get up the Bratcher Hill. You know, you got to get up there about a couple of times, and then you have to walk down, with your hands in the air. So good afternoon to my colleague, my friend Noel Gishard, Percy Daniel.
I say good afternoon to my friends over there in St. Kitts. I went to the food court when I was in St. Kitts last.
Which one?
There was one where they had...
You're talking about Rams? Yeah, but there are more than one, so that's why I asked you.
I think that was outside of a supermarket.
Yeah,
area.
Rams supermarket.
Yeah. That.
One of the main companies who sponsor a lot of sports in St. Kitts and Nevis. Rams group of companies.
Over has come to an end. 16 gone, 50 for 3.
Yeah, the thing about the food courts then more is that you have a variety. You got local, you got Asian, and you could just move
that
around.
is what I was about to comment on. That I like that every one day wasn't selling the same thing, so you could go to the food court on 2 different days and have 2 completely different experiences, or 3 or 4 days and have 3 or 4 different experiences. Outside the line of the off stump, the start of Lavier's new over. Played at it and missed it is Isaiah Harris into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. Say good afternoon to the folks all across the Caribbean, wherever you're listening to us. Here in Antigua and Barbuda, it's the Leeward Islands versus Windward. The CW men's on the 15, round number 3 of the bilateral series between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. Edging and running down to the third man position. The fielder there is going to have to do a lot of work. Can't get there 4 runs.
He's too wide. He's too wide. He doesn't have any pace, so he really doesn't need to be that wide. Just for a moment, so Joseph missed the trick.
Yeah, Joseph just missed the trick on that occasion.
Well, that's life. Sometimes maybe Isaiah maybe just needed that sort of luck.
Yep.
Still has to look to see where the third man is. Still wide.
Lavier is in again, left alone outside the line of the off stump from Isaiah Harris, 54 for 3 in over number 17. Harris is on 8 or 14, Prentice 12 or 42.
Pushing the boundaries here today. Leeward Islands will need 219 to 18 then more, the target. Highest score to win this game and to maybe go 2-1 up. Or maybe to get their first win in this championship.
Here is Harris hitting one past the mid-on fielder for 4. Short delivery from Lavier, asked to be hit, and with a almost just hitting it with a rectangular bat, or was a horizontal bat, correction, was Isaiah Harris, and hitting it past that straightish mid-wicket field and out to the long on region for 4. Beautiful shot.
In tennis terms, it was really like a slap batted it.
Yep,
really.
a forehand, almost like a forehand, as they would call it in
cross court.
In the tennis, a cross court forehand, and he just got it into the gap. I think that was the good thing about that shot, is that he got it into the gap and into the boundary for 4. He took his time about it, watched it all the way into his bat, and picked up 4 runs. He's on to 12. Again, he's playing a similar shot, beating the inner field, not timing it as well this time though. And He's going to have to rush back, and he does for that second run. Just a little bit of hesitation. I thought 2 was always on.
But he didn't check the changing of
And
the bat.
again, just dipping blindly.
He's got the bat in his right hand.
And so we're going to have a drinks break.
The Sunny water break.
17 overs would have been bowled. 64-3. Isaiah Harris goes into the break on 14 and Prentice on 12. The Leeward Islands require another 158 runs for victory in another 33 overs with 7 wickets remaining.
Yeah. Welcome back after the Dasani water break. The Leeward Islands will need 158 singles of 201 balls. You know, then more like to says Springer like to break it down. I don't think he can get any simpler than that in cricket terms. Don't need to go belting around. 60 for 3, 17 overs have been bowled. And just to let you know, the Windward Islands reached 217 all out in 48.1 overs with 18 fours and 6 sixes within the innings, and what a knock by the young man Derwin Lewis. 102, 128 balls, 8 fours, 4 maximums, and he batted for 179 minutes. Gilbert continuing. Gilbert is out of St. Lucia, the home of the... No, in fact, no, he's been pulled out of the attack now, so I think we got Caleb Charles, who's into the attack. And he starts on the money straight away, Caleb Charles.
Caleb Charles, the number 4 on his back.
I think we have too many fancy words around West Indies cricket, too many people talking about systems in place, People have to get up and go and work. Go and get sponsorship. Go and put the plans in place. Come up with the development plan. Stop assuming that a Denmore Roberts is just going to drop out of the sky and he's going to become a star. Stay away. Hesitation. Down to third man. John coming around. And hesitation again.
Yeah, I thought that one should have been an easy.
Easy two.
But again, the Maori Prentice just not running and turning, and he's again turning blindly. So they got just one.
Something the Leewards, like I said, Denmore in the second game, they lost by 30 runs. These singles, they all add up, especially when the game gets close. Harris is driving, but can't beat cover.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Prentice, he needs to get moving. He's got 13 from 44. Don't need to put that sort of pressure. Got to look to get as much runs as possible. Turn ones into twos, twos into threes. Boundaries here are 65 meters. There is Harris again, playing loosely. It's not balanced at the crease, Isaiah Harris. He's got to work on his balance.
I just got to think about it a lot more. Just stay in a lot more. I like his potential though. I think that he has all what it takes to become a good player. Isaiah Harris. Just some things that he needs to probably work on with his coaches.
He's pulling at this one. It's gone all the way for 6.
Excellent shot by Harris. Short delivery from Charles, and he just pivoted and gave it a good whack over the mid-wicket region. Good shot, 6 runs. Well played, Harris.
He's a very strong bottom-handed player, Denmore, so he recognizes that anything short is going to make you pay. Got deep into the crease with that one. Plays for All Saints in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day competition. Again, see what I was talking about, Denmore?
Yeah,
Movement.
those deliveries that are just about short of a length or so. He tends to just push the bat at it, not moving his feet on those occasions. Something he has to work out with his coaches.
But you know why, right, Denmore? Because he's looking to pull the ball. He's always inclined to be able to want to pull the ball. So he's in that strong position, that base, you know, rather than understanding that, listen, got to make that adjustment to get onto the front foot.
Just trying to have a look and see who are some of those folks' faces we're seeing over.
I think that's the
gazebo.
The Turner's gazebo.
Yes.
And her mom and Mally Richards.
That's it.
I think an official from Cricket West Indies.
I was just trying to see what was the drink of choice in those bottles there, but it looked to be water. I'm very disappointed.
Maybe we might have to get into the Turner's cooler and find out if
because I'm looking there and I'm just seeing water. They need something a little bit stronger than water over there with this sunshine that we have going.
Maybe some English Harbour might be somewhere hidden around.
But it's good to see them at every match.
Here comes your bowler, Denmore, Nian Davis.
Yes, I have a lot of time for him. I think that he has very good controlled off spin.
And he puts the ball right into the area. You know, he's not trying anything.
And I like the fact that he has this nice little loop on them as well. Just looking to pull, to drag. We saw him drag a batsman out of his crease in the last game.
He's out caught behind.
Yeah, Prentice just a little bit lazy with that shot there. It was one that looked to have turned back at him. He was looking to work it away on the onside. Just worked it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. And he just can't believe it because that one hit in Benjamin on the pads and then was able to take it with the gloves. And just a little tickle from Maori Prentice. Leeward Islands losing their 4th wicket. They're now 67 for 4, and Prentice getting out again without really going on. Scored 13 or 47. Think that he's still not living up to the potential that he has.
But that's the miss out. What do you think happened again then, Mo? Right after,
the break.
The sunny water break.
Yep.
That's what you've been talking about all the time. You have to switch back on.
So
Switch
Peters
on.
is the new batter that's come out.
Andre Peters.
Andre Peters,
Think
and
he's-
he has the number 5 on his shirt.
I think I see his dad has been somewhere around. He's in the Leewards. In fact, no, he's under the tree over there.
That's Miller.
Yep, he's under the tree.
Coming at you, right arm over, 3
So
balls.
chilling and
Can we say it is under the banyan tree?
on that far side against where the electronic scoreboard would have been.
See Stuart Williams now joining the conversation. So I think first you had the umpire. Now you've got Coach Williams going over. You had Gregory Brathwaite who maybe went to give them all fools they lesson because it was being dubbed then more. That CPL would not have any umpires for 2020, 2026. Standing umpires. And everybody started to comment and realize, oh my gosh, it was All Fools Day.
Fools Day.
What a good one.
What a good one. What a way. April 1st celebrated as All Fools Day here in the Caribbean. I'm not sure if it's all around the world.
All around the world then, no?
Driving here is Harris. He's going to wanted to, but slipping as he turned was Andre Peters, just losing his footing at that.
Over.
He's down
And
for
he's actually down.
He's down for the count then more.
Yeah, might have just
Look
hurt himself.
Like might have twisted his ankle.
So the umpire is just asking him just to hold on, just to wait until the physio comes out.
In fact, my mom has passed then more, and originally April 1st was her birthday.
My neighbor,
Come run.
my aunt,
Run.
who passed
Run.
30, just over a year ago as well, would have been celebrating her birthday today. Would have been what we call a teacher, Miss Huggins, and she grew up a lot in the St. Kitts too. Cora Huggins.
My mom herself was a school teacher.
Yeah, Cora Huggins was a principal at a primary school, now Irene B. Williams School.
Cool, yes.
She was the principal there for quite a while. She died on the last day of 2024. Quite a shock for us in the family, because I'd just spoken to her the same morning.
That's the thing about life then.
and told her that I was going to call you.
Yeah.
Call her back the afternoon.
Peters is done for the day.
Yeah, he's
Help the man now. Hot water. Partner. Help the man.
He's going to come off. He turned though to come for that second run and just fell down. It looked as if he lost his footing, but it looked as if he might have just twisted his ankle. He's being helped off the field right now, but not a good sight for him. Never want to see young players like him injured. So he's limping off the field, and I'm having a look at it.
This physio has been very busy all day then more, with the advent of not having any the EMC
Odlum
services.
going out. Dante Odlum going out. Number 15.
Good piece of work there by Stuart Williams. And with the advent of not having the medical, EMC medical services around here, it's put some real pressure on the physio.
So Peters has retired hurt after turning for that second run and just losing his footing, twisting his ankle. It has Giving an opportunity for Dante Odlum, and I know that his mom would be very proud seeing him walk out with the bat. Here is Harris getting a short delivery, and
he's livid with himself, Denmore.
Yep.
That hit him hard, Denmore. That surprised him, shocked him as well.
Yep. Got a bounce, as we would say, one that's hammered into the pitch by Charles. And I feel
let's look at it then more.
Yeah, that one just rose up on him from a good length. Here is he facing up again. And he's cutting just away from the fielder at backward point and down to a wide third man position. That fielder is very wide, almost on the backward point boundaries. Extremely wide.
I'll advise Harris Denmore to just control his emotions. That ball is gone. He has to think about the next one. No need to worry about that. He's going to get many more once he continues to play cricket.
Dante Odlum takes his guard from umpire Bugis.
He too had a stint in England, right, Denmore?
Yes, he did.
Along with Andre Peters.
Yes, here is his first delivery that he's playing defensively. Up on the inside. Calder just rushed him. I would love to see somebody work with Charles for him to really get that left arm working. I think that if he gets that left arm doing a lot more work.
He sort of reminds me of Odean Smith.
Yeah.
He's that kind of young Odean Smith, muscular. He surprises you.
And even the similar action.
Yeah.
Here is Odlum getting one that's down the leg side, swings at it, not making contact. Benjamin skips across, takes it. No run. Wide called by umpire Ogi, 74-4.
If you look at the contrast,
over number 20.
Look at the contrast then more between the two teams. Winwood Islands, you could tell, is a much oiled unit. They've been around together. Leeward Islands, you know, they've been changing consistently. Clipped away.
Clipped away.
Good stop.
Somebody could be in trouble
then more. Somebody could be in trouble then more.
Ball is not taken by the wicket keeper, so Harris gets home. But if the wicket keeper had taken that one cleanly, Harris could have been in some trouble, and then Dante Odlum almost getting himself in a spot of bother as well. He was just walking away out of his crease at that non-striker's end.
Show me that again, Jason. You see the positioning then more of the wicketkeeper just on the with the return. Look at this then more. Look where he is then. See what I'm talking about then more? Yes, you casually.
He didn't take that one, and when you look at that one, Harris was not even in the frame.
He wasn't in the frame.
Harris would have been a goner. But all is well, that ends well. Dante Odlum gets his first run in as a Leeward Islands player. So he can now tell his friends that I've scored a run at the under 15 level for Leeward Islands. Harris is going to get a boundary. Thick edge found. And I was just speaking about the wideness of this field. I'm not certain what they're trying to cover there, because you have that man.
The practice areas.
Because,
you mean the fielder?
You have that fielder.
Yeah. So
you have that fielder who is at point. And then you still have this man that is very wide at a backward point position. No slip. So that edge there from Harris, once it got past the wicketkeeper, it's always going to be a boundary. Harris is on to 25. And the total on to 76 for 4 in over number 20. So a slip has been brought in by Joseph.
Because every now and again, Harris sort of gives you an opportunity that you can get him out. Whether it is via the run-out route or whether it is caught on the offside.
Charles in to Harris, and this one comes down to a wide third man position. That fielder who is there, that looks to be Gilbert with the left-handed throw. In, and they come through for a run. 20 overs gone, 77 for 4. Isaiah Harris is on 26. Dante Odlum is on 1.
Yeah.
So good afternoon to all who are listening. So good afternoon to Father Christopher Roberts out there in round south. He's who that Dante Odlam lives with. Out in the Erlins region. Out there he's the parish priest for the St. Mary's area. St. Mary's in Old Road, leading all the way down to Lady of the Valley Church. This delivery is played away into the offside field, no run, and Father Christopher Roberts is my older brother. I'm the better looking younger brother of the two.
Are you family to Curtis Roberts?
Curtis Roberts is my brother. And I would tell you that the last time we had a competition, as this one is a misfield that's going to give them an opportunity to come back for two. Harris rushes back for the second one, so two more to him. Two more to the total, 79 for 4.
The guilty victim there was Armstrong. He's got to keep his eyes on the ball all the time.
Certainly. Armstrong seems to be a little bit of a liability in the field. He has to work on his fielding. We've seen him in the matches before as well. Not as sharp as some of the other fielders for the Windward Islands. That's probably an aspect of his game that he has to improve.
One of the things that I find then more is that a number of the young fielders, I don't know if it is how they're being brought up, but they don't enjoy fielding at all.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy both aspects of the game, the batting and the fielding.
Had a good laugh in the camp because Jace was trying to indicate to some of them that if they came during the time of a Hayden Walsh, late Hayden Walsh Senior and Ralston Otto and company, they wouldn't make a Leeward Islands team.
I'm telling you, Hayden Walsh was very, very strict when it comes to fielding. Remember, we were playing a game up in Willie Keys for Liberta together, and we made a small score. I think it was 119 against the Willie Keys team, and we were not fielding very well. And Hayden Walsh stopped the game and had a team meeting. End of over number 21, 79. Correctly, just flicked over to 80 for 4. Isaiah Harris is on 29. Dante Odlam is on 1. And I was saying that he stopped the game, had a team meeting, indicated to everybody the quality and the standard that he's expecting, and he said to us, if you don't want to field, tell me now, I'll send you off.
Yeah. Shallow.
Late Hayden Walsh Senior.
That's my friend for life, man. A lot of people don't know. He'd been the first man in Antigua and Barbuda to set up academy, the Technical Cricket Academy. That brought you Gerard Edwards, who was a match referee today, Peter Abraham. The organization of that, then more. With all of the involvement of the parents and company, Derek Moreland.
A lot of people don't even know that the road match and Soca Monarch winner in Antigua and Barbuda, Lyrics Man, came through that same academy as a cricketer.
Yes, yeah. There's so much history.
Harris is pulling, gets it past the backward square leg fielder into the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot.
Good looking shot. It was pulled down by John, and he just helped it on his way. Got it past the fielder who was diving at that square leg position. That looks to be Lavier. Couldn't stop it, and the ball ran into the boundary, 4 runs.
So Charles just off the money there. In fact, it's not. Is it the skipper? The skipper come back? I think it's the captain.
Inside the line of the off stump. This one, no, it's still Charles.
Still Charles,
Caleb Charles. And he's back to what he should be doing, bowling those deliveries just about on the line of the off stump. He would have seen by now that when you pull it down short to Harris, anything short either side of the wicket, Harris will get his strength. He's changing his line of attack, coming around the wicket to Harris. Down the leg side, called wide by umpire Auguste.
It's amazed me then more how you have to overcompensate when you forgot the basics then you change your action. Just bemuses me. Just go back and just do what you're supposed to do. Hope the wicketkeeper knows that he has to make an adjustment then more. He's still
very straight.
Yeah,
almost blinding himself.
He's in no man's land. First slip also has to go wider. Can't be in that position.
Gets a Yorker leg delivery. Works it out.
Look at this then more.
Trouble here.
Look at this then more. Look at this then more.
Dante Odlum is run out. Has ended up in the same crease as Isaiah Harris. A run was never on there, and Dante charged down the pitch. The throw was not a good one at the wicketkeeper's end, but he was already in no man's land, and the ball eventually made its way to the non-striker's end, and the bails were removed. Dante.
Hold on, Denmo. I think Harris is the one who's out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Dante that is out. I think Harris. If we look back on the replay, Denmo, let's have a look at this.
And Harris is actually walking now, because they've called back Dante Odlum. They had a look at it, and if you look, Dante had ran past Harris.
He did.
And got into the crease there. And so it's Harris who is run out. A terrible mix-up, though, between the two Leeward Islands batters.
Let's look at it, Denmo. It's right here on your screen.
Dante called him through.
But the fielder had the ball, Denmo.
Yeah.
Harris is out.
Harris is out. So Isaiah Harris.
Yeah.
Is the one that's run out.
Harris is run out.
Number 8. New batter who has.
Is not Hero?
Come out. It looks to be Hero, yes. So Hero, waking in the number 19 on his shirt.
Let them know. Harris is the one. Hero.
So Dante Odlum still out there batting with the number 15 on his back.
Is that Hero that came in there, no? Yes, Nicholas Hero.
Yes.
Where was he going there more? He decided that he was going to charge.
Not sure what the approach is, but Dante Odlum was coming down the track and looking to hit Charles back over his head. Ball falling away into the offside field.
To relax.
He has to relax. Somebody has to get into his head. And
can't worry about that run out. The run out is gone now.
Get himself an innings, get in and get himself some runs. Faces up now as John is around the wicket. And he's pulling one into the square leg region for 4.
Beautiful shot.
That was a good shot by Dante Odlum.
Didn't try to overhit it, just roll the wrist. And he'd feel very comfortable with that shot. Lovely shot.
It did go past the fielder in the air. It was away from him. And a good shot by Odlum. And he picks up his first boundary. And Saint Hilaire was the fielder who that ball got past very quickly. And Dante Odlum goes on to 5. And the total now on
89.
89 for 5, the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, almost like a stroll in the park with the time. It's now 3:01 here in Antigua and Barbuda. 2:01 in Jamaica.
Right arm alone.
Give you an update in terms of what's happening on that side of the globe, and to let you know that Jamaica are 44 for 6, chasing 86 for victory.
It's all to play for over there. New over starts. First delivery to the left-hander. He's played quietly back along the pitch, no run.
Rain is embossed there at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. where for the first time the West Indies women team, they're batting first. So they've changed up everything. Haley Matthews is not out 24. Dottin, Saw, and Taylor back in the pavilion. So can't quite understand this team and how they've been selecting this team, Denmore, but that'll be another conversation maybe on your program, Denmore.
Certainly. We'll allow the fans who call in all the time and complain to be the ones to discuss that outside the line of the off stump. Ball allowed to go by into just knocked down by Benjamin behind the stumps, no run. So Davis continues. He's had a wicket for 4 runs so far. And this one is swung away into the leg side by Hero for 4. Outside the line of the leg stump, and he just helped it on its way past the square leg fielder and into the boundary for 4.
So a boundary for the Leewards as they look to coast away.
Nicholas Hero, 93 for 5. Driving is Hero, and they're going to get a run.
Armstrong, ricochet off of Armstrong again.
Ricocheting off Armstrong.
And almost a little sloppy cricket creeping into the Windward Islands team. The return came back to Benjamin, went past him, got to kill the ball.
End of the over, though. 23 overs have been bowled at the end of it. Odlum and Hero, they're both on 5. Leeward Islands 94 for 5, chasing a target of 218 for victory, which means that they need 124 runs from another 27 overs with 5 wickets remaining. And remember, Peters has also retired hurt, so the batting to come for the Windward, for the Leeward Islands, Ali, France, Markham, and we're not certain if Peters will be able to return because he left the field with what appeared to be a twisted ankle. Outside the line of the off stump, Hero just watches it as it goes by into the gloves of wicketkeeper No Run. Hero batted long in the first game, didn't score that many runs, but occupied the crease. And if himself and Dante Odlum can just get a partnership together, give the Leeward Islands some hope. But Odlum will have to forget about that mix-up between himself and Harris. With that run out, he was just guiding this one down to a third man position for a single. One more to the total. So good afternoon to all the folks in Antigua. There's a big following that listens to the matches in Antigua, and they comment on our discussions and the things that we say from time to time. Charles will continue, and Odlum gets on top of a short of a length delivery, just plays it down on the pitch, just watches it just to make sure that it's away from his stumps. There is no run. Odlum again, just looking to give himself room. Ball much too close to him to try and force it away. How important are the coaches and the mentor and others at this stage when we see somebody like Dante Odlum batting, seemingly a little bit frustrated maybe with the run out and his approach. How do you get into the head of somebody like a Dante Odlum at this stage?
But I think he has to work that out in himself in the context of the game. It all comes down to preparation. You always hear that cricket is life. And so Odlum will have to put that behind him. He's batting. And, you know, just remember the preparation basics. Hero comes up to him at the end of the over. They most likely will have a discussion. But again, Denmore, we have to have tournaments. We're taking a shortcut. How are we going to, if there's only 3 countries Denmore, you have a tournament. It makes no sense for the Leewards by just deciding that you're shortchanging the system just because you want to shortchange the system. If only Antigua and Nevis or St. Kitts have cricketers, you have a Leeward Island tournament.
We're going to have those Leeward Islands officials that tell you they're short on MONEY cash. How do you account for that? What do you say about that? And
there's money there, Denmore. The people need to go and look for it. It's there. You have to have a plan. Nobody's just going to get up and give you money. Come with a plan and get the money.
Sweeping is Hero. He's going to get another boundary. Again, this one was outside the line of his leg stump from Davis, and he helped it on his way. A beautiful looking shot. Got it over the square leg region. 4 more runs. Good shot by Hero.
Now the new norm now for off spinners to come around the wicket, Denmore. You know how I feel about that, Denmore. It's almost like a culture. I have a big debate with Rakim, who's trying to convince me of something that really not adding up. And when I ask him one simple question, he hasn't answered me yet. Tell me how much wicket you get around when you come around the wicket. He can't seem to figure that one out yet. So when he does, then we'll go back and have the discussion.
Here is this delivery. Driving is Hero. Left the bat upishly. And they exploring the possibility of a second. Was never on. They successfully just got back into their crease. That's a good strong throw. Came from that fielder coming in off the boundary. Williams, Ahmad Williams out there. So just one more to Nicholas Hero. He's on to 11. The 100 has come up for the Leeward Islands. 100 for 5 in over number 25. This one played back along the pitch by Dante Odlum.
What I like about Davis Denmore is that you could see him trying to spin the ball. That's what I like about him.
Certainly. With a little bit of flight, they're going to get a single. Good single, I thought, in the end, because that one had gone to the left of that fielder at point. And he would have had to run around that one to be able to pick it up on the throw. And just having the wherewithal, the batters were able to rush through for Odlum's 6th run.
Based on my own thought process, Denmore, I've been around the system for a long time. I think there could be some adjustment made to this competition. I'd maybe have it as 40 overs in the context. I don't think we have the quality of what we're talking about to have these youngsters at 50 over. Based on the structure that is happening in the respective areas, we do not enough school cricket. Just think that we can narrow this down to 40 overs.
We look at the Windward's bowling card so far. 3 wickets for John, a wicket for Davis. Joseph at the top. 6 overs for 18 runs. Lavrier, 3 overs for 12. Gilbert, 2 overs for 7, but he was ragged. He was all over the place. And Charles has been the most expensive so far. His 4 overs have cost him 25 runs. So the left-handed Hero is batting.
Jamaica 44 for 7, Denmore.
This one is struck away in the air, just falling short of Gilbert down at the fine leg position or the long leg position. One more to Hero. Jamaica making heavy weather of that 86 runs for victory against Trinidad and Tobago. I look across at our producer to see if he's smiling.
Trying to put Jason under some
He's
pressure.
trying to put him under a little bit of pressure, but he's been doing a good job.
No, he's cool, man.
Having
Jason,
us look and sound good.
he's a cool ruler, man. I call him the Wiz. That's all I will tell you.
Outside the line of the off stump. Odlum thought about playing and just watches it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. 103 for 5. We've gone past the halfway stage of the innings. So 24.2 over, 4 overs left. Still the target is 218, so still some ways away. Swan is down the leg side, and Odlum would think that he had missed out on a short over length delivery outside the line of his leg stump. He was looking to force that one away somewhere on the onside, doesn't make contact. So no run.
Charles still coming.
Odlum is
He lost his shape.
driving.
Lost his shape.
Yeah,
Lost
yeah.
his shape there.
Just
Looking for power
yeah,
rather
just
than
tending
looking
to
to
walk
time
into,
the ball.
like
Yeah.
he's just trying to walk into those shots, into those deliveries. Needs to just play with that firm, solid base. He's trying to turn one again down on the onside.
Just need to get back onto the ball, really. Just allow the ball to come to him. I think he's looking for power. When I saw him in the trials, he looked a lot more accomplished. He gave himself some time at the crease. And today I think he's maybe just rushing it, losing his shape.
And that's why I was asking the question. Should Coach Taylor or even mentor Williams seek to probably just get a message out to him? Ask him to, settle down, play his normal game, think about it, and just like what he did there, got on top of a delivery, get himself 2 runs. 26 overs have been bowled. Odlum is on 8. Nicholas Hero is 13. Leeward Islands 105 for 5. The target is 218.
Have some more spectators coming around then more.
Couple more spectators in the ground.
It almost look like I think that is that marketing machine.
Yeah, it does look like him.
Yeah, certainly.
Shalita Rose.
Salita Rose, maybe they're having some big fet here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. That is also now being used as a venue for a number of fets.
A number of the fets here in Antigua and Barbuda all year round. I think there might be something here on Saturday, if my memory serves me right, outside the line of the off stump from the new over from Neon Davis. No run.
Look as if then more I'm gonna have to book your app. You know all what's happening with the fets, man.
There is something out. They call it Fet Tracker. And if you go on the Fet Tracker, you're able to see
you know what's happening.
all what's happening.
It's amazing then more that you're talking about the Fet Tracker, because the amount of fets that were held last year, especially just during the carnival season.
Record breaking.
Yeah, it's crazy. I tried to find out then more where they find the money.
I'm
Early bird tickets are the first to be sold out.
I'm still trying to find out myself. This one is played away into the offside field, and there is no run. As much as I am a cultural aficionado, I've not been to a fete. People would not believe when I say that I've not been to any of these fetes before. But I do like carnival and pan and all the other things that comes along with it.
I think what happens, right? The older we get, then more.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, the more reserve that we will get, because most of the fets, then more. Dante is hitting this down the ground, only get 1 run. The operations now, then more, is that folks start leaving their house at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's sometimes when some people are just heading into the fete. By that time, I've had my 3rd dream. You watch as Nian Davis is in, and this one is played away off the outer portion of Hero's bat, down to a short third man, no run. And I would say that in my younger days, when I was
When you were
the age
proud,
of the Fet people now,
when you were prowling.
yeah, I would have done my fair share of Fets. And there wasn't anyone that would have come to Antigua in that time from any part of the world that I would not have seen. So
Come guys.
I just smile when I see the people going out to the Fet. 27 overs gone, 107 for 5.
Yeah, and we're talking about fets. We know a lot of festivals are coming up around. We got the St. Lucia Jazz Festival.
It's the Jazz and Arts Festival now.
You got the St. Kitts Music Festival coming up again. So you got so many action, and then we're going to move into overdrive because you're going to have the various carnivals. You got St. Thomas around the corner, St. Martin. You got Anguilla coming up. You got Antigua and Barbuda's Carnival. You got Culturama in Nevis.
And I always remember when Brian Lara made 400 here in Antigua at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. I was on Pigeon Island in St. Lucia at the time.
Come on, boy.
Williams, more spin, then more.
It was around this time of the year, close to the Easter, and I was on one of my Easter break travel. And those days I used to travel with Social Security for the Easter time, and I remember we were in St. Lucia at that time when Brian Lara made that 400 in Antigua. Spin is in, the second delivery, played quietly by Odlum. Williams is the spin bowler for the Windward Islands. Is that Ahmad Williams?
Ahmad
Yes, it
Williams.
is. Ahmad Williams.
Jamaica 46 for 8, then more. Chasing
46 for 8.
chasing 86. So looks like we might have a Trinidad and Tobago victory today. Looks. Notice what I said. They need 41 runs from 24.1 overs, then more.
So it's not about the runs nor the deliveries, but it's just that they don't have wickets in hand. Ahmad Williams, quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump. Odlum watches it into the gloves of wicketkeeper Benjamin O'Run. Folks must be saying, what are these guys talking about there on this platform? Let's get back to the cricket.
It's all cricket.
We're talking about the things that happen in and around cricket grounds. Dante Odlum would hope for a good score.
And there have been so many stories that you could talk about, and not just only cricket, then more. Sports in general.
Odlum is playing this one through the offside out to the fielder who is deep on the boundary and gets just one more run. So just the run coming from that Ahmad Williams is over number 28 it is. Leeward Islands, they are now 108 for 5. 108 for 5.
But when you look at the green ants of the Windward Island volcanoes, they seem so confident. They don't feel like the Leeward Islands are going to challenge them. You know, so they're just enjoying the moment being here in Antigua and Barbuda.
And they're up 2-0 in this 5-match bilateral series. So if they win this game today, they would have taken an unassailable 3-0 lead in the 5-match series. And they're looking the calmer of the two teams. And they've played good cricket. They probably just need maybe a few more of their players to come to the party. They've had the runs coming from similar people throughout the 3 encounters, and they're hoping that one or two of the other players come on board and make a name for themselves. Here is Nian Davis, somebody I think too has good potential both with the bat and the ball. Has not necessarily delivered with the bat how I would want him to.
46 for 9, then more.
So it's happening over there in Jamaica.
The only thing is that Tantimol won't be coming.
Here we watch as a flighted delivery to Dante Odlum is driven into the offside field. He's going to get a run.
John there putting his body on the line.
Yeah, John doing some good fielding.
He's a good cricketer.
He is. I think that he has a good future as well. Seems to have a good attitude.
I understand they have to keep him off of the football field because the football injuries have been hurting him when it comes to the cricket aspect.
What should I say of youth? When you think of youth, the things that young people go through, and it's going to be difficult because especially if he's a good football player,
he does sound like he's a good football player.
He's going to want to be able to play both.
Oh yes. I don't argue too much about that then more. I allow them to.
Neither do I.
I let them grow up. You have to allow them to grow up.
Neither do I.
Because it doesn't mean that cricket or football or basketball might be their speciality and their love. They might not get a scholarship through that. They might get a scholarship through golf, to swimming. You know, so I think you let them grow up.
My only advice would be to the young people is to mix your sport with academics. That would be the advice that I would give. That I remember growing up, that in order for us to play, our homework had to be finished. So what we did when we were growing up, as soon as we get home from school, we make sure that the homework is finished. So by the time our parents come and they call you off of the sport field, you can report that your homework is done and you're able to head back out to play. And I encourage young people play as many sports as possible. You never know what it's going to be. But
You never know which one you'll get the call for.
Yeah, just balance. Just make sure that there is a balance. Here is Ahmad William, continues, and a ball that is driven up on the onside by Dante Odlum. Goes to the Antigua Grammar School here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Doesn't look himself today then more. He's looking. He's a touch player. He's a time player. Today he's looking to go big. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, he just needs to play his natural game. Think about himself. Think about batting for himself. Here is this deliveries played away into the offside field and should have been an easier single than it looked, as if Dante was just leaning on his bat at that non-striker's head, not as sharp as he should be, but comes through in the end because the ball was well away from Hillier in that point region. It's now be moved into what would be a forward square leg position for the right-handed Dante Odlum as he faces Ahmad Williams. Pulled down and he's looking to hammer this one into the onside. Missed it completely. The ball went into his pads. Loud appeal from Ahmad Williams. Just Ahmad alone though was interested. Not out, says umpire Geese quickly. He's back with the ball and ready to go again. Ahmad Williams. Odlum has faced 31 deliveries for his 12. Just waiting as the captain in Joshan Joseph just makes some adjustments to the field. Flighted delivery outside the line of the off stump, beating the bat of Dante Odlum into the gloves of Benjamin, who had the bails off in a flash. No run. 111 for 5 in over number 30, so 20 to go after this one.
Gotta come and pique Denmore's interest. We've got all of the World Cup teams now. I don't know who. Quiz Denmore, see who he's backing, whether he's backing Spain, Brazil, or who.
End of the over. 30 overs gone. 111 for 5. 111 for 5 is the total for the Leeward Islands. And just the summary of the match so far. 217 by the Windward Islands. Look at that score there for Lewis. 102. 47 for Armstrong. And Armstrong looked as if he was going to get that half century, then got himself tragically run out. 29 for Joseph and 9 for Williams, but the majority of the Windward Islands batting fell away. 4 wickets for France, 3 for Williams. So far 3 wickets for John for the Windward Islands. 33 by Isaiah Harris, the top scorer for the Leeward Islands so far. Hero is there, he's on 15. Odlum is on 12. As Nian Davis continues.
Biggest World Cup coming up then, Moon. 48 teams.
48 teams.
2026 FIFA World Cup. We'll get a chance just to give the folks an idea as to who are some of the teams that have qualified. Jamaica missing out. Have to go again and wait for a long time. Gone to the keeper. Racing away down to the boundary. Gilbert has had a lot of work to do today, Denmore.
Yes, Gilbert. He's had a lot of work to do, having to chase once more. Just see him holding on to his lower back after he threw that one in. First match of the series for Gilbert, and he just seems a little bit stiff out there. So here, Hero again gets one that he's punching into the offside field. No run, and that one that went down to the third man region just now seemed to have been an edge off the bat of Hero. Runs given. He's forcing one away again from Nian Davis. No run. 17 of 24 deliveries, 33 deliveries Odlum has faced for his 12. Hero gets a flighted delivery that again, he just waits on it, drives it into the offside field quietly, no run. This deliveries played away into the offside field, and again, there is no run. End of over number 31, 113 for 5. Nicholas Hero is on 17. Odlum is on 12.
The rate is going up Denmore. It's now 5.53. And anything starting to climb over 6, over 7 is going to be a real major challenge. Hero is 17, Odlum is 12 as you indicated. It's going to be almost a big ask. And just to tell you Denmore, Jamaica were bowled out for 47, Trinidad and Tobago on the 15, winning by 39 runs after they scored 86 of 28 overs.
Not good reading that for the batters of both teams. So both squads, both camps wouldn't necessarily be happy with the batting, but they would be happy with the bowling because both bowling units were able to bowl out the other.
Sure wouldn't love to be a coach today.
You would need to have maybe 1 or 2 more Dasani waters to calm your nerves down.
Arnaldo Premchan. He bowled 8.5 overs, 5 maidens, 6 runs, 7 wickets with 1 no ball.
Looks as if that song is that spin?
He,
Spin?
There goes Jason giving us an idea.
Yep, spin.
It's got to be, and it has to be wrist spin because it got to be that somebody was not reading him.
Yeah, seem as if spin there. That has been an Achilles heel for Caribbean batsmen or batters lately.
At all levels.
All levels.
At all levels.
Odlum is driving one up on the onside. Just will have one as the ball went very quickly out into that long on region. So just a single brings the left-handed Hero on strike as Ahmad Williams continues. In his third over, he's going around the wicket to the left-handed Hero.
Overing Sinkets in the final 50 over match between West Indies and Australia. After the rain break, Matthews caught volleyball king for 34. So West Indies in further trouble.
Here is the out leg before, as he just missed one that was probably on the line of the stumps. Hero Ahmad Williams liked it very much, and umpire Agis agreed with him. Leeward Islands losing another wicket, that of Hero.
Hit plumb in front, just below the knee roll.
Missed that one there, and so he's back in the pavilion. Who is that that's going out?
Number 4.
Ali.
Ali.
Adonai Ali is going out with the number 14 on his back for the Leeward Islands. So, Adonai Ali, fast bowler. He has to do some batting today for the Leeward Islands. They're now 114 for 6. And can we almost say it's maybe for 7, because we had Peters who retired hurt.
Don't see him coming back in a
The
hurry.
way that he went off, having been carried off in the end by Stuart Williams. Not sure that we are going to see him return. Here's an opportunity
Armstrong again.
for Ali getting his first run, as that one was played to Armstrong and should have really done a lot better. Just falling slowly to his left and allowing the ball to go past him. One more to the total. Ahmad Williams now to Dante Odlum, and Odlum is turning one on the onside again, can't score. Odlum has to find a way to find the gaps, turn the strike over. He's faced 35 deliveries for his 13 runs. There is he hitting one over the square leg region for 4. It was pulled down by Ahmad Williams, and Dante Odlum just pivoting and hitting it over the square leg region 4 runs.
Yeah, timely boundary indeed for the Leeward Islands on the 15. Bad ball, put away nicely. Something which I think in the first 2 games, then more, the Leeward Island batsmen missed out in terms of intent as compared to the Windward Island young players. Every time there was a half volley or a bad ball, it was put away ferociously.
Far too many bad balls by the Leeward Islands that was we thought were missed.
If we look at the Windward Islands innings today, then more they hit some 18 boundaries and 6 Dasani maximums.
So Ali is going to face now, as we have a new over. Nian Davis is going to continue from the southern end.
I like his variations and I like his control. You know, he wants to spin the ball.
It's one into
You could see, you
Ali.
could automatically see it turning where he wants it to go. He's concentrating on that.
Remember in the second game, I think he had pulled Ali out of his crease with a flighted delivery like that one that he's driving into the offside field. This time they get a single. Remember him flighting one to
Yes, he did.
Ali in that second game.
Pulled somebody
that
out.
Dragged him out of his crease and got him out stumped. Dante Odlum will face up now. He just wants to stay batting and get some runs for himself. He's driving.
Lost his shape there then more. Lost his shape. He's not even balanced there. He's got to lean into the ball. Get his head into the ball. You got to kiss it.
Davis again. And almost looking as if he wanted to play an aggressive stroke.
Yes, and that's what I said then more. I didn't see that in the trials. He was somebody who was just looking to just time the ball. Today it's a different beast that I'm looking at here batting.
Yeah.
He wants to go for power.
A different mindset. This is Nian Davis beating him outside the line of the off stump. He was just looking to back away and steer that one into the offside field. No run. Walks down, just have a look at the pitch and does a little bit of farming. Here is Nian Davis, just waiting as Odlum settles. Better from Odlum, just correctly forward, playing a defensive shot to a good delivery from Nian Davis. Brings up the end of over number 33. At the end of 33, 120 for 6. Ali is on 2. Odlam on 17. Target 218. And the run rate required continues to rise. It's now at 5.76, approaching 6.
Just to let the folks know that there's more cricket coming to the Caribbean. You have the men in maroon starting their home series. Yeah, against Sri Lanka, white ball series. Got at Sabina Park, 3 ODIs, 3 T20s, then a warm-up match at the Coolidge, and then 2 test matches at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting on June 25th, 29th, July 3rd to the 7th, my birthday weekend. We'll be back with under 15 action, then more.
Delivery that is driven away into the offside field by Ali. No run. All of this struck away. I heard Kenny Benjamin pleading on our sports show for the WICB to rethink their position with the bilateral series, with the 4 teams being here in Antigua. Well, the fixtures seem to have been set and in stone now, so the Leeward Islands will play Trinidad and Tobago, and the Windwards will play Guyana. And from the fixture that I have seen, matches will be played at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, here at CC Coolidge, at CCG, and at ARG. I saw on the fixture. So if that's correct, regional cricket returns to ARG. Dante Odlam gets a quicker delivery, or is that Ali? Ali gets a quicker delivery from Ahmad Williams, just playing it defensively into the onside field to bring up the end of over number 34. 16 overs left. 122 for 6. 122 for 6. The Leewards need another 96 runs for victory with some 16 overs to go.
Overnight, then more, we heard the announcement of Otis Gibson joining the men's senior team
as the bowling consultant.
So I'm wondering what has happened to Ravi Rampal, who originally was there.
Not sure.
I always feel that West Indies need a fast bowling camp, and with this talent that we've seen here at the under 15 level, I'd have certainly loved to have had Otis Gibson down at this level, along with maybe even somebody like a Kenny Benjamin. You know, so many persons. We have to have some fast bowling camps, then more, some batting camps around the region. That's where our problem is.
Odlam hits this one in the air, and it's going to fall short of the fielder down here on the boundary. And again, hesitation in the run-in, as the fielder just got around and knocked it down. He did Charles, and the batters were only able to get a single, just one. Ali gets a short of a length delivery from Nian Davis as he starts his 9th over. Davis is driven again into that cover region.
I think Ali could have gone through with that then more. Got to the pitch. He was just hit that inside out over the cover. Find the gap.
Comes with confidence as in his batting. Probably not as confident as he thinks there. Because he got to that one, was close enough, but he just pushed it straight to the fielder standing at extra cover, and there is no run. 123 for 6 at the end of 35 overs.
We have a Dasani water break, then more.
Opportunity for us to just have a look at the Leeward Islands scorecard. James, right at the top, caught Benjamin of John for 5. Caris Farrell, bowled John for 4. Prentice caught Benjamin of Davis for 13. Williams caught St. Hilaire of John for 16. And then Williams got probably the poorest delivery of John's spell and hit it straight into the field at mid-wicket's hand. Isaiah Harris was tragically run out. An almighty mix-up between himself and Dante Udlam for 33. Peters was turning for a second run and twisted his ankle. He's off the field, retired hurt. And Nicholas Hero, the last person in front, LBW of the bowling of Williams for 17. Udlam is not out on 19 and Ali is there.
So let me give you the figures now. The lineup of the bowling. Then more. Joseph, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wickets. John, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 3 wickets. Lavia, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, no wicket. Gilbert, playing his first game, 2 overs, no maiden, 7 runs, no wickets. Charles, 5 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wicket. Davis, he's bowled beautifully. 9 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, 1 wicket. And Ahmad Williams has come on so far. 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. The Leeward's lost wicket, 1 for 10, 2 for 11, 3 for 37, 4 for 67, 5 for 69, 6 for 85, and 7, did I say 6? It would have been 5 for 114. They need 95 off 96. Game on, then more.
Game on. If it was normal circumstances, the Leewards only have 4 wickets in hand to get those runs, but it's still possible if Dante Udlam gets his head into the game. Now when they're having this Dasani water break, maybe the message that is coming out, because the person come out is having quite a long talk with the 2 batters there, Ali and Udlam. And I would love to see Udlam get into a frame of mind where he's probably just looking to play for himself and get a score on the board. Maybe look to play himself into get himself a 50. You never know what can happen once you're still at the crease and there are deliveries available and you're still there. Anything can happen. So he has to have a positive mindset. He's faced 45 deliveries for his 19 runs so far. He's struck 2 fours. But importantly, he's had 33 dot balls. Has to find a way to turn some of those dot balls into singles. Something that has been quite a challenge for batters in recent time, especially here in the Caribbean. Those of you who are watching, you've had a good look at the match summary so far. We're just waiting to get back to live play here. The sunshine is still out with us on this holy Thursday afternoon.
Over Warner Park in St. Kitts, the West Indies women batting first. They are 91 for 5. 91 for 5, then more.
Yeah, and I think it's time though that with the women's game, that more of the players contribute, especially in the batting. We tend to depend too much on Hayley Matthew and to a less extent Stephanie Taylor. This is John that's coming back. First delivery is driven up on the offside. No run.
But realistically then more, are we developing the women's game in the Caribbean for that to happen? Because how many countries around have a proper women's league? I'm not saying to play against some under 15 boys and some under 16 girls. A proper league.
Dante Udlam wants a quick single and gets it in the end. He was driving the ball out to the field at mid-off, who is deep. He took off for the run. Ali responded a little bit slowly but got home in the end. So no damage done. Dante gets his 20th run, 124 for 6. What I should say, I don't know if it bothers me or thing, is that like I hear a player in Trinidad, I think a female player, getting a triple century, it was?
Yeah, but
yeah.
It shows
Right.
you how poor that competition
And I'm
is.
just saying that she gets a triple century and is nowhere near the setup. So she's making her debut today. Okay, so
But then more,
yeah.
we just had a regional competition. Some people, even some of the senior stars who play for the West Indies team, didn't dominate that regional women's cricket competition.
And that is why I'm saying this one is hit in the air by Ali. There's a fielder looking to take the catch. He puts it down in the square leg region, and they're rushing back for a second run. So, dropped chance there.
Is it Lavia? I think it's Lavia.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Either Lavia-
confirm if it's Lavia or Saint Hilaire. But they was running back in that square leg position and just didn't look confident at all about it. And he was able to, he put the catch down. Let's just have a look at it again. Running back never looked as if he got close to it. And eventually the catch going down. Odlum though coming down, just having a word with Ali. Probably just saying to him, don't give it away. Let's not just give it away easily. 2 more runs though to the Leeward Islands.
I think it's Lavia Denmore. He's been the shorter of the two.
No, that's Saint Hilaire. Saint
Saint
Hilaire,
Hilaire.
they just moved him from that location. And Ali is getting a Yorker length delivery that he's squeezing out into the offside field. No run.
The danger man again,
126 for
Denmore.
6.
John.
Yeah, with those
he dug,
Yorker
yeah,
length
but
in
that one was a sharper delivery that he really rushed him quickly.
I think this is a good move to bring John back now, especially with the lesser batters in terms of the tail end for the Leeward Islands. Here is one that is peeling off the outer edge of Ali's bat as he was flashing at that one outside the off stump. Gets a single down to third man. 127 for 6. In over number 36. Ali looks as if he's not in the mood to just hang around. As that over comes to an end. 3 for 26 it reads for John. Adonai Ali is on 6. Adlam is on 20. Leeward Islands 36 overs gone. 127 for 6.
Yeah. Under the banyan tree. The group is, the House of Assembly is getting bigger.
Yeah, we see the president of the Leeward Islands among that grouping now. Amal Nathaniel is there. And we also see some other cricketers there as well. So they're having quite a discussion out there. This one is peeling off the outer portion of Ali's bat, goes into the backward point region for a run.
Too many fancy words being played around with our cricket. It's time for action. We've been talking now for some years then more about turning the corner. Don't know how steep this corner is.
Odlum is forcing one off the back foot, but hits it straight to the fielder standing at short extra cover, no run.
It's gone 20, so you want to maybe get a nice knot out here. Odlum, as Denmore said, if he can get a half century.
He's driving out on the onside out to the long on region. The fielder coming up, just running in on that one. One more to Dante Odlum. He's not timing it at all.
Yeah,
not timing it.
Lost his shape there because he's looking for power. Denmore, he's looking to go big.
Ali is driving past the fielder at that point position and into cover, who is on the boundary, gets another run. I think if Ali probably just plays those deliveries a little bit more confidence, just a little tinge more confidence, just a little tinge more.
Yeah, but if he's
belief,
getting to the pitch of the ball, just go through.
just a tinge more belief.
Yeah.
Odlum is driving, flighted delivery from Nian Davis, but again,
The shape, losing his shape. You got to get closer to the ball to hit the ball.
finds the captain, no run. He gets a better delivery, one that was looped up by Nian Davis that cut back at Dante Odlum. He just stood there on the crease, plays it defensively into the offside field. No run. 130 for 6 at the end of over number 37. Odlum is on 21. Adonai Ali is on 8. Say good afternoon to Risa Roberts, Dante Odlum's mom, my younger sister, and she's the youngest of the clan. In my dad's clan, it's our baby sister. With her son, she's been very proud. She was here on the very first day of the tournament, and there were photos floating around in the family group chat of Odlum and his mom and my sister Susanna. Here we watch as John, who is starting a new over. Delivery.
I know you follow Denmore coming back to the Leeward Islands, and maybe let's switch maybe to the women's cricket per se, and looking at the balance of the team. I don't think that the team is balanced, Denmore. When you look at the West Indies women team, you can't tell me you have seamers there who, by the time they finish Denmore in a game, they're bowling 3-4 overs. You got young Josiah Claxton, who's got an abundance of talent, and you tell me that she's playing and she bowls 1 over.
I think Claxton and somebody like a Shawnee Hector and others need to get a fair chance. I don't think that they've been given a fair opportunity. I think that they've been given
bits and pieces,
spots.
Yeah,
I think that they need to not be scared. Somebody like a Shawnee Hector, if she goes for a couple of runs in a game or two, that's okay. But show some trust and some confidence in her. Give her the confidence, because I believe if she's given a fair and a long run, she can do well in that setup. But something it seems to be a little bit off in the women's selection, and I'm not sure. As we see another quick run, but again, don't benefit from the overthrows, as Dante Odlum had just ran past the crease. So just one more to the total, one more to Ali.
Even Janela Glasgow. You got somebody like Janela Glasgow, Denmore, who's got some potential, and she's just been tossed around in the order. It quizzes me in terms of what you're trying to achieve there. I don't think Dottin is interested in playing 50 over cricket, and that's just my concern. It's always boiled on. We're still living in the past. If it's T20, I can see Dottin and if she's match ready on any given day, she could take anything away. Henry, I feel, has got some real good potential, but I don't think Henry is bowling enough in the context. And the sad part about it is that we're losing.
Walking down and swinging at one is Odlum, not making any contact. The ball going through to wicket keeper. Ends another over there from John. At the end of it, 3 for 27. His total, and he's finished his 8th over. Ali is on 9, Odlum on 21, Leeward Islands 131 for 6 after 38 overs.
And I know you were talking then more about having to depend on Taylor and a Matthews or whatever. I think it is automatically peer pressure on Haley Matthews, where if you feel first, you have to automatically orchestrate the team for 50 overs, and then you have to go and open the batting. I think sometimes they can readjust and come up with a different plan. Matthews maybe can come at 4 and maybe have a look at the game and look to groom two other players, because she's a senior. If today or tomorrow Taylor and Dottin finishes, everything is going to be played around her in the batting area.
I hear you. And we're just looking at there was a release earlier, and I sort of missed it, but it says Charnel Saw making her debut today.
Yeah, I think she scored 3.
We'll not use that to define her at
No,
all.
I'm not at all.
Here we watch as looks to be Lavier, who starts a new over, gets a wicket with his very first delivery, as Adonai Ali just hit that one in the air. Was just not sure what he was trying to do there. Just had a swing at it, and
what has happened? He's all caught.
Yeah, we just see him.
I wonder what he was waiting for.
What they're waiting for.
What is Ali waiting for? What, you saying that Lavier can bowl?
I don't know. I just see the umpires are now. I see that the umpires are checking on something. But Lavier is just starting his 4th over, so Lavier would have been probably within the range. Just a little bit of a mix-up here. Just a little bit of a hold-up on the part of the umpires, not checking.
Well, Lavier's bowled a long time ago.
So they're just making sure that Lavia is within range. But he's only bowled 3 overs before, so according to what I have here as my 3 overs, he would need to have been off for 30 minutes. And I think that is probably
He bowled a long time ago.
Long time ago. So we now see Adonai Ali going, caught off the bowling of Lavia for 9, 131 for 7, the Leeward Islands.
I think we could consider that to be 8 then more, because I don't see Andre Peters coming back out anytime soon in a hurry. Is this France coming out now?
Yes, that's looks to be France.
Yeah, France.
France, yep.
I think it might be a done day. Don't think I see Peters coming back out.
Kamari France coming out for the Leeward Islands. France.
22.
Number 22 on his back. Yes, the number 22.
Ali playing out of context there. Denmore.
Yeah.
He was never anywhere close to the pitch of the ball and just had a hoik, more or less.
And again, just umpires just making sure, because remember now, the days have gone when you cross that you end up in the other wicket. So we just see Dante Adlam coming back to the non-strikers end, and it's going to be France who is on strike. Here we see him getting his first delivery, and he's driving pleasantly out into the mid-off region. That one was timed sweetly off the bat of France. He seemed to have come out with a very good bat. That one hit the bat and raced quickly out to that mid-off fielder who is deep, just about the 30-yard circle.
But you look at the positioning, you look at the head position then more of France. He was leaning into the shot, and like I was saying to you, you got to kiss the ball. That's the objective there.
Adlam just trying to make sure that the Windward Islands have enough fielders in the circle. It's been a little bit of a hold up because the captain is sending, then tell him to come back, that fielder at that mid-off position. And Adlam is swinging one over the mid-wicket region, one bounce into the boundary for 4.
That's why I was kind of maybe in a context then more very disappointed in the way in how Ali got out. Because the objective here, would have been for both of them, even if they didn't win the game, to just back the overs, just spend some time at the crease.
So Adlam on to 20. It says 22, but I think he should be a little bit more than that. Should be on 26. Gets a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, was reaching for it, can't get close to it, into the gloves of Benjamin, signaled wide by the umpire. So Adlam, on the official scorecard, it says he's 25 not out.
Yeah, so our score will have to get up to par. Might have maybe missed the boundary somewhere.
This is Adlam is working one into the mid-wicket region. He gets one. That's all he's going to have as the fielder comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Picks up and flicks it back to the wicket keeper. One more to Dante Adlam. West Indies women 115 for 6. Last update that we have seen.
Could be an early night.
27 overs gone in that encounter. Here is a delivery that is dropped away into the offside field and called through for a single. Or Francis bat. So Adlam is on 26, France is on 2. 138 for 7. Lavia, and that ball is struck away square of the wicket, and he's going to get another boundary from Odlum. So it was half volley outside line of the off stump, and he went square with it and got it past the diving field at point and into that point boundary for 4. Good shot by Dante Odlum. Brings up his 30th run.
Half cut, half drive there by Odlum. Well controlled, stayed on top of it, and got a much needed boundary very quickly. Raced across the turf here. Be nice if the Leeward Islands can bat 50 overs here, then more.
He batted
143 for 7.
39 so far in this innings. 143 for 7. So we're about to see 40th over begin. Who is it going to be? It looks as if it's Joseph, who's
the captain
coming back from that northern end. He opened the bowling from this end where we are located, the commentary box end, the southern end. He's now going to bowl his second spell from the northern end. When you hear us the next time on Saturday, we'll be out in Bethesda. Delivery that is played away into the offside field, called through. France having to just put on his speedy boots as he got down, shoots his bat in at the non-striker's end. Single taken. 144 for 7. Brings Odlum, who is looked good. There are 1 or 2 things that he probably needs to work on, but he's played some good shots in his innings of 30.
Just keep it simple.
And he's walking down the track, and again, just looking to do something that's not necessary at this stage. It's not a T20 game. It's a 50 over game. You still have the better part of 65 deliveries to come.
I don't mind that in a Denmark. I don't mind the intent, but he's got to get close to the ball. You know, no sense just swinging to the fences.
He's swinging at one. A short delivery from Joseph, missing.
Got to keep his eye on it.
No run.
Got to keep your eye on the ball, young man. Watch the ball all the way. Good change of pace there by Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph just changing the pace and hitting that one into the pitch, deceiving Dante Odlum, who's on 30. 33, the top score so far for the Leeward Islands by Isaiah Harris. And here is he cutting one over the top of backward point. They get one. They're thinking about the second.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
Run out.
Oh, my gosh.
Again, poor decision making by Dante Odlum. I'm not sure where he was going because the fielder had the ball in his hand and he took off for a second run. Suicide run. He's run out. We saw the same type of decision between himself and Harris, and this time I'm not sure what is going on there. But Dante Odlum was not even in the frame when the wicket was broken.
You saw Benjamin, he loves to dive then more. Goalkeeper style.
Yeah, goalkeeper style onto that one. And Odlum goes back into the pavilion. He's run out for 31 and 145 for 8.
It's called about game awareness, then more match awareness, and the scoreboard. There's no hurry. It's not like it's the final 3 overs and you're trying to win the game.
I just said it. 60 odd deliveries still left.
Who's come out to bat?
Marchand is
Marchand,
there.
yes.
And he has the number 6 on his shirt.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Peters today then more, so I think...
Yeah, I think this might be the final pairing for the Leeward Islands. And so Joseph for the Windward Islands would be hoping that he can wrap things up pretty quickly, not allow this final pairing to frustrate the Windwards. Here is a delivery that is clipped away in the air over the top of Armstrong, and he gets a single.
You know what's happening there, Mo? Every game for the Leeward Islands has been a run out.
And today we've seen 2 tragic run out. The 2 top scorers getting themselves unnecessarily run out. We saw Odlum and Harris with that big mix-up and almost a similar mix-up between Odlum and France. Outside the line of the off stump to end the over. France is on 3, Martian is on 1, Leeward Islands 146 for 8, and this could well be the final pairing because Peters retired hurt, injured. He twisted his ankle in turning for a second run, and he had to be lifted off the field eventually. He was limping badly.
I think we have the final power play now.
Just the final power play, yep, signaled by the umpire.
Melissa Lowry. Leeward's 146 for 8. So compared to their last game where they scored 137 and they batted in 39.3 overs, they've already batted 40 overs, but could have done a lot better today.
Little bit of improvement in every game. They made 77 in the first, and they made 137. Now they've gone past that, 146. Small increments we've seen. I like the look of somebody like Dante Adlam today in terms of the Leeward's batting. He looked a lot better than some of the other players that would have been featured. I think, though, that the captain has to, if he's in the team, the captain also have to find a way to give him a couple of overs, see what happens, especially a day like today when the Windwards were going helter-skelter. You needed probably someone that they've never seen before to, give a different type of perspective. 2 deliveries here from Lavia. He had appealed for that very first delivery. He thought that he had hit the edge of Martian's bat. Umpire Laurie was not interested.
Got 2 more games to go, so you just never know what the options would be. But the major concern for the management staff of the Leeward Islands under 15 is going to be the batting. How do you sort the batting out? That is a major concern. Prentice has not come to the party.
Neither has the captain in Farrell. Farrell has not come to the party either with the bat. And they need to look at that and sort that out, see whether or not it's a situation where they need to move Farrell from the top of the innings momentarily, just give him an opportunity for a little rest.
Like I said to you, Denmore, he would bat number 4 for me. Maybe even think about putting Harris to open along.
Here's the delivery that is right up to the right-handed Martian. He was able to just keep it out, got it away on the onside.
I like the look of Deshaun James Denmore. He looks organized. He looks like an accomplished player. So there are 2 things. It's either Dante Adlam can go to the top Denmore with Deshaun James and then make that adjustment. If Prentice is going to play, Prentice has to get runs. Can't be around the system for a long time and not getting any runs at all.
I agree. And I also think that Carice Farrell has to be held accountable too. When I say accountable, he has to get runs too, because he's picked as the captain and a batter, and he has to hold his hand up. He has to stop just giving his wicket away. I find that the way that he has gotten out, very soft in all 3 games. But maybe just a little bit of a reshuffle needed for the Leeward Islands in terms of their batting lineup. His delivery is driven back by Martian and tumbling away and making the save is Lavia. End of our maiden over. Over number 41, 146 for 8. The score remains. France is on 3. Martian is on 1. And the Leeward Islands, what we think is their last pair in a match today that saw the biggest score we've seen of the bilateral series, 217. Behind that, century by Lewis, 47 by Armstrong. And the Leeward Islands so far, they still need just 72 runs off 62 deliveries. So if they had wickets in hand, Springer would not have seemed as doom and gloom as it is right now. Joseph is in and just trying to keep it out is France. Plays it back along the pitch, no run.
Even when you look, Denmore, at the 3 games that they have chased, with the exception of the first game, Denmore, even the second game, they lost by 30 runs.
Yep.
When you look around, you'd realize that they missed at least even 30 singles that would have brought them closer to the target. And to the target meaning that they were bowled out.
And that is why I'm saying that at the top, from the top three, James, Farrell, and Prentice, they have to get a lot more runs. Today, from that top three, they got what? 21 runs? Yeah, 22 runs from the top three. They're going to need a lot more than that from the top three batters. Joseph continues to bowl well. He just stands there and looks as he beats the bat of France, who is a tail-end batsman.
Don't like that word anymore. Tail-end batsman. Everybody's a batsman.
It's a reality, though.
I don't think I've ever seen that one in the scorebook. I've made sure I've seen Denmore Roberts. Doesn't matter where you bat. Ooh, lovely
This
shot.
is a beautiful shot that he's driving that one, and
Beautiful
he timed
shot.
it well. Like I said earlier, it looked as if France would have come out with a very good bat, because once he's been able to get bat to ball, it has just been racing away.
It's a beautiful shot. And the thing about it is his head position is what you look for. Jason, show me that one again, Jason. Just look at him. Look at him.
Yeah, just look at how that elbow
and the head
also
position
came up.
as well too. Yes.
Just looking really
Real proper
like a
cricketer.
proper cricketer with that shot.
Big save there.
This one is hit up in the air by Marshan and just ballooned over the top of the bowler, fell safely between the mid-on and mid-off fielder. No run.
Getting closer to 150. Leeward Islands under 15. Tropical wave. Leeward Islands.
Ball that is driven a full toss. That was driven by Marshan, and it just fell short of the fielder. They just knocked down by the fielder short extra cover. No run. It brings up the end of over number 42, 149 for 8. France is on 6. Marshan is on 1. You're at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where we're having this bilateral under 15 series between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands already winning the first 2 matches, and look as if they're going to be on their way to victory in this third encounter.
And maybe take the series lead.
And they would go into an unassailable lead in the series, a 3-0 lead heading into Bethesda on Saturday. And then we come back for the final encounter here at CCG on Easter Monday. And so we're inviting folks that on Saturday and Easter Monday, if you have the opportunity, we would love for many more of you to come out at Bethesda and give the under 15 some support. And then make it your picnic area on Monday here at CCG. This is a delivery in the start of John's new over that is driven into the offside field by the batsman France, and there is no run. He's on 6. John outside the off stump. France just looked at it and then just allowed it to go by into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. This is John. That is driven hard back past him by France. It burst through his finger and it raced into the mid-off boundary for 4. That was a good-looking shot once more by France. It was up to him and he hit it hard back past the bowler, burst through his hands and down to the boundary for 4. So France continues to look good when he's driving the ball, and he's been timing it very well. He's played some good shots. This time he's able to get a boundary. And Captain Joshawn Joseph, even though He has runs on the board. He's taking no chances. He sent the man from mid-off back out onto the boundary. And Francis getting one and wants a single sent back by Martian, and rightly so. He's looking down at Martian and saying that you have to pay attention, but I don't think that there was a single on that occasion. I thought Martian made the right decision because the ball was traveling quickly to that man at mid-on, and it would have been a suicide type run. France is still not convinced. He's calling down Martian to have a word because he really thought that there was a single on there, but not sure if France wants to give Martian too many deliveries to face. Here is a full toss delivery that he's peeling off the edge, and it goes down to a third man position. And no ball. Yeah, full above the waist, that far pitch. Yep. Free hit opportunity for Martian.
John is switched from the CIA road end now to the media center end. He maybe wants to wrap up things. He's got 3 for 33.
Yeah, maybe just getting a little bit frustrated by being held up by this final wicket pair. Free hit delivery. Swinging and hitting it in the air. And the ball is dropped out here, but it wouldn't have counted because it was a free hit delivery. But it came to the right of Lavier and could not hold on to it. They were able to just get a single. So one more to the total. Martian is on to 156 for 8 with 1 delivery to go in this over number 43.
France is a real talent, Denmore.
Seems to be. Here is he hitting one in the air out to Lavier, and he's out caught.
All over.
It's all over. Got a full toss. This time it was a little bit lower. He was looking to try and hit it over the top of Lavier, but it went straight down his throat. Lavier took a nice, smart catch out at the mid-off region to end the match. That's the end of the game. Leeward Islands 156 for 9, but Peters is injured, retired, out now, and so the
just showing them, just showing you Peters' bandage there. So he might maybe need 48 hours to recover Denmore.
Yeah, so no doubt. So the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, they're going to be shaking hands. They just, the Islanders just making sure that they shake the hand of the umpires, and then they will go down in one line and shake the hand of the Leeward Islands players. Windward Islands, they would have taken a 3-0 lead in this competition. The Windwards winning today by 61 runs. The Leeward Islands 156 all out. Yeah?
Yeah. What can we say then more? Bit more improvement. They batted 43 overs today. So we see an improvement then more. In the previous 2 games, no one passed 50. Today, Derwin Lewis turned up in style and got 100. But we still have one thing which is hurting us big time. None of the teams have been able to bat 50 overs yet.
None of the teams. Windward Islands got very close. They were 11 deliveries short of 50 overs. And just that their tail enders fell away. This is the scorecard for the team there. As it just flashed away. As the teams are shaking hands. Windward Islands were 11 runs short of 50 overs, 11 deliveries short of 50 overs today. They scored over 200 runs, which is something good. We got a century from Derwin Lewis, 47 from Alex Armstrong, who I thought had batted well enough to probably get a 50, made that poor decision and got himself run out just on the cusp of him getting to that half-century mark. But the Windwards would be concerned that Lavier, Davis, St. Hilaire, and St. Hilaire, Benjamin, and Gilbert all made not.
If I could get Jason to maybe just capture the moment there with the man of the match prize there for the young man, or those guys seem to have maybe kind of pulled down already. But the century maker today picking up his man of the match award.
Yep, Lewis. And no doubt he would be an easy selection today for man of the match. He batted really well for that 102. I only disappointment I had is that as soon as he got to the 100, he sort of gave it away. I thought that he might have wanted to just push on a little more, get the team to that bat all 50 overs, carry his bat not out, but gave it away after he got to 50. And as you can see today, the scorecard for the Leeward Islands, nothing to talk about at the top from the top three batters. 33 from Isaiah Harris being the top scorer, and Odlum getting 31. Both tragically run out. Big mix-up in both situations. 17 from Hero today, who looked a little bit more confident. I think Williams is a lot better than 16. So too is Prentice, a lot better than 13. And the Leeward Islands will have to find a way to get those players to contribute more in terms of their batting. The Windward Islands, though,
Joseph 8-1-24 North, the man of the moment, the man who continues to just torment the Leeward Islands in terms of his bowling. Dylan John, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs, 4 wickets. Lavia, consistent, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Gilbert playing his first game, 2 overs, no maidens, 7 runs, no wickets. Charles, 5 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, no wickets. Davis, which is Denmore's bowler, 10 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. And Ahmad Williams, 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Just before he pulls down, Lee was lost wicket at 1 for 10, 2 for 11, 3 for 37, 4 for 67, 5 for 69, 6 for 85, 7 for 114, 8 for 131, 9 for 145, 10 for 156. When you're chasing Denmore, you need 1 or 2 partnerships.
Yeah, you need 1 or 2 partnerships along the way. And I think that has been the problem with the Leeward Islands. They have not gotten partnerships, especially at the top of the innings, where we saw that. With the best we saw, I think there was a 31 partnership when we had there for the 4th wicket. But other than that, the Leeward Islands need to find a way, especially at the top of the innings, to get partnerships going. So the Leeward Islands losing this 3rd of the bilateral series against the Windward Islands by some 61 runs. Windward Islands 217 all out, or 48.1 overs. The Leeward Islands 156. It reads for 9, but with
in fact, it should be all out.
Yeah, all out, because retired out was Andre Peters as well. And so the Leeward Islands losing by some 61 runs. We will return on Saturday morning at about 9:25 from Bethesda out in the eastern portion of Antigua and Barbuda. And that will be the 4th of the 5 bilateral series. So on behalf of all of us here at the commentary position, is it 360? On behalf of 360 and my co-commentator Vernon Springer and all our technical crew, Jason the Wiz and everybody else who makes our pictures look just as good, we invite you to join us on Saturday for more coverage. Have a good Friday and a good Easter. See you on Saturday. Good night.